Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's Oz. It's Tuesday, and that means Bobcat Goldthwait dad jokes. Oh, yeah. We bring a little morning zoo flavor to a Tuesday morning with, as you may or may not know, if you're new, you don't know, but if you've been here a while, you know, we are a listener-supported show. The PayPals, the Super Chats, the memberships pay for the show, but it's on Tuesdays, since Oz was murdering all of us, literally murdering us, with all of the dad jokes he would do on the show.
Yeah.
We decided, I decided for my own health, I need to lean into this and find a way to not want to die when he does these. So we said anything over $5, Oz will read a dad joke. Well, then that became a couple weeks ago. Oz started doing the dad jokes as Bobcat Goldthwait. It stuck, so we're going to keep doing that. And Oz, fucking Coltrane starting us off today with 501.
Already?
That is over $5, so that does fit.
Oh, boy.
Fire up, open up that goddamn joke book and see if you can fire up Bobcat this early in the morning. Thank you, Coltrane. 370 away from today's goal. Thank you to the morning show audience yesterday, starting us off a little bit ahead of the curve. Thank you.
I gotta get my voice ready for this.
Come on. You can do this. It's early, but you got it.
Ah!
Just a fucking sound check. God damn it.
How does a pig ride home?
How's that?
With a pig pen.
Thank you to Skeezy for renewing your membership. Appreciate that. Remember, a lot of you did renew your memberships over the weekend. Be sure to renew those or throw the notification up in the chat so that we can give you credit for that. And thank you. All right, guys. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Trucker 18-wheeler with a $10 super chat and says, don't fail me. Oz, go ahead.
Oh, boy. Oh, no. Why was the geometry teacher at school?
Why's that?
Because she sprained her ankle.
Oh, fuck. It's so much worse when he does it. Oh, man. Well, thank you, guys.
Oh, no.
Let's catch up with some of you, see what you're up to this morning. Then we've got a lot of stories to cover, a lot of things to talk about. Old Capitol Tavern is suing their former general manager. The lawsuit has been filed.
Whoa.
We introduced a little bit of it last night on the evening show during overtime, but we got to bring it to the big show. I have known about this for a long time. I talked to Aaron Sulzer, one of the owners of Old Capitol. We're friends. I talk to him pretty regularly, probably once every week, once every couple of weeks. And I've known about all of these stories and all of the things their ex-general manager did long before this lawsuit was launched. But when you hear and this is a guy that you and I never had any problems with previously when he was at another bar that he managed. But when you hear about downright thievery, it was downright pilfering to the tune of maybe $100,000, but at least tens of thousands of dollars. You know, we've all watched enough Bar Rescue to know that if you pour a drink and you don't ring it up, that's the same as reaching in the till and taking the money out.
Yes, it is. Yes. Yes.
Let's just say that Old Capitol picked up a lot of tabs without being told. That maybe cases of booze. Like, it was almost like the scene in Goodfellas when they buy the bar. Like, case comes in, it goes out the back door. And then when this guy, I'll give you the cliff notes now, and maybe later in the show we can read the actual lawsuit. When they were finding out about all this and they were getting rid of the guy, oh boy, did he take a metaphorical match and just start burning the fucking place down.
Okay.
Oh my God, is it bad? $150,000 lawsuit. I don't know why they're not pressing any charges on this, but I think they just want their money back.
Well, which
is what this
makes
is.
Sense.
They don't want to go through a big legal thing where they have to testify. I think they just want their fucking money back, and they want their reputation back. That's what they want. Because this guy went on a massive smear campaign of the place, too. I mean, he just was using all his contacts and everything to just bury this place. And now that they have the mistake that old Mitchie boy made is that he involved other people in his scam. And when you involve other people, they can then testify against you. So, like, he called vendors to try and get them to stop, to not
quit when you're behind.
Yeah.
Just take the licks and pay it back.
There's also video of him discussing with the employees certain things that were not told to the ownership, that the ownership needed to know about and faced fines because of it.
What?
Brutal shit.
I mean, do I know this person?
You know Mitch. Mitch, kind of chubby Mitch, who used to manage Jimmy's.
Oh!
I know. I thought the same thing, too, when I was told about it. I was like, that guy's a scumbag?
I would have.
Right? I always thought he was just kind of a half miserable guy. But it turns out he's a whole miserable guy.
He won some award for like being like the best guy in Sauk Rapids or something.
It's wild. I mean, when you hear, dude, and it's the vendors, it's the other people in the ownership group, it's some employees. Like the list of people they have to corroborate these stories is as long as your arm. I mean, when you call State Department of Labor officials and you lie to them, and you call vendors and you lie to them, when they're called for a lawsuit, they go, yeah, sure, I'll back you up on this. Absolutely. Yeah, I'll tell you what happened. Never good to leave a trail. But yeah, it was pretty nasty. That's for sure. The Tigger next door renewing his membership. Thank you, buddy. $3.55 away from today's goal. Thank you guys for starting to chip away at that so early in the morning. We do appreciate it. Let's catch up here. So what's this guy's full name, Mitch? Mitch, well, I mean, it's a public lawsuit, so I can say the name. Mitch Eichhoff is the guy's name. And, oh, boy, it's pretty brutal. Citizen M says, it's so fucked up. I would imagine it being someone like Corey, but not him. What
the hell's that going to do?
For some reason, Corey just becomes this catch-all for some people in the chat where they're like, I'm going to sneak this in here. Bird Collector says, be careful what you say if it hasn't been to court yet. I mean, it hasn't been to court yet, but okay, we'll say allegedly. But it's also one of those things where if this isn't true, go ahead and sue me. Because, I mean, you're going to have to prove it isn't true. And with the way this lawsuit is written, oh boy, I have a hard time believing it's a misunderstanding, put it that way. I gave you juicy info on Corey Feldman through your Twitter, says Gordy. Oh, there was a Corey Feldman we forgot to do last night.
What? Really?
It was a throwback. It was on our Cringe yesterday. It's Feldman singing happy birthday to his girlfriend. Or no, his wife at the time.
Okay, well, I mean, nothing really can beat him and the Angels.
Where is the... I don't see any Corey Feldman stuff.
I remember how cringy that was when we watched his video that he did on, was it Good Morning America or whatever?
He did Take a Stand
with his Angels.
all of his songs. Yeah, Gordy, I don't see any of the Twitter stuff. I don't know if you DM'd me it. I don't know how you sent it, but I'm not seeing it, buddy, and I can't really sit here and stare for it for a whole show while we get ready. But yeah, our Cringe got him singing. It's an old clip from that HBO or not HBO, the VH1 show they did. Well, the two Coreys.
Oh, until the one died.
Serenades his wife at the time. Yeah, here's this is Corey Feldman. I hope this is an old enough footage for us not to get popped by an old A&E show. I thought it was VH1. It was A&E, the two Coreys. This is Feld Dog singing to his wife at the time. Now, his wife at the time, like crazy vegan chick, but nowhere near as crazy as Corey Feldman is. And then became afterwards.
Okay.
I always thought when I saw these two on this show, I was like, wow, they really deserve each other. They're out of their fucking minds.
Yeah.
But then afterwards, you realize, oh, wait, Corey Feldman is way more of a fuck up than she is. Like, I mean, she left him And he just grabbed a bunch of runaways and made them play bass and drums and started a band. It was a little wild. But here goes. Let's watch Corey Feldman serenade his lady. Whoop.
Oh, look how cute.
Hey, everyone. Remember standard definition television?
Wow, yeah. It's so hard to get used to.
First of all, tell me you're a nut job without telling me you're a nut job. I understand love and romance and all of these things. Like, I hit my wife. Like, I understand love and affection and romance. Balloons in your entryway with rose petals on the floor.
Yeah, you know what that says to me?
That's more than romance. That's I might kill you someday.
That just looks like a mess to me.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be great if when they're done, he's like, I love you. And she's like, oh, I love you too. This is so sweet. Yeah, great. Now, could you clean this
that
up?
Yeah.
Clean it up, you guinea brat. That's right. Be a murderer like your father. And then he hired a band, an orchestra. So we've got balloons all over the house, roses all over the place, an orchestra, all for her birthday. Or Valentine's Day. Who gives a fuck? Their anniversary.
Springtime flowers bloom, every mystery never come too soon. Backlit time like the night you came to me. I don't know how to say it.
Who is this lady singing to me on my birthday, Corey? You were supposed to sing this by yourself. This is, I don't know. We have like 5 women who watch us. This is too much, right?
Yeah, I think so.
This isn't something you do. Like, this is overkill.
Anybody who says that that's great, then you're too high maintenance as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, can't you hire someone to sing to you and your wife? Like, I bet you John Oates would come cheap. Andrew Ridgeley.
Just think of
Garfunkel.
The party you could have, the money he spent on this.
Right.
You could have bought 20 kegs.
Could have got a DJ and he could have played you a backtrack and you could have sang to it.
Could have hired Johnny.
Could have hired Johnny.
You bring the stars up to the moon. When you leave, you're gone too soon. I don't know how to play it.
No, I love that she just looks kind of uncomfortable. She's not crying or being emotional or anything like that. She's just kind of like, okay, there's a house full of people here.
Gears turning, like, okay, he's going to kill me.
You've got camera crews and they're filming you singing to me. Like, it's not a romantic moment if you've got TV cameras there.
Yeah.
You know, you're having a nice moment, you're singing to her, whatever. Okay, the serenading, some women might like that. But I don't know if the lighting crew and the grips being there and the cameramen and all right, cut, take it from the top. Mrs. Feldman, could you look a little more, romanticized by this? And then we'll try to Corey will take it from the top. Yeah. And Corey's such a fame whore. He's like, all right, guys, we'll make sure we get it right.
This has been edited for sure.
Like, he doesn't mind shooting this 8 or 9 times. He doesn't care about the authenticity of it. He just gives a shit. Does this look good? Do you think they'll make the driving movie too, if this is good? What is it? License
to Drive?
You think they'll make License to Drive again?
Or Blown Away too?
Yeah. Do you think we can get the Lost Boys again? You think we can get a sequel if I film this right?
Oh, my love.
Who is that bitch?
I read this song to you. Oh, my love. Nobody ever makes me feel the way you do.
Dude, why is she with him? Like, look at her and then know what we know about Corey Feldman. And yeah, I guess, you know what?
He's still got a little scratch.
You're right. He's got a little bit of Goonies money left over. Is it Goonies? No, what was the one he was in Jerry O'Connell with?
I don't know who that is.
Stand By Me?
No, he wasn't. He was. Or was
what
yeah, he was.
Was it Stand By Me?
He was. Yeah, he was. Remember, he got his ear burnt off by his dad.
Yeah. He's got a little Stand By Me money laying around, so she's
Stand By Me too.
She's stuck. Yeah, we can get Stand By Me too if you just look really in love with me during this shot.
I dedicate this song. Cause you make my world keep turning.
She's just crying 'cause she wants him to stop.
I know. She's like, Corey, stop. You're embarrassing me. There's all these people here.
It's crying embarrassment.
The Philadelphia Royal Harmonic Orchestra's here.
It's
and
an
you're
embarrassment cry.
making it. Do I have to cook for all these people? Are we ordering pizza? What's the deal? God damn it, Corey.
You
You
just
always
want a quiet night.
Yeah, you don't think about these things when you do this. You just think about your career.
It'd be funny when he gets done singing. She's like, "So, you got any gifts for me to open?"
Baby, we can get a surreal life out of this.
Oh,
You think I'll be a commentator on I Love the 80s if I sing this song well?
oh my God! Here we go.
Stop.
Now he's pulling out that angel stuff. He's trying to do that.
Yeah.
The
Take a stand right
Michael
now.
Jackson. That's his Michael Jackson. He tries to do.
If he goes, hoo hoo, and grabs his dick, I'm done.
He probably did. He probably edited it out.
Telling you right now. Who is it? Joe Cocker entered the chat.
Joe Cocker mixed with Michael Jackson.
Yeah. Hey, babba dooba da flip there. Hee hee. Oh, flipper. Ribba dibba dooba. Flip down. Dooba. Flip down. Love you with me. Heart and shimmy da.
You know, for the longest time, I thought that Joe Cocker had a condition, but it's
I did too.
But it turns out that's just how he gets into the music that much.
From at least the age of 6 to 12, I thought John Belushi's imitation was actual Joe Cocker.
Yes, and then they actually performed together on SNL.
Yeah,
one
that
time.
was funny.
Yeah.
And 5 years later, they were divorced.
Yeah.
That looks like a woman who's been grabbed behind the neck like that by Corey Feldman before, but it's been threatening.
Yeah.
She tensed up as soon as he got the back of her neck. She went, I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'll listen to your songs. Baby, you didn't listen to my last Michael Jackson remix. I told you there's going to be consequences.
You know that the love interest both those Corys had back in the movie Blown Away was Nicole Eggert.
Yeah.
She let herself go.
Oh, did she really?
Horribly. And she used to be so hot in the 80s. She was
Nicole ate all the Eggerts.
I really love you.
like screaming at her face. You don't need the microphone. She can hear you.
What a little bird-lipped kiss they gave at the end of that. Boy, that had a lot of passion in it.
Yeah.
This is why you don't do these things in front of cameras. You don't do this stuff for television.
This is too weird.
Now kiss me in our McMansion.
Valentine's Day.
Oh, Valentine's Day.
You too.
I love that.
They don't
had
say
to-
that anymore.
You know what's funny? They had to voice over the I love you because I guarantee she didn't say that at the song.
Yeah. Heavily edited. Yeah.
Oh my God, was that fucking... You know I love her, baby. Kane B asking, did Corey Feldman become crazy or did crazy become him? That's a throwback to yesterday's show. Very funny. Weckl fan says he was molested in the 80s, but not technically gay. All right, thank you. I like it when people parse the definitions for us. That's important to know. Mr. Nobody says, nothing says love like apologizing and saying, don't leave me while you're puking your guts out. Am I right? Hey, enough about my Sunday night / afternoon. I don't think I made it to nighttime. I made it to the afternoon. Oh, Duty streams in the chat. Hey, Duty, nice to see you. I still watch your stuff, buddy. Very good. The DSP market may be thinning, but the rest of us will keep doing DSP stuff.
Keep
because
the
he's
torch
just
alive.
a
Yeah.
funny guy. We did one yesterday where DSP yelled at everyone for asking him to blow bubbles. He has this thing where if you like his video 100 times, or if there's 100 likes on a video, he'll blow bubbles.
Yeah. Lucky bubbles.
And somebody was giving him shit about it, that they had over 100 likes and they weren't blowing bubbles. And while he was playing Street Fighter 6, he went apeshit on them for a good minute about and then threatened everyone that he was going to take the bubbles away.
Very, very split personality on that guy, man.
It's split in how many directions?
Wow.
King Yeti said someone had to tell Corey he sounds like hyenas mating. Oh, no. He's an absolute gem. He's an American treasure. Coltrane says this shit is a banger. Yeah, that's why she divorced him like a year after. He wouldn't sing to her on Valentine's Day anymore, and she went, the spark is out of this relationship, Feld dog. I'm sorry.
He couldn't top it.
Susie Feldman was her name.
Oh.
I hope she did okay. I hope she married like a hedge fund manager or something like that. Susie Feldman, Corey Feldman's ex-wife. Uh-oh. If that's still what you're known as, that might not be good. She's only 40? Well, he married a youngin'. 2002 to 2014. Wait a minute. 20. So she was 20 when he married her. Corey Feldman definitely has a method. Like, it's always really young girls. And like this one, she was a vegan, so you know she's damaged in some way. It's always some kind of damaged young chick. What's she doing now? Susie Feldman, 2022. She has a net worth of $1 million. Thanks, Cor. Mm-hmm. Famous reality TV star in 2022. Who is she dating now? She's married to Andy Lerma. Let's see. Andy, is he a guy? He doesn't look like a guy. Nope. The first thing that comes up is his Facebook, so he's probably not a guy. Well, she's living a normal life then. What do you do? How much to hire Bobcat Goldthwait Oz to MC an event? Well, Oz, I think in a situation like that, you can they'll hand you a blank check. You just fill that sumbitch out.
It must be.
Yeah. Blown Away was a movie about Nicole Eggert's meat sleeve, says King Yeti. Wonderful. Corey Feldman is slightly silver Bam Margera. Oh, I don't know. I think he did keep himself relatively clean. I don't know. KF with $5.
Sage Retard PhD KF
says, breaking news, Tulsi Gabbard has left the Democratic Party. In other news, no one gives a shit. Oh, it's always good that we get the latest breaking news. It's very important. King Yeti says, glad someone got... Stevie J says, it's a dick move to do that to someone because they have to act happy about it for the cameras or look like an asshole.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
It's a show, so you got to keep the show going, keep the show alive.
It's one of those things where, like, all right, honey, we need to film that again because you didn't look in love with me. She's like, there's a reason for that, you fuck. Your career's going nowhere. You know who she reminds me of? Alyssa Milano's character in Dickie Roberts.
Oh, wow.
Where she's just, like, had it with him, and, like, his career is going nowhere, and she's like, the minute I find somebody else, I'm getting the fuck out of here. So she bangs Max Bayer from the Cinderella Man movie.
Wow.
God, what's his name? I can get this. The guy who played George in Dickie Roberts also played Max Bayer in Cinderella Man. God damn it, his name is... I know his fucking name. He's in a lot of movies. I'm going to look it up. Oh, I'm just going to... Finney. I think Finney was his name in the movie. Who played Max Bayer in Cinderella Man? I think it's George. God damn it, this is going to bug me. Craig Bierko. God damn it. I was way off. I knew that name. Oh, well, my autism fails me sometimes, guys. What can I tell you? King Yeti says, I could literally hear her vag get dry socket. Oh, my God, that's a terrible way for your vagina to go. Thank you to Decent Big Balls for renewing your membership. Appreciate that. $3.45 away from today's goal. If you're contributing via PayPal, I'm sorry, I'll refresh in a second. We'll get those thank yous and dad jokes out there for you. April says, speaking of said night, I'm adding pics at the truck with the mystery booze on my post just in case Aaron wants to see the beginning of the end. Oh, yeah, we'll show that to you guys. Yeg says, good morning. Thanks again. Yeah, I have bad news to update you on. Yegs came by yesterday and paid for the Vikings NFC Championship betting slip. I bought him in Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
I was hoping he'd forget about it since the Vikings are 4-1 now, and I could keep it, but I'll have to just settle with the ones I bought. He paid me for it. I actually wanted that betting slip more than I wanted his $200. I was just kind of like, no. I insist. That's for you. He wanted it too bad. If we would have started 1-5, I probably never would have saw him again. Jack Floyd says, I'll be starting my own channel. I'll cover DSP there too. Hey, the more the merrier, huh? Space Baby says, Corey turned her gay. I would not have thought he didn't. Put it that way. Ran Out of Thought says, I was hoping for Into the Night, or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't Bobcat yell at his wife with a microphone too? He might.
I think that was Sam Kinison, actually.
D Gulag says, remember when Corey Feldman got hacked in real time during his live documentary screening? Dude, his explanation of that and how much money he claims he lost because his thing got hacked. There's a clip of him on Steve-O's show that is just too funny. You're calling it a betting slip. It's more like an investment, says Stevie J. Great point. It is that's what you got to tell your wives when you make all those bets. Honey, I'm not gambling. I'm investing. By the way, now's a great time to remind you to go to betus.com. Betus.com, use the promo code SteelToe when you set up your account. Here, I'll drop the landing page in the chat for you. And if you guys want to do some sports betting this weekend, or you want to play some blackjack or poker or anything like that, betus.com is a great place to do it. And when you sign up and you make your first deposit with the promo code SteelToe, they'll take your deposit amount and then multiply it. You'll get 125% in a sign-up bonus that you can use as free play money to make your bets. So start ahead by 125% with betus.com when you use the promo code SteelToe. Mommy, show Daddy the Corey Feldman link that I messaged you through Twitter. All right, people are trying to send me stuff here via Twitter about Corey Feldman. I think I do want to show you guys the... what do you call it? God, why can't I think of Steve-O, the Steve-O clip, where Corey Feldman tries to do math about his stream getting hacked about his Hollywood Molest People movie and how much it cost and how much money he would have made. By the way, it totally doesn't make Corey Feldman look like he did the Hollywood Molested Me movie for the money.
Yeah.
When he sits there and talks about how much money he could have made if it didn't get hacked, it totally didn't make him look like a money-grubbing whore. Guys, we have some new pictures from Sunday afternoon. We're piecing together the night at this point. Let me see if... oh, yeah, here we go. So
the tailgating rig, huh?
No. This is not ours. So we went to the Vikings game on Sunday, and... my buddies and I were with my friend. It was my friend's birthday, so it was another friend of ours, my friend's wife, and April. We all went to the game, and afterwards, we went to a bar. We didn't want to go into the bar. It seemed a little too full, whatever, so we didn't go into the bar. We stayed outside. It was a beautiful day, and then around the corner in the back of the bar, there's these guys with like an ice cream truck or a U-Haul that they've put couches and chairs and a fireplace in.
Tailgating rig, nice.
And a TV, and they watch the football games behind the bar. So we found them back there, and we went to hang out with them, and we'd been drinking since 8 in the morning. I mean, we were a complete shit show at this point. I'll put the pictures up here. As you can see, my face paint is coming off. I'm starting to look like Ultimate Warrior at the end of a match. Yeah. And I'm holding my ram horn helmet there. And we are drinking with these two guys, and they handed me this bottle of, they said they didn't know what it was. Somebody gave it to them.
Well, that's always good.
They called it Swedish Botanical Booze. And I took a big swig of it, and after that, it's like the Rumpelmans shot. It's like BC and AD. Oh. That was the line where after that, I remember the night in patches.
Ooh.
And I ended up throwing up. For the first time in years, I ended up throwing up on that one. There's your boy holding a fizzy fruit beverage that they gave me to chase the Swedish Botanical Whiskey. So there I am holding basically a wine cooler or a seltzer.
A White Claw.
A White Claw, basically.
Yeah.
Just looking bloated and chubby and drunk. Just looking fucked up as all hell. Oh, my God. Look at that guy. Look at that fella. A Kirk Cousins jersey never looked so good. That guy's a big fella, though, too. I'm glad I stood next to him for scale.
Yeah. Makes you look skinnier.
Yeah. And then Swedish Botanical Mystery Booze is what April wrote on this. Oh, yeah, there's the Swedish Botanical Mystery Booze. We don't know what that was. Yeah, see, there's my buddy in the background just talking to some random stranger about football. And then there's me just staring off into the distance, drunk as a bitch.
It's a good Sunday, man.
Oh, man, was it ever? That was a good time. Oh, shit. Thank you, April, for all of those pictures. I'm sure people want you to keep those coming. Thank you very much to good old JR with a 1999 super chat. Says, Bobcat joke, please. Oz,
Oh, boy. All
Bobcat joke that, man. I need to also know where we're at goal-wise. That puts us at 330 away from our goal today. Oz, fire away with
Yeah. I ordered a book about puns last week,
Oh, yeah?
but I didn't get it.
Oh, even Bobcat couldn't save that one.
No.
They held Aaron down and rubbed his tits, says Loaded Wrench. Gray Idol says, you need a jersey 3 sizes smaller. Do I? Because I usually wear a large jersey. That one's an extra large. It's not that bad. Flex says, blocked for sending my details. Who blocked you? I didn't block you, Flex. Nobody blocked you, bud. I mean, I don't think. $40 coming in from Trucker 18-Wheeler. He wants another one. Oh. And that's going to be $30 coming off the goal. $300 away from the goal today. Thank you, Zach T, for becoming a member for your 6th month. Appreciate that. All right, Oz, fire up another one for Trucker 18-Wheeler.
What? What's a hamburger's favorite story to read?
Oh, what's that?
Hansel and Gretel.
Stevie J says, was the mystery booze called Aquavit? Let's see. I'll know by the bottle. Aquavit.
It was...
No, that was not it. Oh, wait.
That looks dangerous.
Oh, hold on. That actually might be it. Aquavit DP Anders. That might be the booze.
What is it supposed to be?
Let's find out.
Is it a whiskey? Is it a bourbon? Is it a tonic?
Let's find out what it is. Is Norwegian a distilled spirit that is principally produced in Scandinavia, where it has been since the 15th century? Aquavit is distilled from grain or potatoes and is flavored with a variety of herbs. It's also popular in northern Germany.
So basically booze.
Yeah, I need some stats on it, though. What are the stats on this thing? What's the... What do you call it? The...
Stomach churner?
What the ABV. Aquavit ABV. That's what I'm looking for. What did I put in my
40
body?
at least.
Oh, 80 proof?
40% alcohol.
What a fucking bitch I am. What a little girl.
That's not a joke, though. I mean,
yeah, I should have been able to handle it better. Look, I'm disappointed in myself. That's all. The liquor was probably Aquavit. Yeah, see, there's multiple people now telling me
all
this.
they know.
Absinthe, maybe. No, I think we figured it out. Thank you guys very much. $300 away from our goal today. Thank you very much. Let's make sure that Blob Lorp says, nah, you look like you can't handle much of anything. Oh, yeah? Meet me in a back alley. I'll show you how much I can handle. Wait, that sounds a lot gayer than it was supposed to. All right, let's continue on here. Oh, I wanted to show you guys Corey Feldman on Steve-O's podcast doing math. Corey Feldman, Steve-O math. Yeah, this is really bad. Breaks down his abuse and drug use wild ride clips. Where is Corey Feldman's documentary? Here we go.
They direct all of your traffic to their page.
Correct.
So Corey says that when he had this premiere, so Corey's been talking about this movie about all the molesters in Hollywood, and he's going to start naming names, and it's been the one chip that he's had all these years to keep himself semi-relevant. So everyone who's followed Corey Feldman for more than a year knows, well, he's never going to name names. He's never going to drop the big bombs and like throw a Spielberg out there or somebody like that, because this is the only thing that will make people book Corey on their shows and keep him getting attention.
The last
and
thing he has, yeah.
Right, it's the last thing he has. So he said, well, I'm going to make a movie. So he made this movie, and I guess somebody hacked the movie or something during the premiere. So he took it down, and now nobody can see the movie. I think it was just a quick cash grab.
Okay.
Personally. And now I don't know if you can find the Corey Feldman movie or what, But he had a premiere, and then he tries to do the math for the Steve-O people, and well, let's just say Corey probably was a dropout.
Need to see the film could not see it because there was an interruption of service. It's called a DDoS server attack. Okay. So we got a DDoS server attack that shut down the film, shut down the stream. They actually copied it. They stole the stream. They copied the script. And then they created a subsidiary website that was like a copycat website that went up literally live the moment our stream came down. And they started selling tickets for $30 versus us who were charging $20 for the ticket. So they're taking the same movie, same stream, same script. So it looks like the same website.
Am I the only one, by the way, who doesn't believe a word of this?
Yeah, it seems a little far-fetched.
This doesn't, when people DDoS you and they steal your stream or whatever, they usually just put it up for free to fuck with you. So I think Felddog's documentary was probably a bust, and he's trying to come up with a reason why.
That's a good theory.
This sounds coping a little bit.
They even pushed it up in the Google search. So mine was mytruthdoc.com. Theirs was mytruthdocs.com. They put up a fake website the same exact time that our premiere is happening.
When they shut down yours, did they direct all of your traffic to their page?
Correct.
So they would have had to have been able to...
This guy must have been a genius.
To edit your page as well, but I guess they hacked it.
Well, yeah.
It's actually Dr. Robotnik who did it. Yeah, I mean, he did the whole thing. It was very technological. He was using computers. It was crazy. I believe... I believe Rita Repulsa might have been a part of this.
I thought Matthew Broderick did it. He was in War Games. He was playing with the computer and he thought he was in the,
Yeah. Could have been him too.
Or was the computer HAL 9000?
Could have been Hal.
What are you doing, Dave?
They hacked it. They stole the stream. They copied the script.
Wow.
And they were able
Could have been Kit from Knight Rider.
Yeah, or Angelina Jolie from Hackers.
Oh, absolutely. It could have been Hugh Jackman from Swordfish.
Oh.
Who did it? Oh, no. Stanley.
to build another prototype of a website that looked exactly like ours that went live the moment that ours went down.
So by the virtue,
and then somehow the media just never talked about it because the next day was COVID, so nobody wanted to talk about it. And so I've never been on.
Well, stop releasing your movies right before COVID, Corey.
It didn't happen. That's why they didn't talk about it.
I know. I don't
What?
Yeah, Corey, I don't think this happened. You know how I know this didn't happen? Because it's never happened to anyone else on this level. Ever.
On any talk shows, the news won't have me on. That's why I say media blackout, because all the mainstream media has prevented me from coming forth and talking about this story.
Yeah, because you know what the media's never talked about ever is the molestation in Hollywood. Like that Harvey Weinstein thing, they never talked about that.
Maybe they were just burnt out because of Weinstein.
Yeah, one of the most famous people in Hollywood ever, one of the most powerful people in the history of Hollywood, and they brought that motherfucker down. But they're not going to talk about Corey Feldman's movie because this guy's too dangerous. Actually, they probably won't have you on because you'll try to start singing again.
Oh,
I'll come on and I'll talk about my movie, but you got to play tracks from my new album.
Where are my angels?
Yeah. Come on, I got these 3 heroin-addicted runaways. And we're going to cover She Blinded Me with Science. I think I can get my old wife back.
Oh, boy.
I'll eat nothing but Brussels sprouts until they're flying out of my asshole.
given that these hackers
I want the money, man.
monetize it, they took money. Isn't it possible to follow that money trail and get to these people who committed the copyright?
Yeah,
You know what I love about Steve-O is that, and he did this to Bam Margera in their interview, is that Steve-O has a way of calling bullshit on people without being a dick about it.
Yep.
Like, he has a way of going, I'm not saying I don't believe. And now Mike Feldman and my Steve-O are starting to sound the same. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but couldn't they, like, track that somehow so that they don't? I don't know. It's an interesting question. Well, let me do some math for you guys. That's not correct.
you'd need a lot of expensive lawyers and a lot of investigators.
Were you able to?
No, you wouldn't. You would just need a computer guy. You would literally just need a computer guy to check the money and how they made it and everything else.
Get any sense of how many buys they did?
Well, I have no idea how many tickets they sold for their, fake, but I know that it was up for 3 months before we even knew about it. I found it by accident. Actually, my director, the guy who directed the film, Brian Herzlinger, texted me one day and he goes, "Hey, do you know about this? You just did a post for our movie that goes to a different website." And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, yeah. And it was like an accidental thing. Like I put my truths instead of my truth by accident, and you click on it.
But remember, that's not what he said the website was. He said his website was mytruthdoc.com, and theirs was mytruthdocs.com.
Yeah.
Now he's saying their website was mytruthsdoc.com. I'm starting to think this Corey Feldman might be completely full of shit.
I mean,
how dare I? It's licensed to drive guy, but I think he might be a lying, delusional sack of shit. It's my final answer.
And it's an actual website, but it's not our website. And he's like, yeah, dude, that's an entirely different website. That's not our website. I was like, holy shit.
And it was, and
they were selling the tickets.
So that was multiple different.
I want to hear him.
How they were pulling the money out.
I want to get to the math
The way
part.
they liquidated for free all over YouTube. So they put out about 200 free links on YouTube. The first one got 250,000 views before YouTube would take it down. And we were sending them letters for weeks, and they wouldn't listen because we didn't have, like, you know, the exact right trademark information or the exact copyright information or whatever. And they like,
bullshit. YouTube will take a copyright claim like that. All you have to do is click on like we're playing this. If Steve-O's people clicked, even though this is fair use and we're commenting on it, all Steve-O's people would have to do is go, copyrighted content, claiming this video, and YouTube goes, hey, somebody just claimed your video. Do you want to appeal it? Here you go. Yeah, Corey Feldman's a lying fuck.
wanted everything by the book before they would even listen to us that this is our film. Even though I paid for it, even though it's my name on it, I produced it, it's my lawyer hitting you up. But if you don't have the exact paperwork, they're
a flag
trademark type thing.
Yeah, that's going to prevent it from showing up on YouTube.
I was so naive, man. I had no the narrative.
I want to get to the money part.
Right? Well, the only way that you can possibly do that, corroborated. Like, there's not one thing in that movie that wasn't corroborated by like multiple people.
That it sounded like that. Those were some pretty.
Here we go. Here comes the part where Corey Feldman talks about how much money he lost because of this.
But so, did you ultimately get it all taken down from YouTube?
Yeah, so we got them finally taken down. But so 250,000 views at $20 a pop. How much money is that?
All right, guys, go ahead. Get your calculators out. Oz, 250,000 views at $20 a pop. Now, first of all, the dumb math he's doing, just because someone watched it for free on YouTube doesn't mean that they were going to pay you $20 for it.
Right.
In internet math, if I were to do the math on that, how of those 250,000 views, I'd say cut it in half because you got to count people who watched it twice. I know YouTube doesn't count you as a view anymore after like 2 or 3 views, but still, let's just say for the sake of argument, 125,000. And then out of that 125,000, I would say you're lucky if, like, payment-wise, you get 5 to 10% of those people. So, Feld Dog, I'm thinking probably about 10 to 20,000 people would have paid the $20 for your movie. But he's about to do the math here. Now, this is very simple. We all went to school. What's 2 times 250,000?
$500,000.
$500,000. Multiply that by 10 to get to 20. That would be $5 million.
Yeah.
So I believe, I could be wrong, that 250,000 times 20 is $5 million.
Okay.
Right?
I have a feeling this is not going to be
That's what I think. Am I wrong on that? Can we check my math? I think it's $5 million.
What's 250 times? There's
times 20. 250,000
there's 4 of them
times
in every million.
Yeah.
Okay. So then times 4 with 20. 4 times 5 is 20.
Yeah.
So 20 million.
Listen to us being all common.
5 million. Yeah.
We're common coring the shit out of this thing. So let's listen to Feld Dog's math on his money. And boy, he is just a happy guy.
250,000 views at $20 a pop. How much money is that?
250,000 views at $20 a pop. 5 million?
More. Try 50 million.
And look at how confident he is in his answer of $50 million. Oh, man. Corey Feldman.
You must be really mad about that website hacker.
Oh, man.
Wait, 50
million.
I'm bad at math.
250,000 views.
No, you're not. This guy just got gaslit into giving up his answer. Have some fucking balls, beard guy. You were right. You nailed it at 5 million. You're not bad at math. Corey Feldman's bad at math. I'm not bad at math. You're bad at math. I'm really good at math.
$20 a pop.
It's 50 million.
It's 5.
I love the dude. That's like a moment in a sketch. Like Corey Feldman is a comedy sketch character.
Yeah.
Come to life. It's like that. Even their like young producer is like, I know I shouldn't speak up because the adults are talking, but
I think this whole time he was bummed because he thought he lost $50 million.
Yeah, don't worry, Corey. You lost $45 million less than you thought you lost.
$5 million.
20 divided by 4.
Yeah, it's because
Divided by 250 though.
Well, but it's $250,000.
250 times 2 is 500,000.
See, Steve-O's getting there the way I got there.
Then you add 1 0 because it's a 20, so it's $5 million.
I don't think so.
This is why I'm
See,
glad.
he's one of those that probably got taken out of school because his first acting gig was probably
Yeah.
really young, and then he had to, get some
tutoring.
Yeah, quote unquote. Yeah,
That's what they call getting your butthole fingered in a trailer in Hollywood by a producer. They call it getting tutored because you toot when their finger goes in. Sorry, that's not appropriate. You shouldn't talk that way in public. I'm thank God I don't have the gene that Corey Feldman does, because Corey Feldman has this gene where when people have proven you wrong, you're still gonna dig in. When I'm staring at the proof right in front of my face, it's easy for me to just go, "Oh, well, sorry for all the pushback I gave you there. Looks like I'm an ass. I was wrong." But Corey's still sitting there, proud as a peacock, like, "Nope, I lost $50 million."
Maybe that's just one of the links, and then you.
No, whatever. No, that was definitely just one of the links. But the point is, altogether, it came out to like $80 million.
Yeah, I mean,
whoa!
He's just throwing numbers out there.
So he jumped from 5 to 50, and then somehow he jumped to $80 million that he lost on this movie.
I don't think any of his movies that he ever did made close to that kind of money. Like,
really?
He was an action actor.
I feel like one or two of them might have.
80?
Now I'm doing Corey Feldman's math. Thank you very much to Flex for the 316. Goddamn, son, thanks for the 316 on the PayPal there.
What did License to Drive bring in at the box office?
Let's check it out.
But it's not 80.
I know we have to catch up with you guys here, super chats and whatnot coming in, but thank you. License to Drive box office. Oh, wow, you're right. 22.4 million.
We're also talking 80s where the money would be, like maybe in today's money, but not.
Yeah, back in the 80s, if you made 100 million, it was like,
only
holy
30
shit,
million
what a
for Lost
blockbuster.
Boys.
Lost Boys, 32.2 million.
So even the combination of like probably all of his movies probably didn't do that.
Critical and commercial success, budget of 8.5 million, grossed 32 million. Oh, yeah,
Not
Lost
bad.
Boys did nice. Paid for the rest of Corey Feldman's movies that he ended up making. All right. Let's thank Sage.
Sage Retard, PhD, KF.
Says Twitter DM, $5. Thank you very much, sir. I will check the Twitter DMs right now and see what you got for us. They're hack. Oh, wow. Totally real hacking of Corey. First few seconds are garbage. Oh, so you have the actual footage of when he believed his documentary got hacked. Oh, that's interesting. $7 from Balls Deep. Oz, throw Balls Deep a dad joke in Bobcat voice. $2.90 away from today's goal. Thank you, guys. He says Thomas Dolby bits, #nerd. Thank you, bud. Hard to believe Steve-O is the guy he is today when he should be damn near dead. Yeah, right. I'm really happy for Steve-O. I've met the guy. I performed on a show with him. And
that was fun.
He's a really cool guy. He's really super nice. Bobcat, go ahead.
Libraries are just too strict.
Yeah?
Yeah! They always go by the books.
Jesus. He's too excited about them.
Yep. Zed was mad.
Turtle with $5 says Bobcat joke still on the table. Anything over $5 gets a Bobcat dad joke. Thank you very much. And Jeep ZJ with $5 says here's $50 million. You know what? Close. It's close to $50 million. $280 away
Actually,
from
it's 80.
Oh, okay. It's $80 million actually. Thank you guys very much. $280 away from the goal today.
Nice.
All right. Well, we got a lot of people chiming in about the Corey Feldman stuff. Gray Idol says Corey's math shows you why he's broke. Yeah. You're right. He didn't get anywhere close to $100 million at the box office. No. He was... I'm starting to think this Corey Feldman might not have been as famous as he thought he was.
Weird.
SC Motorsports says, "Goddamn, son, your Stone Cold impression is a little rusty." Well, that's all right, because a little bit later today, in a story we're going to talk about Stone Cold.
What?
We got a clip of Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What?
Talking to Paul Heyman.
What?
About the Jews.
What?
The Yiddish people.
What?
The chosen ones.
What?
God's people.
What?
Crash killers.
What?
I'm sorry. Oof. Sorry, I got down a rabbit hole there.
Wow.
I apologize. The Gravy Show says hack the planet. Yes, of course. Steve-O is Steve-O's awesome, man. That guy, way too nice for who he is and what he's accomplished. Frank Pellegrino. Oh, welcome. If that's the real Frank Pellegrino, Chrissy's husband / manager / handler. We'd really like to have the both of them on the show. Chad Zumach got destroyed by Kumia, Chrissy, and Carl yesterday on Kumia's show. Y'all got the ball rolling on it last week. So, do you and I officially get the credit for the Chad Zumach thing being a beef?
Well, I would sure love to.
Because remember, last week we shit all over. We watched Chad Zumach shit on John.
Yep. Yeah.
But I remember both of us also saying this Chad Zumach guy ain't on the level. Remember that?
I do.
Last Tuesday, it was a week ago today. We went, this Chad Zumach guy.
Well,
I don't know about this Chad Zumach. So, all right, great. I'll go on Compound today, and I'll check out that show from yesterday. And
that would be something.
Watch those guys rip on Chad Zumach. I'm always into that. We had our first Tony Michaels experience last night. I'm doing way too much Stuttering John shit, by the way. I'm starting to dream about John, and it's fucking me up. I'm having dreams that, like, dabblers are contacting me to try to tell me about what Stuttering John's doing. Like, last night, 3 dabblers came up to me in the mall and said, "You got to come out back. Stuttering John's living in an RV." And I'm just like, what the fuck?
Wow.
I got it. Guys, I might have to take a break from the dabbler verse for a little while. I might have to go with the B-level players from the dabbler verse, go with like Tony Michaels and Chad Zumach and all that, because I'm starting to have dreams that I'm waking up from because I don't want to be dreaming about Stuttering John Melendez. And then I go back to bed and their dabblers are in my dream again. The dabblers are all over the goddamn place.
Wow. This is...
But thank you, Frank.
A lot going on.
Appreciate that, buddy. $2 from Gray Idol says, "Here's 2 trillion Zimbabwean dollars." You know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And Orange Boy.
It's good math.
With $9.99. Thank you very much. $2.65 away from today's goal. You guys are very generous. Thanks for supporting this program. We owe Frank Pellegrino one, a Bobcat dad joke, our little hacky morning zoo bit we do on Tuesdays. And Orange Boy. You owe him one as well. So let's do 2, and then we'll continue on with today's show. We're not done with Feldman quite yet because Sage sent us that link of him getting quote unquote hacked. I bet you this is bullshit too. I've never seen this. Go ahead, Oz.
How far do burgers go in school?
This is so stupid. How?
Through college.
Oh fuck! That is gross. That's really bad.
It's a terrible book.
You got one more. You got book. Frank, and you got Orange Boy.
Yeah. I just learned sign language.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty handy.
You're really leaning in, aren't you?
I guess.
Now they're arguing about who got the Chad Zumach stuff going. Lansky says, no, Husey already did that. Frank says, Lance, I love Husey, but Steel Toe got the momentum going. I'll take credit for the Zumach stuff because we did it a week ago. And to be fair, I think Anthony and Zumach started beefing like 4 days after that. I mean, look, Kevin Brennan and Anthony Cumia were talking shit about Chad Zumach long before we did. But I think this newest round of Chad Zumach hate did get started.
Oh, boy.
With us talking about him last week. Someone should make a Zumacumentary. Oh, boy.
Oof.
And by the way, if I have to give credit to anyone and it ends up being Husey that I give credit to, that's fine. I love Husey.
Yeah.
Call him friend of the show, Husey. That's for certain. And Oz, you owe one more now. I'm trying to keep the show moving here, but the audience is being too goddamn generous to us. Nicholas with $6 over on PayPal. Now he gets one. I love like the $5.01 ones that come in. Those are very funny because they just want you to read those fucking jokes.
I don't know why.
Oh, go ahead.
Why are fish so smart?
Why are fish so smart, Bobcat?
They're always in schools.
The only Bobcat I get is from when he played Zed on Police Academy.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only Bobcat you need to do. Lance Key says, I need to send this to Carl for Cringe of the Week. No, you don't. You need to learn how to have fun. There's a thing that you do, Lance Key, that makes things not cringe, and that's called self-awareness. If you're doing it to purposely be hacky, it's fine. Lance Key, stop taking the internet so seriously. All right, let's continue on here. Sage sent us the Corey Feldman, they're hacking us in real time thing.
Okay, this is interesting.
We're seeing an attack coming in. That's what we've been seeing since the beginning of this. And they've been clearing it and dealing with it, but they keep coming back. They can't fight it off. It's too strong.
Wow! Holy crap! They're hacking us in real time.
Well, how else do you hack someone, dipshit? What do? Go in the future and hack them?
This seems like a setup.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't trust anything
Like, how do I
Feldman
get
does.
more people interested in what I'm doing is to, like, fabricate, like line about swatting.
Or, how about this? Did they ever finish the movie? Mm-hmm. Has anyone seen the whole movie? Maybe they have. I mean, I could be off base with that.
Theory, though. Yeah, I know.
Corey Feldman just comes off as an insurance scammer to me. So it's like,
how did he come up with? First of all, the way he does math, how can he just go and figure out that? Oh, we're being hacked in real time. How do you know that?
Yeah.
There you go. You know who it is. How?
Well, they would in like 10 minutes.
You know who it is hacking us? Well, Kanye, why don't you tell us? No, don't let Kanye tell you. He's going to say Jews. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's going to be, don't do it.
Say this out loud. Hold on, wait. What did you just say?
It's Wolfpack. They've been bragging that they're going to do this crap. I was hoping they were full of it because a lot of times they are. But I mean, I can name names right freaking now.
Whoa, right freaking now. Whoa. This lady is not to be trifled with. This lady can name names right freaking now.
Censored.
Oh, guys, I mean, come on. TV 14.
I mean, right bleep now would be better.
Yeah. How about right heckin' now?
Oh.
Let's keep it good for the, there's Lutherans in that crowd, for Christ's sake. Or for goodness sake.
Easy, Shannon. I mean, it's all of these people.
All right, so there you go. That comes off as kind of scammy to me. I mean, I know I'm not exactly, telling any tales out of school, but I do believe that perhaps Corey Feldman may in fact be full of shit. Red, I do believe that you're talking out of your ass.
I do believe that he would be more upset, though, considering he just lost $80 million.
He lost $80 million. Oh, my God. They said the Wolfpack was hacking them? You know how they knew the Wolfpack was hacking them?
What? Oh, no.
How would they know it? When they hack you, they play this.
Oh.
All right, we're going to get popped for that now, too, because we played 3 seconds of the Wolfpack theme music. Actually, Kevin Nash and oh, God, who else was in the Wolfpack? Lex Luger and Sting come out, and they actually play their music, and they come out and throwing up the click hand signs, and they let you know that you've been hacked by the Wolfpack.
They're actually all carrying laptops for some reason.
Yeah. You know what happened? Is Corey Feldman turned his back on them. And it says clearly in the song, don't turn your back on the Wolfpack.
Look what happened.
He's actually lucky because I don't know how many nerds we have in the chat, but guys, what might happen if you turn your back on the Wolfpack? Understand, Corey Feldman just got his movie hacked, but in their opening theme music, they clearly state that if you turn your back on the Wolfpack, this is where I rely on my chat and they don't let me down. I'm not moving.
Yep. No, I know.
You are going to get this.
It's your wrestling nerds. Here we go.
If you turn your back on the Wolfpack, there you go. Thank you very much, Thick Cheney. You might wind up in a body bag, which doesn't rhyme, but
so
it works.
There we go.
So Corey Feldman is
right.
Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Corey Feldman allegedly completely full of shit. Lex Luger and Sting didn't really fit in with the Wolfpack, in my opinion. If you talk to Kevin Nash, which we all do regularly, have you called Kev recently?
No.
You guys spoke? Oh, that's too bad. He really likes you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He told me he thinks that Corey's gay, but he likes you.
Oh, that's where's that come from?
Joking. Now I'm doing what the chat does all the time. I'm chat cancering now. Yeah. No, if you talk to Kevin Nash, he says that they did the NWO Wolfpack. They split up the NWO because Hogan thought Hall and Nash were getting so popular that he kind of wanted to break it up so it would cool their jet. I don't know if that's true. Rexstart says, don't turn your back on the Wolfpack. You might wind up with your movie hacked.
There you go.
Poor Corey.
Or your broke back.
That's just if you go to a Corey Feldman event in general.
That's true.
J-Dub says, is Nash going to jackknife powerbomb Corey Feldman? Oh, shit, he might have. Oh. Maybe that's why Corey Feldman stopped talking about it. Nash is like, look, you keep talking about us hacking your movie, and I might come over there and give you the jackknife powerbomb. It's my best Kevin. It's the best Kevin Nash I can do. I just try to talk like a guy who's been doing a lot of downers. That's all. Gray Idol says, if you turn your back on the Wolfpack, Vince Russo has his way on that steroid anus. Jesus, that got heavy. All right, guys. You know what I say? How about enough 1999 WCW for now? We good? We're good. Trump supporting heckler facing charges after throwing a beer can at a stand-up comedian during their set at Uncle Vinny's Comedy Club in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey. Now,
okay, first of all, was it full?
We need to know, right?
I mean, because if you throw an empty can at somebody...
First of all, if you can throw an empty beer can from your seat and get it to the stage, that's pretty impressive. They flutter.
Unless they're front row.
That's true. Then you know.
Why do you have to put Trump supporter in there? Why is this?
It's part of the.
Oh, it is.
You just wait.
All right.
This comedian Ariel Elias, this is the best thing that's ever happened to her. Like, if you're a comedian who's just like one of those people who works for a comedy booker. Like when I started doing comedy, I emceed at Benton Station.
Yep.
And they hired a booking agency.
Yep.
God damn it, I know this. Eric Yoder was the booker that they hired. And these comedians would do these circuits for Eric Yoder. They'd go. A lot of them would come from they'd do Janesville, Wisconsin, then come to Sauk Rapids, Minnesota the next night. You know, living the charmed life.
Sure.
And I would MC it. And if you're one of these traveling around comedians, there's two things you can get that don't seem very glamorous if you're like a Louis C.K. or a Bill Burr. But if you're like a traveling comedy agency comedian, you're making like $200 to $300 per night for a headlining gig on a weekend.
Sure.
So it's not that much money. But there's two things you can get that can help out the career. One, believe it or not, cruise ships.
Oh, yeah.
Cruise ships are good money. I mean, sure, you got to be kind of hacky and safe and everything. It's a cruise ship. But you get the free cruise, and they pay very well for the entertainment.
You're probably performing every night, so your week is probably well paid.
Right. Or you can get one of these viral clips handling a heckler. That ups the ticket sales because they can see you coming to town. They can search your name. They can go, oh, wow, I remember them. Yeah. So this Ariel Elias may have gotten a beer thrown at her, but I'm sure today she's very happy that it happened. I'm sure she's completely thrilled.
Lots of clicks, huh?
Yeah, lots of clicks. Citizen, I don't like this. Citizen M says, holy shit, you did comedy? I mean, I still do once a year, but thanks. So anyway, this is Uncle Vinny's Comedy Club, and this is Ariel Elias getting a beer thrown at her because there was Trump shit going on. They were talking about voting and this, that, and the other thing. And
okay.
Shut the fuck up about. And this is the audience.
So this guy's an extreme right winger, then, right?
He might be a little bit. If you're throwing beers over Trump, you might.
Let me guess. She says a joke about him, and then he loses his shit.
No, you know what the funny part is? The crowd brings it up.
Okay,
here, check this out. I don't think this woman actually does anything wrong in this clip.
What's your question? Did you vote for Donald Trump? Did I vote for Donald Trump?
See, like, why would you ask that to a comedian?
Why is that right in the middle of a show? Like, she's doing a show.
I need to know if I can laugh at your jokes based on who you voted for.
Maybe.
Who did you vote for in State Senate District 14B?
What do you think? No. Okay. Here's the question for you. Why would you ask me that in here, knowing I'm the only Jew in this room?
I mean, point taken.
That's pretty funny, actually.
Are you trying to get me killed? If it makes you feel any better, I vote in New York. My vote doesn't matter there. It doesn't matter here either. It doesn't matter, guys. Guys, everybody vote for whoever you want to vote. I don't care who you voted for. I'm just happy we're all here together.
So you voted for Biden.
God damn it!
Oh my
Shut
God.
the fuck up, bitch. You know what? It's the person who threw the beer is an asshole, whoever that is. But this woman is. I want a beer
Annoying.
thrown back at her.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why does it matter? Yeah, so what? Why does it matter?
I can just tell by your jokes you voted for Biden.
Ooh, look out for Super Sleuth over here. Look out for Private Eye Cunty McTwat.
That's funny.
I can tell by your jokes that you voted for Biden. Oh, did you? I can tell by your jokes you probably voted for like the Polaris candidate or one of those fucking 8 parties that they have on there that I've never heard of. I voted for Jack Greenbaum. Oh, wait, no, that's Jewish.
Actually, it
You
was
wouldn't vote
Vlad
for him.
Jakulia.
You voted for Vlad Draculia.
All right. I can tell by the fact that you're still talking when nobody wants you to that you voted for Trump.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
This woman is a complete get off my side.
Yeah.
All right, make some noise if you want her to shut up.
Right. That was handed to her on a silver platter,
Yes.
you know?
But I did ask if anybody had any questions. I didn't think it was going to be... That's on me. That was on me for thinking I could have a human interaction with somebody. That's my fault. No, look, I'm such an insecure person. Here, I'll tell you the rest of that bit, and then we'll move on. I'm so insecure. I went and got an IUD. Oh.
So that...
So there was
holy
that,
shit.
That was almost full. Yeah.
That was a can of beer.
Yeah. Yep.
You could fuck somebody up throwing a can of beer that hard.
Hit him in the head, yeah.
Oh, my God.
The rest of that bit, and then we'll move on. I'm so insecure. I went and got an IUD. Oh.
Jeez. And they had an arm on him, whoever threw it, because that was moving.
Woo!
I went and got an IUD. Oh.
Yeah.
She does not... you know what, though? Like, just the face, how she reacted to that, she's handling it very well already.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, buddy. Are you fucking kidding me? Yo, I'm never coming out with these people ever again.
Watch her drink it.
And then she drinks it. It was just a fellow Biden supporter buying her a drink.
Yeah,
that's all it was. He couldn't walk it up to her. It's very crowded up there. You know, it's a Saturday night at a comedy club.
Sure.
It's going to be packed. So he couldn't walk it up to her, so he just threw it to her.
Jeez. She finishes it too.
Yeah. There's a girl that's had an abortion or two. I like it. Just kidding. I have no idea. Which is her God-given right as an American. This is, like, do you know how big of a dipshit you have to be? And, like, how you have to be, like, in such the wrong spot to bring up politics in America that everyone in the room, regardless of who they voted for, is like, yeah, I'm on the commie chick side.
Yeah.
Like, she's a bad bitch. I like her. They throw a fucking beer at her. She just picks it up, chugs it. Yeah. I mean, it's going to help your bookings. It's a quick little viral video. You'll get a few bookings out of that one. Stephen Weisfeld says, who throws a full beer? What a waste. Well, she fixed it. Don't worry about it.
She didn't waste it.
Yeah. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, best Biden supporter I've ever seen. Oh God, could you imagine, like, you went to watch a comedy show and you need to know who the comedian voted for? Shut up. Right?
It's just a little too far into it.
Yeah. I think you maybe let this get away. I think you maybe let that politics shit invade your brain a little bit too much.
Fair.
And you know
Fair.
what? In her defense, like, there's a lot of comedians out there that would have, like, leaned in and like, yeah, I voted for Biden because Trump's a dipshit and this and that. But she was very self-deprecating. You could tell she didn't want to talk about her politics. She didn't give a shit about any of it. I don't think she could have handled that better.
Well, it's like you're at a bar, too. You don't want to talk about that crap.
Right. There's no reasoning with that person, though.
No.
All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our pals at All Care Towing. Of course, if you are living in central Minnesota and you go in the ditch, our friends at All Care Towing are going to get you out of there quicker than anybody else will. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. All right, we have a lot of fun stuff coming up today. I think you're going to enjoy the thing I've got next. Actually, you know what? If you don't, you might be a more well-adjusted person than the rest of us, because this... I love when Nate makes his way into the show. Nate says, Oz looks like Brian Peppers. Would you like to... I
don't know who that is.
Would you like to... Should we Google Brian Peppers? I don't know either.
All right.
You want to Google some Brian Peppers? Turtle says, how much to VIP? $250 in 1 week, and you become a Steel Toe VIP. Thanks, Turtle, for the opportunity for me to totally naturally plug our VIP program. You get the 3 T-shirts, the hoodie, the 2 5.5-inch vinyl stickers. You also get automatically entered in a monthly drawing for $100 with the other VIPs. You get a free copy of merch every time it comes out once a year. We put a new item out there. It goes right. You get to claim a free one for yourself. And you get 2 tickets to every live event we do, including our anniversary show every year. So that's $250 in a week if you want to become a VIP. Kane writes, fuck, this is awful. Sorry, ahead in the chat. Fucking asshole. All right, he says, don't Google Brian Peppers. All right, here we go, Oz. You're going to find out that you look like Brian Peppers. Oh, boy. No, I've seen that guy before. Oz, do you look? I don't think you look like Brian Peppers, do you?
Apparently.
I don't think that you look like Brian Peppers at all.
Who is that from? Was he a character from a movie?
No, he's a musician, apparently.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know. Gray Idol says Oz looks like the original Paul McCartney.
Well, that's very nice.
Bird Collector says he doesn't tell you the fee to stay a VIP. There is no fee to stay a VIP. Stop telling the audience that they have to give more money to... Why are you scamming people out of their money to give to me? I'm trying to tell them, no, don't do that. And you guys are getting... I mean, if you're going to scam them, at least get the money for yourself. COVID Crotch says VIP also guarantees to get laid or your money back. I never said that. Turtle says, sorry, I meant this week. How much more until I VIP? Well, I don't know. How much have you thrown in this week? I trust you. You get a quarterly bill for VIP. No big deal. Turtle, I thought you were already a VIP. I can't keep up with my own show anymore. Silage and Acreage becoming a member of the Yeehaw Club. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. Oh, man. Turtle says member. Oh, you're a member, not a VIP. Okay, well... I don't know. However much you gave us, and all right, Turtle. Well, whatever the difference between what you've given now and $250, and that's what
should be about $80 million.
Yeah, it should be about $80 million, I believe. But thank you, Turtle, for asking us that question. We're just getting a little more into it than I thought we would. I wanted to go to the next thing, but now I have to. There's 2 things I have to do after someone asks about VIP.
Yep.
I have to now stop the rest of the audience from fucking with that guy.
Yes. It's a new thing. Yeah.
Thank you to Jive Turkey. He says Oz looks like a guy that still uses an iPhone 7. Why is it your turn today?
Actually, this is a 7.
Oh no! Do you actually use an iPhone 7?
Yeah. Because it still works. So the only time I'll ever upgrade an iPhone when they die. So I've had this for like 5 years.
Oh, why did you make Jive Turkey right?
That's funny, actually.
You're a dad without kids.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yep.
Can't say this show doesn't go anywhere.
Nope.
I said it would take you places. I didn't say they were places you'd want to go.
Right.
All right, let's watch this guy. This guy has to be a gimmick. This has to be a bit. This can't be real. But I saw on Reddit yesterday that this guy, they said in the thing on the Reddit post, that this guy goes to middle schools to ask kids to take abstinence pledges. I don't know if they were kidding or not, but I honestly don't know if this guy's for real or if he's doing a bit. It's a guy who preaches abstinence, like teen abstinence. That's his big thing. And he made us an Old Town Road parody song
for
teen abstinence.
No.
And you guys have to watch this with me because usually on this show, myself and the fans, we're all really good at sniffing out stuff that's fake or that's a gimmick, you know? I, for the life of me, cannot tell with this dude. So he's done a good job either way. Let's catch up real quick. People are reacting to your iPhone 7 reveal. Piffy Puff says probably can't update the apps.
No, I can.
Okay. Yeah. Fuck you, dude says, how much more for you to give my kids back? I'm not keeping any of your guys' kids.
Oh, no.
Gray Idol says, Oz could look like Jesus if he grew his hair long, but the South African Jesus. Well, you'd look like South African Jesus.
Okay. Good to know.
Citizen M says, guys, stop shitting on Oz. 1, it's not justified. 2, save it for Corey's termination. What a dick. Nate says, this N doesn't have any kids. No. He's got money instead. Sage says Aaron's tit game is on point today. See, now, why does it have to get to me? Why couldn't we have kept it on him and his shitty iPhone 7? Aaron looks like Jack Skellington mixed with Harry Potter. Now this has just become... Now you guys are just with a machine gun spinning around in circles. This is not. Give the man a break. He had a stroke. He's a little slow with times. Somebody says, oh, did your stroke affect you from having another phone?
That's probably what the problem is.
Yeah, you can't get a new one.
Yeah.
Every time he looks like at the newest iPhone, he goes, oh, yeah. And he has to stop. All right. Can we be done now? Can we be done? Because now I'm starting to catch a little blowback here. I'm starting to catch a little bit of shrapnel. I don't like it. Let's watch Burner McBurnson. YouTube channel. Now, this is why I think this is total horseshit, and I don't think this is real. But the guy looks like a guy who would make an abstinence pledge song. Let's watch this, and you guys tell me if
Willing
this is...
to Wait.
Let's see if this is legit or not. It's called Willing to Wait, and you tell me if this is real. Okay, first of all, what do you think? Just watching the first few seconds, just looking at the guy.
Yeah, so...
Work or shoot? We're playing work or shoot today. Is this a work or a shoot?
This is a work.
This is a work? All right. I'm starting to lean towards work, too.
I'm gonna wait for sex till I'm married because I don't want STDs. I'm gonna wait for sex till I'm married to avoid unplanned pregnancy. I'm gonna choose abstinence. It makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna choose to wait till we set the date. I'm willing to...
Okay, now he's
I don't think it's actually his decision that he's not getting laid.
You don't think he has anything that he doesn't factor into the decision whatsoever? It's the cactus dry pussies that are around him. Now, wait a minute. Now, there's two things here because I'm still on the fence. If it's a work, it's not funny. It's a shitty bit.
Yes.
If it's a shoot, it's hilarious. Because it's just this virgin-looking dude singing virgin-looking things. Like, if it's a shoot, I love him. If it's a work, ew. But where are you still going work?
This is a guy that Johnny Rock would interview and then have his music on there.
Yeah. Oh, he's a very funny parody song guy. Yeah. Like, I can't believe you have a 0.8.
To wait for a period of time. I drew my boundary line, pressured lines I memorized. I'm gonna resist the pressure because I am a treasure.
Okay, it's a work. All right, it's a work.
Yeah.
It's cringe then. At least if it was a shoot, we could just laugh at some Christian dude. Right?
Yes.
Like he's just way too Christian. Like there's such a thing as like too much drinking, too much eating, even too much exercising.
Yes.
There's such a thing as too much Christianity.
Yes, there is.
And this guy would be it. But I think it's a work.
I'm gonna resist the pressure because I am a treasure. I'm making healthy decisions so I can be living my best life. My future's looking bright. For my relationships, I won't settle for less. I'll strive for the best and I won't second guess. I'm gonna resist the pressure.
He's just filming this in a ditch somewhere.
Yeah.
Just went in a ditch and just started doing
We're not
this.
talking high production value here.
Again, if this was a shoot, it would be fine, but because it's not real, it's just ugh.
Because
because I am a treasure. I'm gonna resist the pressure because I am a treasure. I'm gonna wait for sex.
See, now this is another problem with when people do little parody songs like this. A minute 15. That's all you need. You need a verse and a chorus.
Yep.
Put a chorus at the beginning.
Repeat it.
Yeah, put a chorus at the beginning, a verse, and then the chorus, and then be done. You're not Weird Al Yankovic. You can't do the whole song.
Till I'm married, so regrets don't bother me. I'm gonna wait for sex till I'm married because I want what's best for me.
Okay, well, that's willing to wait.
Well,
oh, that guy sucks. I want a real abstinence song, god damn it. I don't put up with any of this fake shit. You want to sing about not using your dick, you do it. You come correct in front of the Lord, god damn you. Hulkamasha Baby says he acts like he had a choice. Yeah, people are saying it's a work, fake. Oh, Bubba, no, we're getting from one person. I asked if it was a work or a shoot. SC Motorsports says it's a gay. Okay. Yep, a lot of people saying work. Is definitely.
You know, the funny thing is, he really didn't have to make a parody of the Old Town Road because you could just listen to that song and I guarantee you're not getting laid.
Skeezy says this guy loves Steven Crowder.
He's louder with Crowder.
Guys, you didn't need to get rid of Turtle's comment. I can see why you did. You're looking out for the channel, but I think we would have been fine with that one. It's all right. I get why you did it. Did he choose abstinence or did abstinence choose him? Abstinence definitely chose him. Yeah, you can't do like an ironic I'm going to stay a virgin song when you look like a guy who could still be a virgin. Like the irony is kind of lost when it looks believable.
Yeah.
This guy definitely listens to Twitch Talk. Why are we shitting on Corey now out of this one? For God's sake. Rupert with $9.99 says he didn't choose abstinence. Abstinence chose him. Thank you, buddy. Oz, let's throw him a Bobcat dad joke here.
Yeah.
As I think we're done with this story. We'll continue on in the chat here, but yeah, that guy was just a fucking tool. Fire away, sir.
What is a pirate's favorite letter?
What's a pirate's favorite letter, Bobcat?
You would think R, but actually it's C.
Ew. That book is just so hit or miss and so often miss.
It's affecting my Bobcat.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. $230 away from today's goal, so making amazing headway. Thank you very much. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Super chats, of course, count as well. So if you'd like to chip in either one of those ways, anything over $5 gets you. So 501 technically would get you the Bobcat dad joke. Gray Duckling with that $19.99 says, sorry, Turtle. It's all right. He's. I think Turtle's fine. Everybody's okay. Jeez. Brittany Martini says, came in late. Was that a Mean Girls reference when they were talking about Corey's math? I hate that I know that. Yes, Brittany, I did a Mean Girls reference, and thank you, somebody caught it.
Wow.
I really enjoy that.
That was deep.
I did. What? Well, God damn it. I can't remember the fucking Mean Girls reference, but I know I made one. All right, continuing on. There's a sketch that, dude, we're even getting shit on by the Russians now. We may be funding and arming their enemy.
Yeah.
But they're still, they're, as the rappers say, they're still keeping our beef on wax. You know, they're still making attack ads and, you know, shitting on us in their commercials. We're not getting bombs dropped on us yet. No nukes at this moment. So let's hope it stays that way.
Armageddon.
But you know when another country, or let's just say even something like football, where a fan of another team shits on your team, and you want to go back at them, but you're like, oh shit, we're 1-4. That's right. So they've kind of got a
He's
point
got a
there.
point, yeah.
Russia made an ad about Russians moving from Russia to America. It's a little too based. It hurts.
All right.
We'll watch this one together. If you're not watching, we'll translate. It's a guy and his wife on a plane, and they're excited about moving to America. And they start to get the American experience on the plane.
Okay.
How long have I wanted to do this? You are fly to America? Yes, we are moving here. America is the freest country in the world. Land of opportunity. Are you with your husband? Yes, we are together. He will come soon. And here is my husband. Get ready to see the American woman's husband.
Знакомьтесь.
We're getting shit on by the Russians, and we can't counter it because that's not inaccurate anymore.
Yeah.
Andy Kindler looks great. So now he's smelling a piece of meat. Sorry, mister. A flight attendant comes over. Passengers behind you, vegetarians. They have discomfort because you eat meat. But we don't force them to eat it. Sorry, but in the U.S. it is customary to adhere to the principles of democracy. Let me take it from you. She takes the meat away from the guy. He can't eat now.
So far accurate.
So now a black guy comes up to him, and he informs the black guy that there's a line to the toilet.
Oh, boy.
Remember, we're going to America.
What do you want?
I tell you, get in line to the toilet.
Go to the toilet.
I'm sorry, mister, what happened here? Yeah, here's a guy jumping in line here. And so what? You don't want him to skip ahead, do you? I am. Sure, you need to skip him in front of you. Now they're telling him that he needs to let the black guy go in front of him. We will wait. His people endured the oppression of white people for many years. We owe all African Americans a debt. And then they bow. Forgive us, sir. And then they kneel down in front of the black guy. I want to hate the Russians, right, but they're not wrong.
Sorry, I don't see anything so far that's, untrue.
When your enemy shits on you and you have to give them credit.
Прошу вас.
And then the flight attendant bows to the black guy. And then the Russian couple bow as well. Oh, no. Then the black guy goes in the bathroom. He's feeling good. Can you move to the front side of the plane? Only I am? No. All three of you. Why? There's a couple behind you. They're child-free. The fact that your son sits in their field of vision, it makes them uncomfortable. Fuck. Forgive Mother Russia. We're coming back. and they're jumping out of the plane.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't get too heavy into some of our worst qualities, so I guess there's that.
Very true. Yeah.
I mean, they didn't get too deep into trans stuff, right?
No, not yet.
People saying they need a link. All right, hold on. I'll go grab
it's worth
that
a
one
watch.
again.
Yeah, it's worth a watch.
I think that was not the B. Fuck, I deleted the link. Hold on. We'll grab it. We'll get it back for you guys. Here we go. Comedy sketch mocking those who flee to America is absolutely based. Yeah, here you go. There you are. Perfect. All right.
That's worth a view, for sure.
It's heartbreaking, though. It's hard to watch. Hard to watch because, look, I wanted it to be a little more of an exaggeration than it was, but it wasn't that much of an exaggeration, unfortunately. Speaking of countries that hate our guts, China had some breaking news yesterday. Speaking for Funny says, is Aaron the balding one or the wall-eyed old man? The balding one. Me. Why? Is that... first of all, speaking for Funny, I'll say this. I actually like some of your stuff, but I didn't know you were a wretched old prick. Sorry you can't have joy, man. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. We're not a show that really takes ourselves that seriously, though. So the balding and the wall-eyed old man, I would think a guy who makes funny YouTube videos would be better at it, but you're welcome to stay, my friend, because I'm sure you'll be a fan if you put your guard down a minute and stop being a fucking asshole. So it's really, my friend, it's your call. China, we find out, began stockpiling PPE gear months before the COVID-19 outbreak.
Oh, well, that's weird.
According to former government officials. Very former government officials. Because if they're government officials from China, they died today.
Yeah.
Probably from COVID, ironically. China began stockpiling personal protective equipment months before the COVID-19 outbreak, according to former and current U.S. government officials. The damning accusations stem from an analysis conducted by Dr. Tom McGinn and Colonel John T. Hoffman. Hoffman is a senior research fellow at the Food Protection and Defense Institute, a U.S. Department of Homeland Security Center of Excellence at the University of Minnesota. Hey, we're in the news. Hoffman also served in the U.S. Army, where he lost his right eye, but he flew a flight. Where he specialized in anti-terrorism and developing ways to protect military supply chain systems from attack. All right. Do we need to get the guy's entire fucking credits? Jeez. All right. We believe you. He's qualified to talk about China shit. McGinn and Hoffman didn't believe the narrative that the COVID-19 outbreak emerged from the Huanan seafood wholesale market, better known as the Wuhan wet market. So they started doing some digging. Now, remember, we locked down from COVID starting what, March of 2020?
Boy, I don't remember.
It was March of 2020 we started locking down. So our government at that point clearly, learned about the pandemic, knew it was coming over, the whole deal. China notified the World Health Organization about the outbreak on December 31st of 2019. So you go look at that data. China tells the world about it the end of 2019. However, in September of 2019, the Chinese government, specifically in Wuhan, started stockpiling global PPE stocks from Europe, Australia, and the U.S. around the same time.
It's almost like they knew they were going to be worth a lot of money.
I mean, this lends pretty good credence to the fact that they knew about this fucking disease a long time ago.
Yeah.
A long time ago. It's just, what is it? It's another 1, 2, 3. It's probably like the 15th week in a row now that we've had some kind of news come out that confirms something that a lot of people,
shining a light on it.
like a lot of people who lost their Twitter and Facebook accounts over this.
Yeah.
Just it gets confirmed like, I think it probably came from a lab and the Chinese knew about it and they withheld the information.
Delete.
Yeah. Now a couple of U.S. government officials are going, by the way, I think the Chinese might have known this pandemic was coming because they really loaded up on that PPE gear.
Some of the tinfoil hats knew what they were talking about.
It sounds like a bullshit conspiracy article, fuel for my cousin who thinks this all was planned. I mean, this is just from the Telegraph. I mean, this is from the mouths of the government officials. I mean, I'm not telling you guys any, like my opinion or anything. I'm just reading from former State Department officials and current Homeland Security guys. And I'm sure there's a paper trail. Like you can see that the Chinese government snatched up PPE supplies back in September. I mean, there's a paper trail for that. If China was hoarding PPE months before the COVID-19 outbreak, that revelation would give more credence to the Wuhan Institute of Virology lab leak theory than the wet market narrative. Yeah, see, I don't even know why we call the lab leak thing a theory at this point. I mean, it's just all the signs point to this wasn't some pangolin that fucked a guy and then all we need is Trump steaks, says Piffy Puffs. I don't know what that means. Fauci's pangolin says when it quacks like a duck. Yeah, I mean, Declan saying we sold them respirators. I mean, there's really just too much news that's come out in the last
It's a lot of coincidences.
Yeah. Too much smoke.
There we go.
For there not to be fire. All right, 2:30 away from our goal today, guys. Thank you very much for all your support. There's the link in the chat if you want to chip in. Otherwise, super chats and memberships count as well. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, if you're looking to load up. If you want a brand new firearm or you're looking to for some ammo, you're looking for tactical gear, suppressors, NFA, optics, really anything. Make it Midland Armory in downtown Foley. That's midlandarmory.com. You can order there, have it shipped wherever you need it, anywhere in the country. That's Midland Armory in Foley. If it's a new firearm you're looking for, you can have it sent to an FFL dealer right near you, and you can go pick it up. Use the promo code SteelToe at midlandarmory.com, and you'll get a great discount on your next order. So go take a look. The links are in the chat. Midland Armory in Foley, Minnesota. So if you're local, go ahead and check it out. But anywhere else, midlandarmory.com. Again, that's midlandarmory.com. I love this guy. I really wish he wasn't in so much trouble. This is a story from Baldwinsville, New York. And do you remember, Oz, when we had that local mayor here who got picked up for a DUI on a Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, we used to have him on the show.
So we had a mayor in a neighboring town of Sauk Rapids. And
he was a good dude.
He was a good dude, and apparently loved the party.
Yeah.
He got shit hammered at some like city luncheon event because he blew a big number, right?
I don't remember that.
I think it was like
I
think it was like a 0.2.
Okay.
Yeah. So he goes out at one of these city luncheons, drinks a bunch, goes and drives, crashes into a shitload of mailboxes, and just does not make it home. And then gets picked up and then pulls the "Do you know who I am" card, and it just turns into a whole nightmare. And this was like a few months into his time as mayor. So the next 4 years, he spends that time actually doing a good job for the city.
Yep.
But the election time came and people went, yeah, we're getting the fucking drunk guy out of here. Yeah. And they voted him out.
People don't tend to forget that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, a superintendent in New York having a lot of fun at the high school football game. He's crowd surfing with the kids. I mean, imagine the superintendent of your school just going to the football game and crowd surfing. Well, there's a reason he was having so much fun.
Yeah, a little bit of pop.
Yeah. Sipping back on a little bit of Grandpa's cough medicine, are you? Well, guys, here's the story from the local news there in Baldwinsville, New York.
Begin with breaking news tonight. Just in, the Baldwinsville School District Superintendent under arrest and charged with DWI.
Oh boy.
Oh, he's having fun. He's crowd surfing at the high school stadium, and then he just thought, you know what, all that crowd surfing, I probably sweated out the booze. I can head home.
I can drive home. Yeah,
I'm
fine to drive.
I love when drunks do the DUI math. And it never adds up.
Yeah.
Like, I've been drinking solid for the last 6 hours, but I just peed. I had a sandwich.
Right.
And I jogged around the block. So I think
the common misconception, like, I'll just take a shower and be fine. No, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it's not like you open up your pores and the blood with all the alcohol leaks out of it.
Yeah. 1 drink per hour, depending upon your body weight.
That'd be a problem.
Police say 48-year-old Jason Thompson was seen crowd surfing.
Yeah, that guy definitely likes to have a good time.
Surfing at the football game at Baker High School earlier this evening, with students reporting to district staff they suspect he had been drinking.
Well, really?
What?
Wow. What's the dead giveaway?
You mean the crowd surfing superintendent might have been inebriated? God, these kids and their reaches and conspiracy theories, huh? Poor guy. I say he's a victim of slander.
Short time later, police spotted Thompson driving without a front plate and making a turn without his signal. They pulled him over and arrested him after a field sobriety test. Thompson has been released from custody. He's due back in the Village of Baldwinsville court later this month.
Oh, shit. Well, poor guy. Just having a good time at the high school game and trying to entertain the kids and whatnot. And unfortunately, he decided to get in the car. You know what? Should have stayed crowd surfing, for God's sake.
Very true.
SC Motorsports says, who the fuck is the old Gargamel-looking anchor? Look, it's Baldwinsville, New York City. Or not New York City, New York State. It's Baldwinsville. What do you want? You want the chick with the giant tits? She's already moved out of Baldwinsville.
Yeah.
She did an internship, and then they moved her up to the big leagues. That guy's just trying to stay in the business. That's all. Hey, Knock, let me do you a favor, buddy. If you're not a big fan of the show, you don't have to be jealous of it. You don't have to be mad. And I don't want you to be upset. I don't want unhappy campers in my tent. We can just hide you, buddy, and you can enjoy the show in your little timeout where you can pout and whine somewhere else. I don't know. We got a certain vibe on this show. You notice that everyone in the room but you is having a really good time. That's usually a sign that you're the prick. So I'm going to let you chill. Mark says VIP time. Love the show from Massachusetts.
Wow.
And following you since Twitch. Wow. Thanks, buddy. We have ourselves a new VIP, and that's going to knock our goal down to $80 after we take out ordering the merch for Mark. Mark, do me a favor. Send April all your information. We'll get all your merch and all your perks and all your stuff sent right out to you. That's
nice.
A brand new VIP. Thanks, guys. Yes. 280. Or 280. 80. away from the goal today.
Well, you're thinking 80 million.
Thank you very much. People saying Knock got knocked out. Knock, watch for a month and you'll enjoy it. Yeah, I feel bad for guys like Knock. I really do. And like speaking for funny.
Keep on knocking, but you can't come in.
I feel bad for those guys because it's like that attitude, that Reddit mod attitude of like, I'm going to come in and just completely shit on a thing I just saw. And it's like, man, you could have given it a little time. You know, you could have found a new show to enjoy. You could have watched it. But instead, you had to you think you had to throw your weight around it. I mean, that level of insecurity I don't get. Like, it's just having a good time. It's just doing a show.
Some people are just empty inside.
The KF says there's no fixing miserable. When you see hundreds and hundreds of people and they're all having a good time, and then you're the one just being an absolute prick, I think it's a lot of projection. I think it might be on you, pal. Sorry. It's okay, Knock. I didn't understand the show at first. Yeah. Turtle didn't understand the show at first. Now he's sitting here going, how do I become a VIP? I love this shit. Yeah. Why do I podcast, says Percocet. Yeah, maybe they need a little medication. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. D. Gulag says, I'm sort of new to this show, and I liked it immediately. I think the happiness level and comfort of who you are as a person directly relates to how much you like this show. There's two qualities. One, not hating yourself.
Yeah.
And two, not taking shit so fucking seriously.
It's true.
It's true. No. Dear Butch says, small streamers, don't be jealous, just watch and learn. That does seem to be a big part of it. I think people watch this show and they think that the show they do with their friends is way better. And they're mad that they don't have a subscriber base or whatever. Why would you do that? Like, I would gladly plug your show for you. Ask Why Do I Podcast. We played their shit last night on our show, laughed our asses off. We had a great time.
Yeah.
Love them. We always, whenever we have like Farley Burge and other people who have shows and are really cool and like our show, we always try to do right by those guys. Mm-hmm. So if other people are having a good time, guys, and you're not, you got to look into the fact that maybe you're a problem.
Take some happy pills.
Yeah. Or drink yourself to death. One of the two. I mean, just do something to fix the problem. Yeah. That's all.
Okay.
The Mood says, I became a member first week, not regretted it yet. Give that time too. We can make you regret just as much as we can make you like us. Turtle says, wasn't asking how to be a VIP. I was asking how much I have left this week until I am. I don't know. You kind of got to keep track of that. We trust you. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Turtle, we trust you. We're on the honor system here. You're good as far as we're concerned. Jesus Christ, Mark says, today's show brought to you by me, and then knocks out the rest of the goal with another. All right, I guess, do we owe him a read now? Ladies and gentlemen, today's show brought to you by Mark.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mark. If you like people, you're going to love Mark. Mark, ladies and gentlemen, go to Mark at, see, now you didn't give us any contact information, so how am I supposed to do a proper
Mark
read?
at awesome.com.
Mark at swinginggiantcock.net. That's where you can find Mark. The Fire Ginger says right on today. No new right on, unfortunately. But thank you for the 501.
I'm looking forward to that.
You got to give Mark a dad joke.
All
you
right.
got to give Fire Ginger one. So you got to do two in a row. And then we can get back to the rest of the program. And Jesus Christ, you guys are already into tomorrow. KF says, if you come here and agree with 100% of everything or disagree with 100% of everything, that's a you problem. I come for the commentary. Yeah, and you stay for the homosexuality. I like that. All right, Oz, two of them.
All right. Did you hear about the cross-eyed teacher?
No, I didn't.
He couldn't control his pupils.
Fuck. All right, next one. I like that. There's an element of bullying in that one. I actually like it.
What did the pencil say to the paper?
What's that?
I got my eyes on you.
Yeah. Turtle says, damn you, Mark. I was going to try and swing in and save it with a VIP. Well, save it for later, Turtle. Put it back in your pocket. Thank you very much. They are trying to ask us if there is more right on. We'll check. I know people really want to see more right on, but
Can we at least get a little bit of the music?
Right, but those guys like us now, and they were really nice to us, so I don't want to be a fucking dick.
I mean, can we just have a little bit of the tune? You know, like just a few
Just
seconds.
a little bit?
Like 10 seconds worth, just of the heaven.
Who lives like a king before the kingdom comes.
Fuck you guys for making us do this.
wanna be one of the ones who lives like the king before the kingdom comes.
All right, there you go. Are you happy now?
Yes. My day is complete.
Are you satisfied?
Yes.
Oh, man. Kel Marie and the Right On Show. We're going to have them on at some point.
Oh, yeah.
Why Do I Podcast says, what the fuck is this? Oh, dude.
Oh, gold?
Why Do I Podcast? Go to, I think the name of the channel is just Right On. I think is what the YouTube channel is called. Thank you very much for, who was it? Somebody says, did you see my $10 in the PayPal? Oh, I thought I thanked you for that. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. They're asking if we're still doing the interview with Kel Marie. Yeah, as soon as she wants to do it, we're doing it. Yes. We're having Kel Marie on this show.
Yes.
Trucker 18 Wheeler says, here's the rest for me to be a VIP. It's for Marcus. All right, well, we're going to get Marcus's information. We'll send him off a VIP. Make sure Marcus knows about that.
Fire today, man.
Thank you, buddy. J-Dub says, love that song. Stirs my soul to greater goodness.
Amen.
God, you're all so gay. I really hate both of you for doing that. Gray Idol says, interview Alex Stein. I'll be honest, Alex Stein is pretty low on my list. Chrissy's up there right now. Oh, I haven't told you this yet.
What?
I got in touch with his people. They sent me his email and said, yes, we can absolutely set up an interview. Fucking Stone Fury himself, Perry Caravello.
We're just climbing up the ladder.
Perry Caravello's on the top of my list right now.
Yeah.
Perry, Chrissy, E-Rock, and then I want Adonis Paul. I want Jesse P.S. from Pod Awful on the show because I want to see if I can. I want to see if I can diplomatically navigate this problem he's got with Mersh. Because as everyone knows, I like Royce and Mersh. I do. Mersh has had nice things to say about us. Royce has been on our show before. I like those guys. I'm an ROTC fan. I like that show. I think they do a good job of keeping shit light and not taking them too seriously. And then there's Jesse P.S., who I've laughed at some of his stuff. He can be a little over the top sometimes. I know some people love him, some people hate him. He's kind of like a Red Bar thing where, people are either like, oh, that fucking douche, or they're like, oh, I love him. But I'd like to have him on because it's like, guys, why are we fighting? What's with the fighting? Why do we need to be fighting? Thank you to Easy Money's wife for $10. Says maybe he needs another horseshit dad joke. All right, give him one. They ask for it. Okay. They get it. Oh, boy. Why Do I Podcast says, oh, Jesse sucks. Yeah, see, people love the guy or hate the guy. Jeep ZJ says ROTC you. See, I'm telling you, people just have strong feelings about these fucking shows one way or another. Oh, you can't just enjoy something to enjoy it. There's got to be it's like high school. There's got to be cliques. All right, Oz, fire away.
My mom bought me a cheap dictionary for my birthday.
Yeah?
Yeah! I couldn't find the words to thank her.
Why Do I Podcast says, I don't hate, but it's definitely too cringe to watch. All right. I get it. I understand. That's the weird thing. I can like a show, and then people go, nah, it's not my thing.
Right.
I can see that. But then you'll be like, I like a show, and people are like, fuck that guy. Those guys suck. And you're like, it doesn't matter. Guys, I don't think it matters. You want to watch Stone Cold get fucking based on Jews?
That's loaded.
I'm sorry for the quick transition there.
Wow.
But would you guys like to watch Stone Cold?
That hit me.
Would you guys like to see Stone Cold go full JQ on Paul Heyman? I've never seen this clip, but I found it yesterday, and I was like, how have I been missing this my entire life? I think the whole reason it's coming back into circulation is the Kanye thing. Kanye's been getting banned on Twitter and Instagram for talking about
try to find the stuff from a long time ago.
Yeah. So they're finding other people who have, done Jew shit. Here comes Stone Cold talking to Paul Heyman. And this one takes a turn. And you got to give credit to Heyman. I was going to say Heyman's a good Jew, but that sounds very Nazi-ish of me. I don't want to say, he's one of the good ones. But he plays a good Jew in this interview where he doesn't do the thing where he's like, oh, I can't believe you would say that about us Jewish people. The Holocaust happened, and how dare you? We were almost wiped out. Paul Heyman goes, Yeah, I mean, you got us pretty much about right there, Stone Cold. But let's go ahead and watch this clip. This is from Stone Cold's podcast when he had Paul Heyman on.
Hang out with us. I'm a Jew, and my people, we're not hunters, we're furriers. You know, I mean, you see, the whole crew's laughing now about that, especially the guy over there who's Jewish, because he knows. Because, you know, it's like, I can't kill the thing, but I can make you a nice lapel out of it.
So far, he's having fun with the Jewish thing.
I think so.
But then Stone Cold, like Paul Heyman is not I know you're not a big wrestling guy, but Paul Heyman is not a guy easily rattled. Like, he is a huckster's huckster. He is he could sell, what's the David Spade line? He could sell a ketchup popsicle to a woman in white gloves.
Yeah.
He is not easily rattled. And Stone Cold throws out something so innocently sort of anti-Semitic that it kind of takes Paul Heyman back a bit.
How did you get into diamonds as well? How y'all in, as you would say, diamonds, the furs, a movie business? What's the deal here?
Oh, my God. I mean, goddamn, Paul, I just got to ask you, you guys are into diamonds? Come on, don't fuck me up now. Be my
business?
Be my co-host. I said, goddamn, Paul, you guys are into...
sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You guys are into diamonds?
What?
You're into being sports agents?
What?
You're being into fur traders?
What?
You're into movie business?
What?
Politics?
What?
The media?
What?
You secretly run the country?
What?
You've got an international cabal?
What?
You make us go to war?
What?
You borrow all the money?
What?
You charge us good interest rates?
What?
You repossess our house if we don't pay?
What?
You've got gold in your underwear?
What?
You have x-ray vision?
What?
You came from space?
What?
I hear all kinds of stories.
What?
Jews are magic.
What?
They pull rabbits out of hat.
What?
Then they repossess the hat.
What?
Said, goddamn you piece of trash. If y'all want to hear Stone Cold confront Paul Heyman on the JQ, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're goddamn right. And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold Goyim said so. Give me a l'chaim. I love JQ Stone Cold. He's just like, well, you guys are running the movie business. You're running the taxidermy business. You're running the banking industry. You made us go to war in Iraq. You keep us selling weapons to you so you can use them on Palestinian children. You force all your kids to kill Palestinian kids. So what gives, Paul?
He's a little heavy-handed on
Jesus,
this.
Stone Cold. What do you want to know first? So you basically are running an apartheid state there in Israel where the Arabs are second-class citizens. So what gives? What's the deal?
What?
I'm going on tour.
What?
I'm bringing Kanye.
What?
I'm bringing Nick Cannon.
What?
I'm bringing Louis Farrakhan.
What?
We're all going to tour together.
What?
Talking about Jews.
What?
Taking questions.
What?
Playing Monopoly, ironically.
What?
If y'all want to hear Stone Cold keep talking about the Jews, give me a l'chaim.
L'chaim.
Thank you, you piece of trash. You piece of Yiddish trash. All the Jews are forgetting about what the white man created. I should have waited till you were done drinking there to start another one.
My voice after that one, I had to Okay, we're good now.
I said all the people are forgetting all the things white people created because of the Talmudic tricks.
What?
The toothbrush.
What?
Bagel bites.
What?
Ironically, bagel bites. McDonald's.
What?
Popeye's chicken.
What?
Popeye the Sailor Man.
What?
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What?
Vince McMahon.
What?
Hulk Hogan.
What?
Independence Day.
What?
Just kidding, that was Jews. Probably made Howard the Duck.
Oh, my.
Sorry. Penicillin.
What?
Magic.
What?
Penn and Teller.
What?
Sorry.
Oh, he's really getting off.
Automatic telling machines.
What?
Probably Jews. If y'all want to hear Stone Cold list the white man's accomplishments, give me a l'chaim.
L'chaim.
You goddamn right, you goy. All right. Let's watch Stone Cold ask Paul Heyman about the Jews.
Y'all in, as you would say, diamonds, the furs, a movie business? What's the deal here? It's a monopoly? What? 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 My people. My people.
You people.
He was saying what, though?
You know what I love about Stone Cold? He doesn't know, like, Stone Cold's just a simple redneck. He doesn't know he's being offensive.
Right.
So he's being very innocent about it. He's like,
he's being serious.
What's up with you Jews and diamonds and furs in the movie business? Is it a monopoly? You guys got a thing going on? And this is the first time I've ever seen Paul Heyman taken aback. He's just like, what? What? You guys...
He was being genuine.
You got wax in the ears? What's up with you Hasids?
Well, we own everything. I know. How is that? Well, because we're the smart people. We're the Jews. You know, I mean, we screwed up in the Middle East. You know, I mean, and we did. I mean, I can speak about this because I mean, we're supposed to be the chosen people, and here here we picked the only piece of land in the Middle East that has no oil on it. Everything we have is sand and the Mediterranean Sea, which for generations people have been trying to push us out into.
And you never wonder why. No, that would be funny if Stone Cold went, so, like Stone Cold, this is the way you can ask these questions without getting canceled if you're too stupid to know that this is offensive. Like if Sarah Silverman or Seth Rogen is sitting across from Stone Cold right now, they're calling the Anti-Defamation League to see if they can get this podcast yanked. Yeah. But like Paul Heyman is cool. So Paul Heyman will go, yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, people have been trying to push us into the Mediterranean for centuries. And Stone Cold's like, well, goddamn, Paul, have you ever wondered why that is? Like, Jesus, Stone Cold, you can't ask that question. I mean, isn't it true you guys have been kicked out of 109 countries? Jesus, Stone Cold, you can't fucking say that. I'm just saying they had soccer fields at the camps, Paul. I don't know what the deal is. Why would you have soccer tournaments? Why were there wooden doors at the camps? I don't understand, goddamn. Why would you give people showers if you're just going to kill? Stone Cold, you can't ask those questions. Jesus.
You know, every Jewish holiday is the same thing. They tried to kill us and we're still alive. So, I mean, you know.
That's why you run the movie business?
I'll tell you what, sucker. Yeah. Hard work will set you free. I was like, what?
I love how Paul Heyman tells Stone Cold, he's like, oh, yeah, I mean, they've been trying to push us into the Mediterranean Sea for years, and then they keep trying to kill us, and we get another holiday. It's like Stone Cold goes, wow, you must be annoying as fuck if people keep trying to get you. It's like, Jesus. Steve.
A lot of whats.
This is not okay. Oh, boy. So Stone Cold Absolem, they're calling him. I love ROTC. I love anyone who tells me I'm not through my DMs. Royce is the best. That's from Brittany Martini. They're saying Bobcat needs to say what? M.A. Mahalik says, Oi, ve Gewalt, they know. Yeah, Stone Cold keeps going. Lemmy says Kanye intensifies. Matt Melt says, well, if my morning ended now, it'd end perfect. Fucking based Stone Cold, right?
Yeah.
KF says, cool, Steel Toe YouTube page is now just a 404 error now. Well, that's because we were telling the truth.
What?
We were talking about the chosen people.
What?
And why they chose bad land.
What?
And their fur trading.
What?
And diamond trading.
What?
And race trading.
What?
What? Goddamn, I didn't scratch that last part. Like I said, they control the movie business.
What?
The politicians.
What?
The corporations.
What?
The militaries.
What?
Why do we give Israel $3.8 billion a year in weaponry?
What?
So they can go kill Palestinian kids.
What?
And firebomb hospitals.
What?
If y'all want Stone Cold to list more, give me an oy vey.
Oh, no.
Oh. I'm going to stomp a mud hole in some Yiddish trash. Give me a Gewalt. Oh, man. Lemmy says, this is glorious and hilarious. Old Stone Cold knows he's being offensive, but he's baby-facing the fuck out of it. He really, he's being so innocent about it. I love it. Aaron was so confused by his sudden raging erection when his body sensed that a wrestling guy interviewed a Jew. If I was a rich man, they should have cast me as Tevye in a Fiddler on the Roof instead of that creepy-looking big-nosed bastard. Jesus, Stone Cold, you can't. If y'all want to see Stone Cold in a reboot of Fiddler on the Roof, give me a goyim.
He's so based.
Oh, man. Gray Idol says, oh, shit, Aaron will have Paul Heyman's hairline in 5 years. We all need to donate as much as we can for the hair fund. It's very offensive to me. But you don't care. Do you want to talk about the USS Liberty?
What?
You want to talk about the bombing?
What?
You want to talk about the attack on our Navy?
What?
You want to talk about if the Israelis knew it was our ship?
What?
They were trying to draw us into a conflict?
What?
Like the Gulf of Tonkin?
What? Oh, no.
If y'all want to hear Stone Cold talk about the JQ, give me an oy vey. They're calling Stone Cold Steve Arafat. Oh. How Stone Cold feel about Anne Frank? Goddamn, man, I read Anne Frank's diary.
Oh, no. What?
Read about her in the attic.
What?
Trying to keep quiet.
What?
Scribbling on a paper.
What?
Writing her little thoughts down.
What?
Talking about this trash.
What?
That trash.
What?
All the Nazi trash.
What?
Coming to get her.
What?
Footsteps on the floorboards.
What?
Not exactly tiptoeing through the tulips.
What?
Hiding from the Nazis.
What?
Not so successful.
What?
Somebody snitched on her.
What?
They ratted her out.
What?
Tattletale.
What?
Spilling the beans.
What?
Anne Franken beans.
What?
Then she got picked up by the Nazis.
What?
Put on a train.
What?
A locomotive.
What?
A choo-choo.
What?
A big one.
What?
Got dragged to a camp.
What?
Auschwitz.
What?
Dachau.
What?
Bergen-Belsen.
What?
Death camps.
What?
Work camps.
What?
Re-education camps.
What?
Summer camp.
What? Oh, my God.
Kept her there.
What?
Killed her family.
What?
Killed her.
What?
Downer of an ending.
What?
I hate the M. Night Shyamalan twist at the end of the book.
What?
Main character dies.
What?
Kind of bullshit.
What?
Thought there was going to be a Deus Ex Machina.
What?
Somebody to come save the day.
What?
Batman.
What?
Superman.
What?
Iron Man.
What?
Mr. Clean.
What?
Doesn't really give a shit.
What?
Just wanted Anne Frank saved at the end of the book.
What?
Who could have saw the ending coming?
What?
You kill off the main character.
What?
No sequel.
What?
What a boomer.
What?
Y'all want Stone Cold to finish Anne Frank's diary?
Woo.
Give me an oy vey.
Oh, boy.
God.
Woo.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that'll...
Jesus Christ. Oh.
Stone Cold's on fire today.
I don't know. Is it time? I think it might be time to move on. I think we may have done all the damage we can do for one day. Fucking hell. I just really love that Stone Cold leaned in and went, "What's up with you Jews owning everything?"
Yes.
And Paul Heyman's like, "What?" He goes, "Answer me." And Paul Heyman, I love that he dropped
diamonds.
I love how he dropped the offended Jew thing and then just went, "Oh, because we're really smart." Some would say you're smart.
What?
Some would say manipulative.
What?
Some would say fucking with people's heads.
What?
Screwing them over.
What?
I don't know.
What?
Old Stone Cold has some ideas.
What?
I got some questions for you, Paul.
What?
I need to ask him off the air.
What?
A lot of them going to get me fired.
What?
Get me canceled.
What?
Get me kicked out of here.
What?
Jews actually own my podcast.
What?
So I'm double fucked.
What?
You know how many Jews I'm going to have to give a stunner just to make sure I keep my show tonight?
What?
If y'all want Stone Cold to stun the Jews, give me an OFA.
Oh. Ooh, that's...
Favorite rapper's Kanye.
What?
Never heard any of his music.
What?
Just read his Twitter.
What?
Like the cut of his jib.
What?
Sounds pretty smart.
What?
Sharp fella.
What?
Knows where his bread's buttered.
What?
Got $1 billion.
What?
Talking about the Jews.
What?
If y'all want Stone Cold and Kanye to do a speaking tour together, give me an oy vey.
Time out.
No. All right.
My voice has had it.
Oz needs to call a timeout. Yeah, it might have saved our job, too. Who knows?
Oh, my God. That's great.
Turtle says the Mr. Clean made me cough up my bong rip. People in the chat also giving Stone Cold oy veys in the chat.
Gotta love it.
Oh. I can't decide if I'm proud of that or not. I'm either really proud of that segment or I'm absolutely
Oh, no, that's
horrified
F8 material.
by it.
I get a lot of requests for F8 on that.
I know, but the problem is if I F8 that and I put it up as a clip, maybe I don't put it up as a clip. Maybe what I do is I keep it as like a best of for when we need a holiday show.
Okay. Good. Yep.
All right. They're saying F8 it to Patreon at the very least. All right. Let's see.
Omaha.
Here's what I'll title it. Stone Cold Jews. There we go. Oh, boy. Oz wants Aaron to stop, but Aaron doesn't want him to stop. Double down, Aaron, and keep going. Do we have a what soundboard we could use to give Oz a break?
Yeah, DSP snort.
Lemmy says you two should be proud of yourselves. Oh, thank you.
Well,
I'm glad we got the endorsement. All right, this is the Tulsi Gabbard thing where she announces she's leaving the Democratic Party. Somebody said it in the chat today. They're like, breaking news, Tulsi Gabbard leaving the Democratic Party. In related news, who cares?
Yes.
That's kind of how I felt, because even though I like Tulsi Gabbard, it's like, you haven't been a Democrat since you smoked Kamala Harris in that debate. Like, you may be leaving the Democratic Party now, but the Democratic Party left you a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Like, Hillary was calling you a Russian agent, 3 years ago?
Oh, boy.
So I don't really know if
right.
if Tulsi Gabbard leaving the Democratic Party is really front page news, seeing as I think we all saw this coming from a mile away. But let's watch her speech. Let's hear her out. This is the big trending political news today.
I can no longer remain in today's Democratic Party.
What?
That's under the complete control
of the Jews. What? Goddamn. This woman.
Oh, no.
What if, like, we just get this sudden explosion of people not being afraid to say shit, and all of a sudden everybody making a statement throws the Jews into it somehow?
Stone Cold Gabbard.
Stone Cold Cap. Gotta leave the Democrats.
What?
They're busting too many balls.
What?
Taking money from too many people.
What?
Lawyers.
What?
Corporations.
What?
Bankers.
What?
Other Jews.
What?
If y'all want Tulsi to run with Stone Cold, give me an oy vey. All right.
Democratic Party that's under the complete control of an elitist cabal of warmongers.
Oh, so she did say Jews. I was only kidding, honey. I was only kidding.
Who are driven by cowardly wokeness, who divide us by racializing every issue and stoking anti-white racism, who actively...
You ever seen The Cowardly Woke Lion? Oh, I'm afraid to misgender him, Dorothy.
Oh, no.
I can't do that. If I could do a Cowardly Lion impression, I would do the Cowardly Woke Lion right now. Don't misgender the witch, Dorothy. Oh. I'm very nervous to call them monkeys. It might have a racial connotation. Ah.
Oh, no.
Did you hear what Kanye said about the Jews, Dorothy? I am afraid to say it.
Oh, my goodness.
13% of the population is just fine with me. Ah. It's a terrible Cowardly Lion.
actively work to undermine our God-given freedoms that are enshrined in our Constitution, who are hostile to people of faith and spirituality, who demonize the police.
Actually, if you're a blue-haired Wiccan with a septum piercing, they fucking love you. Mm-hmm. They look at you as their new base, I believe is what they call you. So it depends on what your spirituality is.
Very true.
If you have a Baphomet dildo that you shove in your ass while you declare that you're they, them, I think they actually fucking love you.
But protect criminals at the expense of law-abiding Americans
yeah.
who believe in open borders, who weaponize the national security state to go after their political opponents.
They are for open borders until you bust 3 busloads of them to one of their cities. Then they want to shut it down.
There's a crisis.
Yeah.
And above all, who are dragging us ever closer to nuclear war. Now, I believe in a government that's...
Okay, for time out. Tulsi, I hate to break it to you. Then stay an independent, because if you join the Republican Party, there's just as many of those cheering warmonger fucks over on that side who want to throw unlimited amounts of cash to fucking Ukraine to, like you said, push us closer to nuclear war.
Yeah.
It's of the people, by the people, and for the people.
That got bought and sold a long time ago.
Unfortunately, today's Democratic Party does not. Instead, it stands for a government that is of, by, and for the powerful elite. Now, I'm calling on my fellow common sense, independent-minded Democrats to join me in leaving the Democratic Party. If you can know...
Oh, is she doing a Jim Brewer thing? Who's coming with me, man?
Yeah.
Who's coming with me? You go, all right.
He's doing the Jerry Maguire thing.
Yeah. Fucking say, who's coming with me, man? Who's coming with me? And like nobody's saying anything. And then all of a sudden Joe Manchin says, I'll go. Oh, Joe Manchin, man. Cool.
No longer stomach the direction that the so-called woke Democratic Party ideologues are taking our country. And I invite you to join me.
I mean, I hope she stays an independent, because if she just goes like Democrat to Republican, like, kind of who gives a shit?
It's a big jump. It's a big jump to make.
Jumping ship. Like, it's like Jeff Jarrett going from WWF to WCW. You're just going from one to the other. But she's like one of the top trending things on Twitter right now. Like, everybody's talking about her. I would have voted for her. Like, I don't dislike her. I'm so jaded by all of this, like it's just all the politics shit, that whenever someone does something like this, I just kind of go, yeah, but it's not going to move the needle. It's not going to do anything. So I don't get too excited about it, I guess. I'm just getting too, maybe I'm just done with politics.
Okay.
Ooh, someone says DeSantis Gabbard 2024. That's Raz of Chaz. That's not a bad idea. Dude, there's a fucking campaign ad that Ron DeSantis just released that I think won him re-election and probably just made him president.
Oh, no.
Because it's a goddamn tearjerker.
Really?
Like, even I watched it. I'm going to, look, I have to admit some gayness here for a minute. If you guys will allow me to admit some gayness, then hopefully we can never talk about it again. Ron DeSantis released an ad, and it was his wife talking about her husband, Ron DeSantis.
Okay.
And it is like, even if you're a hardened heart piece of shit,
okay,
this one's it's gonna hit you a little bit.
All right.
Let's just play the ad. I'll play the whole 1 minute ad. It's hard for me to shut up for that long, I will admit. But let's play the Casey DeSantis ad here for everybody. I'm starting to feel like Ron DeSantis might be the Antichrist. Like, remember, the Antichrist is going to be very charming and everyone's going to love him and he's going to be great. And then only after they give him absolute power, he'll summon the devil.
Yep.
I feel like Ron DeSantis might have been created in a lab to become a president.
Okay.
Because he's just kind of checking way too many fucking boxes. Okay. Let's take a look here.
I get asked all the time, who is Ron DeSantis?
By the way, congrats, Ron DeSantis, right?
Oh, I mean, he's not exactly roughing it.
Yeah.
Well, he's the kid who grew up right here in Florida, working his tail off, paying his own way through school,
always look
and
like a
volunteering
Chad?
to serve in the Navy and deploying to Iraq. He's the man who I fell in love with from the moment we met. And he's the dad of 3 very rambunctious, energetic children. Mamie, our 2-year-old little comedian, Madison, our beautiful, sweet 5-year-old, and Mason, our 4-year-old athlete. But if you want to know who Ron DeSantis really is, when I was diagnosed with cancer and I was facing the battle for my life, he was the dad who took care of my children when I couldn't. He was there to pick me off of the ground when I literally could not stand. He was there to fight for me when I didn't have the strength to fight for myself. That is who Ron DeSantis is.
They had to do a second take because at the end of the ad, he went, now get the fuck in here and make me breakfast. Sorry, I have to make a joke because I'm very uncomfortable with emotion.
Yeah, they know how to do the feel thing. That's for sure, huh?
You know what we call that in the business? Driving the stake right through Charlie Crist's heart.
Yes.
I think that's the final touchdown at the end of the campaign. Charlie Crist watched that ad and he went, oh, fucking come on. Cancer? I can't beat cancer. Who do you think I am, Casey DeSantis? Why Do I Podcast says this is a tearjerker. Look, you're going to learn something about me. Why do I podcast? I like you. You like me. I can be gay sometimes. Quite gay. There's certain things that make me gay. I cry when I watch Cinderella Man.
There you go.
There. I said it.
Yep.
I cry when I watch Cinderella Man. It's another movie. What other movie am I gay with? That I'll cry. I think Cinderella Man's really the only one. I think that's I think that's about it. People telling me that Casey DeSantis. No, was it really? Casey DeSantis. Somebody made a joke about this last night, but now somebody else is saying it, so I think this might be true. Casey DeSantis maiden
That's
name.
disturbing. The first thing that comes up when you type in Casey is Casey.
Oh, thank
Anthony.
God. She was born Jill Casey Black. Okay. Somebody kept saying her maiden name was Anthony, and then she was Casey Anthony. Oh. Even more says, fuck you, you're crying. Why Do I Podcast says, I can be gay too, but not for that. All right, well, I'm gayer than you. You want to have a gay off? Let's smell each other's dicks. Which other one smells more like a fart is the gayest. I think that's how it works, right?
Sure.
Isn't that I think they call it Humphrey's gay test. It was made after old San Diego Chargers quarterback Stan Humphries.
I bet you $1 million you'd never be able to think of the last movie that made me cry.
It's probably like a fucking John Hughes movie. You probably cried at 16 Candles.
You're getting close.
Fucking Mo. Breakfast Club.
No. It was the ending of Wedding Singer.
Oh, the song?
When he sang,
you cried at the song?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's weird, huh?
Too bad you can't say the gay F word on YouTube. I would go hard T on you right now.
Yeah. John Hughes was close, though. I mean, you definitely.
If I play you the fucking, if I play the clip, like, I want a bit do.
Oh, that's been so long.
Aches.
Remember, this is when the movie came out.
Build you a fire
95?
when the furnace breaks.
Or wait, no, it was 99 when
90,
the movie.
I think it was 99.
Yeah.
It's just before The Water Boy, I think. Right in the middle of his run of can't miss movies.
Until then it just went.
Yeah, until what? I think he had The Longest Yard.
That was it.
And then after that, it just went.
Like Grown Ups was trash.
Yeah.
I mean.
Citizen M says, glad to know he didn't force her on a plane like all of his other problems. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Oh. I cry when my kids watch The Land Before Time. Homo! That's what I love about being a guy is we get to admit what movies we cry at. Then when another guy tells you, you just call him gay.
Right.
Just so you
Fair.
can soothe your own gayness.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice. KF says, I cried at Brokeback Mountain. I hate to sound like a hacky guy, but I fucking hated that movie.
Oh, it was terrible.
I watched it. April was on a roll where she was just watching Brokeback Mountain a couple times over. And so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to sit down and watch Brokeback Mountain.
No.
I'm like, I don't want to watch the Joker behave this way.
It was just the sex scene was too violent.
Oh, see, that's why I came. But I mean, that's you and I can just.
I mean, it was very rapey.
Can be different. We're talking about movies and shit, and Ryan the Garbage Man is calling in, so I'm sure this is going to be an awful take. So I can't wait to hear it.
Ryan the Garbage Man.
Perfect.
What's up, Ryan the Garbage Man? How you doing, sir?
Good morning, guys. Have you seen the new Channing Tatum movie, Dog?
Dog? No. Is it about Dog the Bounty? Please let it be about Dog the Bounty Hunter.
No.
Damn it.
It's about it's about a dog that served in Iraq, and I guarantee you'll cry at the end of that.
I hope he got his head blown off by a Muslim. I'm just kidding. I hope he survived the war and then got eaten by a South Korean.
No, it wasn't a pit bull.
Oh, well, then I hope he lived and had a long life and died with a full plate of Alpo in front of him.
Yes.
Okay.
It was actually a female.
All right. Well, thank you. I will check out the.
She was a real good bitch.
All right. I'll check out the movie Dog, you flaming homosexual.
All right. Thanks.
Bye.
It's on.
I don't care. We're on a roll here. All right. This show's going really well. I can't have you guys fucking it up.
Oh.
Chris says Shawshank Redemption. Yeah, I love Shawshank. It's a great movie, but I didn't cry at that one.
Did you ever watch that one, that weird trailer we watched about the pig?
Oh, the Nicolas Cage movie, Pig?
Yeah.
That's a good movie.
You saw it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a good movie. So is The Fat Man.
Fat, of course.
It's got Walton Goggins. How is it not good?
Yes. And they're trying to redo that again, by the way, too. There's another...
Nope.
No, not that in the movie, but there's a scary Santa movie coming out where the Santa's like...
No more Santa thrillers.
Yep.
Just the Mel Gibson one.
Nope. They're trying again. I forget what it's called. I just saw the trailer for it.
You think I got this way from just being fat and jolly?
Oh, God, he was such a good...
And then to find out he regenerates?
Yeah, he's literally that guy in real life. That's why it's so believable.
That's true. Yeah,
it's so
Santa
believable.
is Mel Gibson.
I mean, he's going off on his rant on the phone.
Mel Gibson didn't play Santa Claus. Santa Claus played Mel Gibson.
Yep.
Chevrolet JB says, I figured you were going to admit you grabbed a cock this weekend. I did not grab a cock this weekend. If you don't remember, it didn't happen. Need Trump says that sentimental story will get you nowhere. The left side don't give a shit. They will pull out the fuck you card. Yeah, but you still got those independents. Somebody said that they should have saved that ad for the presidential run. Hey, man, you blew the cancer card way too early. Hulkamasha Baby says, I'll make Aaron cry. I love you 3000. Oh, man. Listen, yeah, the end of... Look, this may be the most virgin-y thing ever said on this show. The end of Avengers Endgame does fuck me up. And it's not I love you 3000 that makes me cry. I think I did the first time where Tony did the goodbye hologram and he said I love you 3000. Hulkamash, I will tell you what makes me cry every time I watch that fucking movie. It's actually Happy Hogan when he's talking to Morgan Stark after her dad's funeral. And she says, I'm hungry. I want a cheeseburger. And now oh, fuck. In Iron Man, when he gets rescued from the desert, the first thing he asks for is a cheeseburger. And then after the funeral, Morgan Stark says, I'm hungry. I want a cheeseburger. And Jon Favreau, Happy Hogan, goes, oh, yeah, your dad liked cheeseburgers. Don't worry, kid. I'm going to get you all the cheeseburgers you want.
Oh, jeez.
Ah, fuck you, Happy. So now we're gaying off is what we're doing. People writing in the chat.
Beta.
There you go. Waterboy did it for me. John Hughes made great movies. Oz is my favorite. Why? Because he's gaying out at all these movies? Come on. Too many boners, someone says. I lost the chat. Here we go. Paul Heyman is not a Jew, by the way. Yes, Paul Heyman's not a Jew? Dude, I think Paul Heyman is the Jew mascot. King Kong Dong says, Cinderella Man gets me at the kids stealing speech. Oh, yeah, that fucks me up. Where the kids, like, they brought this meat back to the butcher shop that one of the kids stole. Then the kid starts talking, because it's during the Depression, and he starts talking about how one of his friends had to be sent away because his parents couldn't afford to feed him anymore.
Okay.
They'd be sent away to relatives. And then fucking Russell Crowe goes, all right, I promise you right now, I will never send you away. And then the kid starts crying and he hugs Russell Crowe. It's just fucking, oh, God damn it. That movie fucks with me more now that I have kids. Like, it fucked with me before. But like now that I have kids, like that movie fucks with me even more. And also when he's asking them for money, the promoters for money.
Oh, boy.
And he goes to his promoter, Joe Gould. He goes to Paul Giamatti's character. He goes, because he's trying to get the lights turned on because his wife sent the kids away without knowing that Russell Crowe promised the kid he would never send him away. So he signs up for public assistance and he goes to ask the promoters to get enough money to turn the heat back on so he can get the kids back. And he's like a couple bucks short and he goes to his former manager and he starts crying. And he looks at him, he goes, sorry, Joe. And Paul Giamatti goes, Jesus Christ, Jimmy, what in the hell do you got to be sorry about? And you're like, oh, fuck my ass. God damn this movie straight to hell. Wallmounter says Avengers Endgame when Robert Downey Jr.'s hologram looks at his daughter and says, I love you 3000. How does the hologram know where the daughter... Never mind, I'm not going to ruin it. Lemmy says the sex scene was too violent, but the brutal beating to death of a gay dude, meh. Yeah. So the sex scene in Brokeback Mountain you thought was too violent, but when they beat Enos Delmar to death, that was not too... Oh, no, was it... Who'd they beat to death? Was it Enos Delmar or the other one? April, no, she's fucking gay for that movie. Gordy says Brokeback Mountain is what Daddy does to me with his thumb. Oh, for fuck's sake, Gordy. Oh, man. Need Trump says, you could give me enough money to sit down. You could not give me enough money to sit down and watch that movie. It is that gay. Oh, don't be so suburban. D. Gulag says, I cried during Carrie, but I was hungover and my father had just died. That's the only time.
Okay. That's...
Kevin Nash is in the movie, dog? Well, why didn't you say so? Now I'll watch it. Jive Turkey says, Jojo Rabbit gets me every time. Oh, fuck. When the Nazi officer yells at Jojo and tells him to get away, you're right, I cried at that part. God, I'm gay. Holy shit. I'm low-key
I've never ended up
right
ever
now.
watching that movie. I need to watch that.
It's a really good movie.
I remember we used to play the trailer all the time because we were so excited because it was so funny.
It's very funny, but when Sam Rockwell...
Basically, it's Hitler young, right?
No. It's a little boy who has Hitler as an imaginary friend.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
But, like, there's all kinds of twists and turns in the movies. Okay. And Sam Rockwell's character plays a Nazi officer, and he's trying to save Jojo's life because he knew his mom.
Yeah.
And they secretly worked together against the Nazis. And Allies were putting these German officers against the wall. And obviously you knew what was going to happen. And Jojo is there, and he's worried that in all the conquest and everything, they might kill Jojo.
Okay.
And so Sam Rockwell's character starts yelling, I do not know you, boy. Get out of here, Jew. And starts calling him a Jew and yelling at him and all this shit. And Jojo's not a Jew, but he starts yelling at him and calling him a Jew so he'll go away so the Allies will take him.
Got it.
How about it's fucking brutal.
Wow.
Sorry for spoil. Oh, shit. I just spoiled Jojo Rabbit for everybody. I cried. Mikey Two Milk says, I cried at the end of American History X when they weren't Nazis anymore. H says, I thought Schindler's List was comedy gold. Why Do I Podcast says, when they disappear into dust, I got sad. Oh, in Infinity War? I will say I didn't cry at Infinity War, but Spider-Man, like, losing his fucking shit at Tony Stark while he's disappearing that's a pretty rough one. God, we're all gay. Listen to how gay everyone here is. None of us are innocent. None of us are innocent here. Aaron didn't grab a cock grabbed Aaron. Attaboy. I cried in Blazing Saddles when they damn near lost a $400 hand cart, says Six String.
Oh, that's funny, actually.
Oh, man. Steve Cuter says, I actually did watch the Corey Feldman movie. It does exist. Okay, good. Aaron cried at the end of Fast and Furious 7. I thankfully have never watched one of those fucking movies after the first one.
No, I couldn't do it. No, they're terrible.
Buddy says, yeah, once you have kids, shit in movies gets you more because of your changed perspective. Yeah. Turtle says, it's even better knowing Burger King shitty cheeseburgers was Robert Downey Jr.'s first burger out of rehab. Oh, yeah, there's that story, too. And by the way, I'm actually going to defend Burger King cheeseburgers. I do not mind them.
Yeah, they're fine.
I know that's not like a full-throated defense. It's like, they're not total dog shit. But I'm still going to defend them. April says, stop being gay. I don't want to be depressed today. Jeez. Oh, H, this is a low-key one. This didn't get me, but it's a good ending to a movie. He says, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest when Jack becomes a vegetable at the end.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Russell Crowe's first movie where he played an Australian white supremacist skinhead? What's it called? The documentary of Russell Crowe? April says, I definitely cried during Brokeback Mountain and Dallas Buyers Club. Chris Weaver says, when George shoots Lenny in Of Mice and Men, when he wanted to just pet the rabbits. Yeah, it's a pretty brutal part. Citizen M says, Aaron, that exact JoJo scenario happened in real life with Roman Polanski, except it was his father and he spit at him. Not kidding. Oh, fuck, really? So, wait, Roman Polanski got yelled at by his dad. His dad called him a Jew because Polanski's dad was going to be executed for being a Nazi?
Oh.
Fuck, that's heavy. Zio Gold says, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure will make Aaron cry by episode 9. I only watch one JoJo, and that's Rabbit. All right. Romper Stomper is a really good movie. Oh, is that the Russell Crowe one? Okay. Well, thanks, guys. Hey, speaking of movie news that's going to make you guys cry, and not for the... Oh, boy. Matt just sent me Brokeback Mountain, Gay Marriage, Siegfried and Roy. Can I play this without getting popped, though? That's my problem. I don't want to play shit that's going to get us popped. There was one thing somebody sent me. I guess Candace Owens was on Tucker talking about the Kanye thing. We could always do that later if we want to.
Okay.
We can check that out later in the program. But speaking of movie news, April says Milo and Otis. Well, the chat's going way too fast today. I'm sorry. Homeward Bound and Milo and Otis fucked me up back in the day.
Okay.
Homo. Super gay. I cried at RoboCop 3 when Officer Lewis was killed and poor Robo carried her corpse away. Oh. Not supposed to be crying at a RoboCop movie, you fucking she. Somebody says, yeah, having your own kids, then watching a movie with kids getting beat and killed for no reason. Here I am. How do I find this person so I can beat the shit out of them, forgetting it's a fucking movie? Yeah, I know. Guy Sartell says, I wish my kids acted Jewish. A weird thing to say.
Wow.
Yeah, it's hard for me to feel bad for Roman Polanski, though, seeing as he definitely raped a girl when she was a teenager. So, kind of fucking hate him. Citizen M says, no, sorry, Roman Polanski's dad was being executed because he was a Jew. Roman came upon him and tried to stop it, but his dad spit on him to scare him off. Oh, that's the last memory of your dad?
Jeez.
Ugh. Yikes. So speaking of movie news that's going to make you guys cry, they're making another American Pie movie.
Yep.
I have a feeling, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they're just going to follow these assholes until they're all dead.
Probably.
Because you got to lean in at this point, right?
At some point, it's going to be their kids doing it.
American Pie, American Pie 2, American Wedding, American Reunion. Is that all of them?
I think so.
Is that 4? I feel like there's 5. All American Pie movies. And we don't count the Bandcamp spin-offs and shit like that. American Pie
what's
movies.
her name was in that, though? That from that group?
Allison Hannigan?
Yeah. No, the blonde.
Tara Reid?
She was also in a...
She'll do anything for money.
It was
she did Sharknado.
The Stifler movie where it's Stifler's brother. It was at Bandcamp. And,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Tara Reid was in it?
Nope, it wasn't her. It was the
what blonde chick?
She's also in a medical series too.
Oh, the like kind of lesbo chick?
No, she doesn't.
Different one? No. Fuck me, I have no idea. Stifler's mom.
Nope.
Jennifer
Nope.
Coolidge?
She's younger.
Well, then never mind.
I forget the name.
I'll go fuck off then. American Pie, American Pie 2, American Wedding, and American Reunion. They haven't made one of these for 10 years. Guys, you can let it go.
Yep.
The last movie's coming all out as straight-to-video offerings under the American Pie Presents banner. The last thing anyone expected was a new American Pie movie. I'm guessing Chris Klein and Tara Reid need money, and so does the kid from Little Big League.
Yep.
So they're going to throw him a bone.
Yeah, because Sean William Scott's doing fine.
Sean William Scott's doing well. Jason Biggs is still in stuff. Eugene Levy's doing great. However, according to The Hollywood Reporter, that is what's on the cards with Sujata Day writing the script on what will be a fresh take on the raunchy comedy franchise. Do we really need a fresh take? Isn't American Pie kind of just formulaic?
Well, are they going to be able to even be nearly as raunchy as they were? Not
when
today.
they're all like 45 years old, no. American Pie was released back in 1999. Dude, it made $235 million on an $11 million budget.
Yeah, they did all right.
The film launched at a time when raucous comedies were about to hit their height, coming ahead of movies like Superbad, Knocked Up, The Girl Next Door, and The 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Shock stuff.
Good to see The Girl Next Door get some respect. The franchise delivered 3 direct sequels and 5 spin-off movies that suffered badly from being repetitive and unoriginal. This included the 2020 edition of Girls' Rules. Those don't count. Bandcamp doesn't count. None of those movies count, all right? It's the original 4. That's it. There are very few details about the project, but it will once again be coming from Universal under the 1440 Entertainment banner, and the story, which is yet to be revealed, comes from an original pitch, with the movie seemingly wanting to take the franchise in a new direction. There has been no indication whether any of the original cast will return this time around, or if it will be running on the merits of a whole new roster to the stars. Oh, I mean, if you're not going to bring back the original, first of all, you shouldn't be making the movie anyway. But if you're not going to bring back the original cast, then who gives a fuck?
Katherine Heigl.
Katherine Heigl was not in American Pie.
She was in,
but she was in
the Bandcamp.
The
one.
Bandcamp.
Yep.
Okay.
She was. She ended up making out with Stifler's brother.
Really? They got Katherine Heigl?
Yeah.
That was kind of a get back then.
Yeah, she wasn't exactly terrible looking either.
All right. All the American Pie movies have been good. Swing until you miss, says Wall Mounter. You know, I liked American Pie. I liked the second one where they're at the summer home. I liked
that was fun.
I liked American Wedding. That one was a little more slapsticky than the rest of them, but American Reunion was fine.
American Wedding was the best when he was shaving his pubes and they went out in the window and ended up on the cake.
Yeah, and then like American Reunion kind of had a little story arc to it. That was kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be done. And done, right? Yeah.
They can be done now. But again, if you're going to make another one, why not just, lean in and do it until you do it?
They got to have kids by now, right?
They had kids in the last one.
Okay.
So do it on, do it until you get to American Funeral. And they're all dead. And they're burying them. There. Easy enough. The redhead was great until she did How I Met Your Mother. Allison Hannigan.
She was doing Penn and Teller's thing for a long time. Fool Us. She was the host.
Was she
of that.
really?
She was the host of that.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Love Penn and Teller. Louis Sean says, I know this is off topic. That's fine. We're moving on anyway. Our official take on the American Pie movie is no need to make it, but you can't stop anybody from making goddamn remakes and reboots anymore and sequels. It's just they're going to make them. I know this is off topic, but I was wondering if you guys ever saw last year when Opie actually once was a guest on the Stuttering John podcast. Yeah, I've seen that one. But we got a lot of Opie shit, by the way. I think we might get to that tonight. Opie cannot stop talking about glory days. Do. We'll also probably do some Tony Michaels tonight as well. It should be a fun show. Turtle says American Funeral will still have Eugene Levy. Yeah, somehow Eugene Levy will still
That
stay
guy's
alive.
Timeless.
Yeah. Let's continue on here. Candace Owens? I don't like Candace Owens very much. Like, I find her very grifty. Like, she's just on this bandwagon just to, for some clout. She was on Tucker, and they were talking about the Kanye thing. I don't really care.
They're wearing those shirts?
Yeah, I don't care about, Candace Owens' take on the whole thing. I only care about Kanye.
What was the meaning behind it?
It's fucking Kanye, baby.
Oh, okay.
Just wanted to say it.
All right.
Kanye just likes to say shit.
All right.
Then he likes to see what happens after it's done. You know?
It sure did raise a ruckus.
Oh, no, yeah. Could you describe the ruckus? Because I was out there and I heard a ruckus. Oh, no, I'm doing both characters now. Sorry.
Was that the ruckus you heard, sir?
I've got you for the rest of your natural-born lives. Guys, I have very sad news. I have an update on Edward Furlong, if you'd like it. We're not quite out of the movie woods yet.
Oh, okay.
Edward Furlong, Terminator, American History X. You know, he played Danny in American History X. And I guess he went through like a meth addiction. And he got new teeth. He was kind of like the goalie from the Mighty Ducks. You know, he went through a really dark time. And he got himself picked up and put back together. I think Edward Furlong just went outside for the first time in 7 years. And
so he was the kid from Terminator 2, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I got to tell you, you need to prepare yourself for this. This is not, it's really unpretty. Without further ado, here's Edward Furlong. Holy shit.
See, think about it. If Guns N' Roses was still doing the song for that, it'd be, "You could be pie."
I don't like that you leaned into it. He kind of looks like a fat, somebody left that first comment. That's what I thought. He looks like a fat Elon Musk.
Yes, I do see that.
Yeah. Edward Furlong is fat Elon Musk.
Talk about being able to be somebody at one point. And then
kind of got a little Matt Foley tie thing going on here. I don't know. It's just, if he's off meth, good. If he's got new teeth, good. You know, if he's doing well, good. But Jesus Christ, man. They're saying, so he did a Haley Joel Osment. Nope. Haley Joel Osment got fat, but Haley Joel Osment got like presentable guy fat. Like,
there you go.
He's doing movies again now. He's got a career back. Haley Joel Osment did like, I can be chubby guy with a beard in movies guy. That's what Haley Joel Osment did. That poor bugger, he reminds me of the Terminator, or he needs more of the Terminator residuals. Yes, I saw Edward Furlong. I saw him walking in the street.
Yeah, Arnold looks better than him.
And I gave him the $100 thinking he was one of the bums. And
Arnold's 30 years older than him.
So I gave him 100 and he said, "Thank you, Arnold." And I said, "Who are you?" And he said, "It's me, Eddie." And I said, "Eddie Murphy, you turned white as a ghost." And he said, "No, Edward Furlong." And I said, "Oh, I've seen this boy." Fucking terrible Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, if I got executed right now for that, it wouldn't be out of line. Looks like he beat that meth addiction, says My God. That's
true. Yep.
He beat meth, because if he's still on meth, he's the fattest fucking meth head I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So I guess congrats for that. Leaked FBI email shows government now requiring firearm retailers to provide home addresses of customers.
Uh-huh.
Here we go.
Yep.
Every time you buy a gun, you have to pass your info through the FBI's National Instant Criminal Background Check system before you can take home your new little boating accident. I don't know what that means. A reported 9 out of 10 failures to pass background checks in the notoriously inefficient government system are errors that keep lawful citizens from obtaining a weapon. I didn't know that. That 9 times out of 10, someone fails a background check, they actually are fine.
Yeah. Yep.
Holy shit.
We've had people where it would come back, not proceed, but, the opposite of that.
Like
basically.
red flag it or whatever?
Yeah. You get proceed, you get a delay, or you get a deny.
Okay.
And sometimes just because if you have a real common last name like Anderson, it'll come back and deny you just because it just basically sets a little tick off in the computer.
Well,
and so
this is like frightening, shouldn't be allowed, take people to court shit. And by the way, I agree with people who say the FBI just needs to be abolished. There's no, in my opinion, there's no rebuilding the FBI. There's no reforming the FBI. It's cancer. It's awful. No, absolutely not. Collection of buyer's address. The NICS Denial Notification Act of 2022 requires the FBI's NICS section to notify state, local, or tribal law enforcement of all FBI NICS denied transactions within 24 hours. The FBI must provide notification to law enforcement based upon the location of the FFL and, if different, the purchaser's address. So remember, 90% of these people who get denied end up getting the gun and passing the background check. It ends up being a bad rejection. So those people end up getting their guns, but they also now have to give their address to the FBI. Well, they don't even do it. The gun shop has to do it. So you don't even know that your address is being given. Dude, I feel bad because the more they keep making shitty clandestine rules like this, the harder it's going to be. Like, it's going to hurt gun shops because people aren't going to trust them. And they're not going to go there.
Another law they just recently passed is that now anybody who buys a ghost gun, an 80%er, has to be serialized.
Oh, okay.
Which is secretly really good for me because I do serialization with my laser.
Oh, you do? Okay. So it's good for business.
It's brought in a little bit of business. But yeah, and then I don't know if it's required yet, but they're planning on if you own 80%ers that you have to serialize them. You can make up whatever your serial number you want. I've had people come up with some pretty funny ones. Like I had one guy that brought 25 lowers over and basically it was fuck the ATF 1 through 25. Because you can make any.
Oh, really? You can make it whatever you want.
Alphanumerical, so you can cut whatever you want as long as each one you make your own. So yeah.
Oh wow. J-Dub says tribal law enforcement. The guys Gomi thought were coming in Breaking Bad, except it was Uncle Jack. Oh yeah. Whoa, slow down there, Sparky. This change would require that an investigation be launched into every background check denial, even though 9 times out of 10 the system has falsely denied law-abiding citizens from exercising their right. Shit.
Well, there you go. It's just a power thing.
They'll get their dude. They want a database. They'll get their database.
It's just it's a control thing because this serialization I was just talking about now, where you have to require you're going to have to require to serialize all your own 80%ers. You don't have to keep any other documentation of that. It just has to be serialized. So if it gets used in a murder and they find it, they say, "All right, F the ATF 21." Who does that belong to? Right. We don't know.
Oh, really?
No, because you're not required to keep any. You have to just serialize it. That's it. It goes nowhere else other than that. You don't have to.
Only thing the law says.
You don't have to keep a record of it. Now, when gun shops sell 80%ers, they have to serialize them, but then they have to also document it when their A&D book. So when they check it out, they have to keep track of it, but you don't. So it makes zero sense.
Okay. Daniel Christensen says should be a mental health check when getting a gun. Well, it's kind of hard to do a mental health check like while you're at the gun store, but I get it. I mean,
then you're getting into red flag laws and all that.
I know it's so tricky because you got to do something to keep the goddamn guns out of the hands of these fucking pill popping mental patients.
Oh, it's anybody who's got information is Derek.
Derek says, "Can I call your personal number? Or does it have to be a calling number?"
He is an expert at
this. Oh,
stuff.
Derek, you can call whatever number you've got, buddy. Don't worry about it.
He's an expert at this stuff.
Derek from Midland Armory in Foley wants to call in and tell us about this.
Yeah, anything with the ATF, he's quite knowledgeable on.
Yeah, absolutely. Give us a call, Derek. Now I'm just sitting here waiting on. I'm just waiting here on fucking Derek's call. No? Should I move on? I don't know. Now I feel weird. Hooters Girl says, what are they looking for in the background check? Just felonies? Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, crimes, like criminal record. It's a criminal background check. Citizen M says it's not tricky. This country is the only place this happens. This country is also the only place where we've got so many goddamn medicated nut jobs walking around and we normalize this shit constantly. We normalize that shit, and we don't lock people up, commit them. We don't put them in funny farms anymore, anything like that. It's all just we have to be tolerant. We have to understand these people are a fucking scourge. I mean, they wreck every life that they're around. We got Derek on the line. I could go off on this for half a day, but let's talk to Derek from Midland Armory in Foley. Hello, sir. What are we missing here?
Hey, not a whole lot. Just so if this is that new deal that they have where the FFLs have to put in all the information when we have a delay or a deny claim, we've known about that. They've been informing us or warning about that. They always give us months before they implement a change. And basically what this is if we get a delay or a deny, we haven't had this yet, surprisingly, but one of my friends has. And yeah, you have to put all of the address information and stuff like that in, which is really weird. It's in with the background check setup, but it's kind of junk science at the same time. Yeah, they can always get the information from, wherever they want. They have your information.
Right.
Technically, when you do a background check, I'm trying to, go through this, and so I'm not confusing people.
Right.
But when you go to buy a firearm, you have a form 4473 that you fill out. It's what the dealer uses to conduct the federal background check for the NICS FBI background check system. You get 3 answers when you run a check. You get a proceed, a delay, or a deny, as Oz had said. If we get a delay or deny now, we're supposed to put all this info in. And if the delay comes back with a proceed later or it gets cleared, they're supposed to get rid of the information or clear it. How they do that, I have no idea. They don't get rid of the information, but
well, then it's fine, Derek, because they have to get rid of the information. Then we're good.
Yeah, exactly. So now I just had a deny the other day, but it was right before that went into effect. So we still have yet to see how this works. But it's one of those things where say if you buy a firearm right now, private sales are still legal. So you can sell that firearm to a private party, and if they don't require any information, then it eventually that information gets lost. Here's how the kind of like if they do a firearms trace, if it's recovered at a crime scene or wherever, and basically for the people who think that, I don't want them having my information, really, they can't do anything unless the gun is recovered. They cannot enact a trace.
Okay.
So say the gun is recovered somewhere, basically they have to start at the manufacturer to get the serial number. Then the manufacturer tells them where the gun went after that. That's what our A&D books are for, our acquisition and disposition books.
Okay.
They follow. So basically, if we buy it right from a manufacturer, then, they contact us and we tell them who we sold the firearm to. And basically, we give them whatever information they ask for and nothing more. So the last time we had a trace call, basically, just to kind of tell you what kind of a shitheel I can be about that, they wanted us to basically scan a copy of the 4473, which is the form we filled out, and send it in them. I set the resolution as low as I possibly could on our scanner and then sent it into them so they could barely read it. So, so basically they have to follow the paper trail. Well, eventually that paper trail goes cold. So in a way, it's kind of junk science. So when you understand how incompetent and inefficient the ATF can really be and other government agencies, you realize, they have no idea what they're doing.
Well, unless they need to set your compound on fire and murder all your children.
Well, exactly. So, or con you into, making a sawed-off shotgun and they can come and murder your wife and, in front of your children and everything.
Yeah,
so.
and I think one of your kids, too. Did they get the wife and one of the kids?
Yep. Yeah. They killed his son. Yeah. That's right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they killed the son first and then shot the wife in the back.
Yeah, while she was holding the baby.
Oh, yeah. And then they made them sit there with their rotting corpses for a while until they figured out what to do. And then, my not my favorite, but like my biggest shitbag move that the FBI and ATF did at Ruby Ridge. They thought the wife was still alive, and they started calling like, "Hey, come out here. We can make pancakes for the kids and this and that." And Randy Weaver's sitting there staring at his wife's dead body while they're doing that, and he's thinking that they're taunting him.
Oh, exactly. Yep, absolutely. So,
all right. Anyway, but I don't know. I just kind of get I don't get conspiracy theorist on too much stuff, but on the gun stuff with the storing addresses and stuff, I mean, personally, I just feel like they're building a framework for when they do try to get the guns, they're going to use just all this to do it.
Exactly. It's not very good. And it's not good at all. And they really want to know everybody that has this stuff, but there are so many out there. The thing we have to remember too is there is a lot of stuff out there. There's a lot of stuff floating around. They cannot stop you from manufacturing. There's some stuff with the serialization stuff, and we are a manufacturer, so we do have to follow certain rules when we do manufacture something. But when you really see the inside of how some of this works, and as somebody who's had to deal with like the whole theft of a firearm thing and dealing with the feds and the police, they really don't give a shit. They don't really care. They barely even look into it, it seems, unless it's maybe some huge, like, the whole store got cleaned out or something like that. But they really, even all the way up to the prosecutor, they don't seem to take it very seriously. And if they're not going to take it seriously, it's hard to take from my end of it, it's hard to take them seriously. So I'm just like, so we do what we have to kind of follow the rules and keep going. But you kind of see the holes and things like that. And it's like, it's never going to be 100%, they can figure everything out, but they are going to try and clamp down on it. They're going to make it as much of a burden as they possibly can to own firearms, basically, is what they're trying to do.
If they can't pass a law, they're just going to try and make it a giant pain in the ass from the regulatory standpoint.
Well, they want to make it like a public health hazard, too, almost like cigarettes and tobacco and things like that. So, and they'll make
that's
it
good
so
for
much
Oz. He can laser engrave all the Surgeon General's warnings on the guns.
Exactly. And what are the P85 warnings or whatever, the California cancer ones or whatever.
Warning,
I remember when that started too, and they had to start labeling everything. It's like, oh my God, another thing. But they'll also make it a complete burden to be an FFL or to maintain an FFL, to be a dealer, to where there's a lot of people right now that are just, letting their licenses lapse. I hear, under, Biden's got some kind of, it's zero tolerance policy on mistakes or whatever during audit. So I don't know really how that's working out, but, it sounds like, I think this is a lot of, hearsay, but there's a lot of FFLs being revoked and pulled. I think the number is skewed. I think people are really trying to inflate that and create, mass panic, stuff like that, but, it's, there's just a lot going on. They're just making it a burden, but, it is what it is. I mean, I don't know how to solve the problem. All we can do is try and, find out, these manufacturers, a lot of them are really smart. They have attorneys, they find gray areas, and sometimes a lot of this stuff results in lawsuits and things like that. There are a few good organizations out there that take care of this. I'll tell you right now, the NRA is not one of them. So
yeah, fuck the NRA, honestly.
Yeah, the NRA is absolute horseshit. They don't do anything. So
all right. Well, Derek, thank you very much, man. Now I actually know these things. Whereas
absolutely.
Before I just read them. All right, thanks, buddy.
So, talk to you later, man.
Yep, you got it. Yep, bye.
Derek from Midland Armory in Foley, midlandarmory.com. My brain feels heavy.
He's full of knowledge, man.
Yeah, my brain feels like I just downloaded too big of a file.
Yeah, anytime I have any questions with my FFL, it's just I go right to him because he knows.
There's the link in the chat. Midland Armory in Foley. That's Derek's place. Midland Armory. Use the promo code SteelToe. And visit Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville with the best Bloody Marys in the area. They also have delicious pizzas. Go have a beer. Go have a cocktail. Go hang out. Live music on the weekends. Great place to go watch the Vikings games at Stoney's Bar. And I believe this Thursday is the last bike night of the season. So be sure to check it out. That is Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. All the links are there in the chat. Geez, Aaron, is there going to be a final after this lecture? I don't think so. I'm not going to put tests out there. I don't think. Yeah, anytime anyone brings up Ruby Ridge, I get fucking mad at that one. I mean, I know Randy Weaver and his daughter got $10 million or something, but that's hardly enough. The whole Ruby Ridge story is just completely fucked. A federal agent goes up to this church that Randy Weaver was at. Now, this Randy Weaver purposely moved up into a cabin in the woods with his family because he hated the government, and he was like, I want to get away from these fucking people. So he moves to get away. So what does the government do? They follow him up to the mountains, and they find him in this church, and they go, hey, I'll give you a shitload of money for your family if you saw off this shotgun. And then saw off a bunch of shotguns for me. And then Randy Weaver said, no, absolutely not. And then the federal agent goes, oh, I'll give you even more money. I mean, think of what you can do for your family if you sawed off these shotguns for me. And yeah, in hindsight, Randy Weaver has probably kicked himself for the last 30 years going, I should have known this guy was a Fed. But we didn't know then what we know now. And the guy badgers him, and he goes, all right, fine, I'll saw him off. And then he saws him off, and the guy's like, ha-ha, gotcha. Now we're charging you with manipulating weapons or altering weapons or whatever. You got to show up in court on this date. And Randy Weaver's like, fuck that, I'm not going to court. So he didn't show up. So the FBI and the ATF showed up at Ruby Ridge, and they went up the ridge to take Randy Weaver by surprise. So as Randy Weaver is going back up to his house after his hunt with his buddy and his son sees a guy hiding in the brush, hiding in the bushes, some guy who's armed and has fatigues on, and he's hiding in the brush. We do not know what happened. If the son shot first, if somebody else shot first or whatever. But Randy Weaver's son was killed. Randy Weaver retreats to his house, tells everybody to get inside. One of the guys with a gun takes a shot, kills his wife while she's holding their baby, and kills Randy Weaver's wife. So he's got a dead son, he's got a dead wife, and now he's locked himself in his cabin. He's terrified that they're coming to take him out. And these guys on the loudspeaker just keep like taunting him and keep doing all these mind game things to get him to come out and surrender himself. And like they brought this talk show host, like this kind of prehistoric Alex Jones guy that Randy Weaver liked. They brought him out to talk to him to see if he could get him out and the whole deal.
Jeez.
It's just fucking brutal. And Randy Weaver actually ended up suing the federal government for this because they murdered half his family. And
this is based on a true story.
This is the story.
Oh,
and
there was a movie called that or anything about that?
I don't know if there's been a movie about Ruby Ridge,
Okay.
but there's been plenty of documentaries.
Or documentaries, okay.
There's one that William Shatner narrated that's really, really good. So he ends up coming out. They end up taking him, and he sues the government. And I think he got $10 million. I could be wrong. Randy Weaver settlement. Each of the 3 children of Vicki Weaver will receive $1 million, and her husband Randy will receive $100,000 to resolve $200. Okay, hold on. Under the settlement, each of the 3 children of Vicki Weaver will receive $1 million, and her husband will receive $100,000 to resolve $200 million in claims filed by the family after the deaths of Mrs. Weaver and her 14-year-old son Samuel in 1992. Wait a minute, $100,000 to resolve $200 million in claims. So they sued the government for $200 million, and poor Randy got $100,000 in each of his kids. So he got $3,100,000.
Oh, well.
And meanwhile, half his family was killed.
And that probably all went to attorney's fees. So
this settlement reflects the loss to the Weaver children of their mother and brother. By entering into a settlement, the United States hopes to take a substantial step towards healing the wounds the incident inflicted. Yeah,
Okay.
So he got hey, sorry we killed your wife and your son. Here's $100,000.
Okay, well, yay.
Jesus. SH said they shot the dog because it was barking, so the son went after him. That's what it was. Yeah, they did. The dog was barking because it saw the guy in the brush with the fatigues and the gun, so they shot the dog. That's what it was. Thank you. It's, Ruby Ridge is fucking wild, man. People are saying they changed the date of the hearing on Randy Weaver and didn't notify him. They opened the series Waco with a brief touch on Ruby Ridge. That's right, they did. Riz Digga says Waco wasn't terrible. David Koresh was a piece of shit and a really bad guy. Like, a lot of kids died in that one. A lot. I mean, that should not have gone the way it did. They should not have escalated that. I don't know if the Branch Davidians or the government started that fire. I'm not sure. I haven't done any investigating or whatever.
Right.
But either way, they should not have escalated to the point where that happened.
It was pretty brutal watching the agent trying to break in that upstairs window and then getting shot while he was doing it.
Yeah.
That was tough to watch.
Karate Chopping Space Monkeys, right. This is actually how we got the Oklahoma City bombing, if you don't know. Timothy McVeigh did that, and in his explanation, he said it was because of Ruby Ridge and Waco. He thought the government was evil and he wanted to attack him.
Didn't he? I think.
He's dead.
Yep.
They got him.
They took care of him. Yep.
Gray Idol says no. Well, and there's rumors, and I don't know if this is true, but there's rumors that even with McVeigh, there were government agents that were talking to him about, hey, you want to get a truck? Hey, you want to get explosives? Hey, you want to... he wasn't, him and Terry Nichols were
Conspiracy
not just
City.
the two guys. Yeah, I don't know. Gray Idol says no amount of money can compensate the loss. Yeah, right? I mean, he fucking lost his family. Skeezy says, how he didn't seek righteous vengeance is beyond me. The Aftermath episode with William Shatner interviewing Sarah Weaver was very well done. Yes, I agree. Chris says, I liked the Unabomber series with Paul Bettany more than the Waco one. I haven't seen that. I'd love to watch it. P.H. Header says they set him up to commit a crime by sawing shotgun barrels. Yeah, we just talked about that part. Coltrane says he's behind in the chat. He's just seeing the Stone Cold bit and he wants it saved. All right. McVeigh's last 60 Minutes interview. Watch it. Okay, I will. Riz Digga says, bro, my Wikipedia is getting a workout right now. Yeah.
I would imagine.
Declan says early reports of Oklahoma City had 3 suspects. I do remember that. Your Drum says The Siege at Ruby Ridge is a 1996 drama television film directed by Roger Young and written by Lionel Chetwynd. Okay, so there is a show on that. Kitty B says the feds were paying Timothy's family's mortgage. Really? I did not know that. They drove tanks over the graves of the Davidians they had just buried. Oh, that's fucking shitty. Black Ornament says, weren't the Weaver family white separatists? I know they didn't want to live under the auspices of the government. I know they went up that hill to get away from the government, and then the government followed them up there to get them to saw off shotguns, and that's how this whole thing started. It was sometimes you just fucking leave people alone. You know, especially the guy who goes up in the woods. You know, what's that guy going to do? Sell enough crops to buy an F-16 and go to war with you? I don't think so.
Exactly.
You could have left Randy Weaver alone to his bullshit. Let's go to this next one. Let's lighten it up just a little. This is a story from Florida. Mosley High School in Florida. Somebody decided to do a little homecoming celebration, and let's just say it got away from them.
Okay. All right.
A little bit.
A homecoming tradition at Mosley High School left some students running away in fear after the bonfire exploded.
Oh, somebody put a little something special in there? Uh-huh.
Somebody tucked a gas can or something inside that bonfire.
Yep.
Yeah, these goddamn Florida kids.
News Channel 7's
Hey, this'll be cool, skater.
Allison Baker spoke with students and district officials to figure out what happened Wednesday night.
Oh, no. I already don't like this. I see a bunch of pallets and then a guy holding like a flare or something.
We used to have a big bonfire back in high school. They would do it like once a year. You know, it would get rid of a bunch of pallets.
Yeah.
But nobody stuck anything in it.
There's something in the middle of all those pallets that's not... It's not allowing...
Wait till he lights this sucker off, cheater.
Hey, watch him blow his fucking eyebrows off, Skeeter. Holy sh! Okay, yeah, you put something right there in the pit. That's not just a bunch of holy shit. What?
It could be gas vapors.
Could that just be gas vapors?
If somebody just poured a bunch of gas in there and you don't light it right away and you let the chance, or you give it a chance for the vapors, that they can do that.
How did that guy not just catch a piece of pallet right in the heart?
He got something on him.
Figure out what happened Wednesday night.
Watch out again.
Yeah, I'm guessing they just have a pool of gas at the bottom of that thing.
If you're ever going to do that, what you do is you take a Roman candle and shoot it at it from like 50 feet away.
I like it.
That's how I light my fires.
I just throw grenades.
Yeah.
Just chuck them in there. Fun. Dead!
Oh.
My God. Yeah, how did he not get his fucking head knocked off by a pallet?
Got a couple singed hairs.
Yeah, he's not going to have ball hairs for a minute.
Took off running because all I saw was a wall of fire, and I didn't know if there was a breeze or anything, if it was going to hit us.
But don't worry, my forehead protected everybody from the debris. Sorry, miss. I get my forehead made fun of, too. It's okay. I look like Dracula.
Kind of dipped.
And I ran away when it happened, and then my ears were ringing because it was really loud.
I like turtles.
I know. Fucking Floridians are the best people to interview. Hey, what do you think about that bonfire that just happened? It was a fire, and it was big, and it was loud. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
What grade level
They're
are
always
you?
the most helpful.
Yeah, what grade level are you reading at? Reading?
Yeah.
What, am I Jewish?
Students of Mosley High School recalling a 50-year homecoming tradition gone terribly wrong.
Well, there's going to be no 51.
Yeah.
Explosion. That was pretty different.
Following the explosion, videos were posted across social media.
Damn.
This had many people asking, what happened? Bay District school officials
Florida shit? That's what happened?
A prank gone awry.
Yeah.
held a press conference on Thursday regarding the incident.
Last night's bonfire was constructed the same way it has been for decades.
I mean, we never thought that they would actually put the dynamite right at the bottom. Usually we save that for the end and when we can manage it better.
Recently as yesterday, we checked in with area first responders who coordinate this with us each year. to ensure we have done everything needed to proceed. And we were given permission to go ahead.
Safety protocols were put into place according to BDS.
Even though
All right, come on, guys. What'd you put in the goddamn fire pit?
Yes.
Stop it.
Something was placed in there.
Stop with the, we don't know. We got permission and we got this and that. Stop with the bullshit. What did you put in the thing? Somebody thought it would be a really funny idea to put some kind of accelerant in there. Come on, make with the truth. Enough with the bullshit. Anytime someone takes this long to tell you what happened, they're really embarrassed because it's something really stupid.
Last night's situation was
We let the one-eyed, four-fingered janitor put his special cocktail juice in there.
A worst-case scenario for us. Our standard safety protocols and the availability of first responders on the scene ensured that no one was hurt and the fire was quickly contained.
In the videos, you can see a student resource officer lighting the fire, but News Channel 7 is told he is okay. The Bay County Sheriff's Office did release a statement about the bonfire Wednesday night, saying in part, the deputy that set up the bonfire has done so at Mosley for the last 7 years. We are not sure yet what caused the explosion.
Bullshit. Come on. Somebody make with the truth here. What did you pour in there? Whatever it is, it's going to get them in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to say. I just feel like gas doesn't blow up like that instantly, does it? I thought gasoline...
If you had the vapors around...
I thought gasoline did more of a... Not like an... I don't know.
But take responsibility for the incident.
One question still remaining. What caused the pile to explode?
Come on.
Because Bay District school officials tell me they used the same fuel this year that they've used in years past.
Oh, so they did use fuel. Okay, so you used too much of it.
Maybe he said, all right, how much of this you put in? 20 gallons when it used to be 2?
Yeah, quit playing dumb and tell us what you did.
Like I said, the fire was constructed in the same manner it has for many, many years. And the methods that are used by the officials that constructed the bonfire, they vary from school to school.
That's funny. All I'm hearing is don't sue us, don't sue us, don't sue us, don't sue us.
A lot of lawyer talk.
Yeah.
I'm not certain what methods that they used. So
they're not going to talk either.
No.
Following the incident, school officials want to ensure this never happens again.
I mean, it does look more violent than gasoline. It does look like that.
You know what? Honestly, it looked like propane or something.
Yeah, but I mean,
like they put propane tanks in there.
I'm just saying that, he had a road flare. It had to land exactly on something to cause it.
It landed on like a liquid or some goddamn thing. I don't know.
We have made the decision to prohibit any bonfires or similar events on our campuses going forward.
See?
Leadership, ladies and gentlemen. You see that? There. They had a massive explosion and a fire went awry and they decided they're not going to do it anymore. Wow, these guys
Somebody
are
just
sharp.
basically ruined it for him from then on.
Yeah. I guess they all kind of pooled together and decided we're not getting sued. And just said, nobody tell anybody what we put in there because they're going to think we're stupid. Yeah. Min Max says, we do not sanction big explosions on campus. Right, they said that.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Because I thought you guys were into that shit. Bob says, that looks like a vapor blast, too much gas, and they let it sit too long.
And if it was hot, too.
Okay.
That makes it worse.
Cody says the press bar owner taught him how to do that. That's pretty efficient.
He was there watching.
Yeah. Whoever gave you permission to go ahead with it is now on unemployment. Not if they're in the teachers union. They might be okay.
Yeah, they have to screw up pretty bad to get kicked out of that.
I agree with Blur. They're playing very, very coy with this one. Granny says you look like a grown Eddie Munster, not Dracula, or are they the same? I think they're kind of the same. I think tomato. Gas vapors igniting can look like an explosion. All right, so there you go. They left the fuel sit too long and the vapors were everywhere. Because you're right. It's like as soon as the guy let it go, the whole thing went up. John Sotera says the FBI helped them build it. When the explosion that big, gasoline usually creates a vacuum, putting most of the fire out. There had to be something else mixed with it. It was thermite. Maybe that was it. Have you seen the newest cop shooting video?
You have to be way more specific.
The cops released body cam footage. And by the way, this cop got fired right away. So this is not one of those things where the cops are trying to defend the guys, and there's a debate as to, whether or not, the cops should have done anything here.
Yeah.
This looked like a cold-blooded bushwhacking. I mean, this just
boy.
looked like a cop came up to a guy and shot him to death.
Okay.
The guy he's not dead yet. The teenager shot by the cop at a McDonald's is on life support. They performed surgery on him to repair numerous punctured organs.
It just doesn't sound good.
From the shots. So watch this cop. He's calling to set this up for you. This cop is responding to a different call at the McDonald's. So the call is not even about this car.
Okay.
But the cop had a prior history with this vehicle that apparently didn't pull over for him the other day.
Oh, boy.
So he decides to go up to this car and...
This isn't going to end.
Yeah.
Obviously doesn't end well, but it's not going to begin well.
Like, if you're a cop, this is a stupid way to be. Because all you're doing, right, you're dredging up bad feelings. You got your adrenaline going. You're there for something else, but you're going to go settle a score. Not a good idea. And now...
Get out of the car.
So, look, the guy's clearly got a cheeseburger,
He's just
right?
enjoying his cheeseburger.
He's got a cheeseburger. He's got his phone there. He's just eating in the parking lot of the McDonald's. Whoa.
Shots fired.
No shit. And look, the kid takes off. And that cop just unloaded towards those buildings over there.
He must have reached for something or something. I mean,
I saw nothing. I mean, first of all, the police department fired this fuck right away.
Okay.
Like, they canned his ass. So if the police fire you and the union doesn't stick up for you, you're a fuck up.
He's sitting in jail now, too, probably.
Shots fired.
Yeah, so that's the police. The police released that body cam footage.
Oh, boy.
Eric Cantu's family, through his attorney, Brian Powers. Yeah, you'd better have a fucking attorney. You guys are going to get paid on this one. Tells TMZ the teen has undergone multiple surgeries to repair organs that were damaged as a result of the gunfire. Eric is struggling, and the recovery won't be easy for him, but his family thanks everyone for sending prayers, so on and so forth. As reported, body cam footage released by police last week showed San Antonio PD officer James Brennan shoot multiple times at the unarmed kid. Brennan was at the location for an unrelated call, but Cantu had apparently evaded Brennan on another call the day before. So now this makes the cop look even worse because this looks like you were just settling something personal.
Oh, boy. Not good.
Brennan was fired for violating the department's tactics, training, and procedures.
Well, this can be a lawsuit, too.
Ooh, yeah. Real bad. Real bad lawsuit.
Like he broke the law kind of thing, where he should be in jail.
They just... Again, you see him grab the stick. You see him put the thing in park, puts his hands on the steering wheel, reaches in, tries to grab the dude, and then just starts shooting him. Oof. No Morio says extra ketchup on the burger. Oh, that's blood, sir. That would they don't put it on the outside. Guy Sartell simply says oopsie. Fauci said Schultz says I know nothing. Sir K, I try to watch every minute because I have no life. Oh, what, of this show? Oh, that's great. Reaching for the keys to turn off the engine. Yeah, I don't know. People asking why he pulled him over. He didn't. He was
already pulled over.
He was there from something. The cop was there for a different call. He saw this guy's car and noticed it and went to have words with him.
Yep.
So he wasn't even there for that guy. Triple N says, though, I got to say, might not want to drive away from cops. He only drove away from the guy after he was shot multiple times. I mean,
it does seem like a situation you want to get yourself out of.
Yeah, it's going to trigger a fight or flight response when you're, being pumped full of holes and leaking blood all over the dash. You're probably going to want to get the hell out of there. Let's open up these 8 o'clocks here. We already did the DeSantis thing. Michael Knowles, a conservative commentator, had a hot take the other day on pit bulls. Yikes. And he's getting all kinds of shit, and he's getting all kinds of like attention in the media now. I've went on this same rant 40 different times, and I can't get the traction. I'm very jealous of the guy. Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitaltavern.com. Of course, our friends at Old Capitol, during overtime, we're going to read that lawsuit. Oh, boy. That lawsuit is
I'm still
rough.
just in awe right now. Of it just
Old Capitol's suing their old GM because he is essentially a gigantic thieving piece of shit, allegedly. And we're going to read some of the facts of that a little bit later today. But go check out Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitoltavern.com. The menu is great, man. The mushroom ravioli, the pork belly mac and cheese, the brisket cowboy sandwich, and for their brunch on Saturdays and Sundays at 10 a.m., the Monte Cristo sandwich is the best breakfast sandwich that there is. They also have a great specialty cocktail menu. Their old fashions are perfect. 240 different bottles of whiskey there and 50 beers on tap at Old Capitol Tavern. That's Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids. Somebody says he works at a bistro now. What a loser. Yeah, this guy has fucked up so many times. This guy, Old Capitol, suing, that he just keeps going down, down, down. He went from Old Capitol now to working a sidewalk bistro in downtown St. Cloud. So, wow. But you keep fucking people over and word gets around. Now that this lawsuit is public knowledge,
yeah.
I mean, it's you're done. You're absolutely done. Atomic Citizen says, just to educate you Yankees, a single gallon of gasoline has the explosive energy of 83 sticks of dynamite. Damn. It's a lot. I've got some good news for you guys. The entire Uvalde School District Police Department was just suspended yesterday.
Because of the awesome way they handled the school shooting?
Yeah, the school district has decided to suspend.
That surveillance video of how much of a pussies they were was hard to watch when their kids were getting shot and they're just sitting there. And they had everything they needed. They had their ballistic shields and everything, and they still didn't advance on it.
How are your wives not completely dry for the rest of your life after seeing what a bitch you were and that you let children get murdered? I mean, that's just brutal. Those kids were being killed. You had the numbers on that guy. You could have got in there. You could have saved so many lives, and you just sat there. You bitches. And wasn't it the Border Patrol that had to come up and go, hey, you fucking pussies, let's go? What are we doing?
And they actually did something.
Border Patrol's been itching for action. Nobody lets them do anything. They don't want to be the Uvalde Police Department, but they have to be.
Was it them that actually took them out?
I think it was. I think it was Border Patrol.
They had to step up.
Yeah, the Uvalde Police Department was sitting there like pepper spraying parents who were trying to get in to save their kids. They were too worried about pepper spraying and arresting parents to stop the gunman.
Sad.
The cops held a great perimeter for the killer to slay screaming innocents. Bravo. That's exactly what they did. Potato Head says, well, that one officer's wife, the teacher, she's dry as hell now. I think she died. Somebody says, weren't they right up by the door when the kid was, and they backed off? Yeah, they retreated back into the hallway.
Yep.
Piffy Puff says they didn't do anything because the student body was predominantly Latino. I think a lot of the cops were Latino too, though, on that deal. Michael Knowles, a conservative commentator, had a take about pit bulls that it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
No, we've never done that.
There have been a few kids killed in the last few weeks by pit bulls. There's been a woman killed by a pit bull. Like in the last couple of weeks, we've been very good in not covering it. You know, a lot of pit bull defenders give us shit when we, talk about them being toddler eaters and fucking monsters, and that they honestly...
Well, I mean, they are.
The world would be a safer place for kids if I've said this numerous times, if we eradicated the entire breed.
Yep.
Kids would have a safer life. There's
no need for it.
Statistically, there is absolutely no doubt about it. Slaughtering every pit bull on Earth would save lives.
There's plenty of breeds out there you can have.
So this Michael Knowles, conservative commentator, tweeted one thing, and it caused it caused like that bonfire in Florida. It caused a bit of a social media explosion.
Perfect.
He says, I know some people like them, but we should obviously kill all the pit bulls.
Okay, that's a little bit of a hot take, yeah.
I mean, it's direct. It's to the point. He doesn't have to spend a lot of time.
Can't imagine. It looks like he got some likes.
A lot of people liked it, but a lot of people responded to it as well.
Well, here we go.
Saying that,
I love it when they respond to it because it's always a picture of the little kid sleeping with the pit bull, the baby. Like, look at it. It was like, yeah, he's well fed.
Right, exactly. He's full. You got to keep him full, So Not the Bee wrote a whole article basically backing up Michael Knowles. He says dogs historically looked different because they were bred for different jobs. One reason that golden retrievers are generally good breeds for families with kids is because they were bred for a calm temperament, trainability, and a strong desire to retrieve.
Yep.
Which are more important when you're a duck hunter who needs a dog that will sit and obey you when needed. Much of the training causes such dog breeds to retain a sense of perpetual adolescence. Puppies are lovably stupid because we've actually made them stupid, this article says.
Okay.
Then there is the pit bull.
I like how they make it all bold.
This breed wasn't bred for its intelligence and sociability. It was bred quite literally for the sport of killing. Now, I say this all the time. I have the history to back me up. I got the numbers to back me up. And these pit bull owners they don't want their dog to die. I understand that. But I think if you're being intelligent and I think if you're being honest with yourself, you do know that your dog breed has a problem that statistically is very unique to it.
But they're like a nanny dog, man.
Yeah, if the nanny didn't get paid one week and decided to murder your kids. Yes. Rat baiting, a sport where people bet how long it would take a dog in an arena to catch and kill rats, was quite popular in the 1800s, as was dog fighting. Breeders interested in fighting dogs developed a mix between an Old English bulldog and black and tan terrier that was a lethal combination of ability and strength. The Old English bulldog was bred for the purpose of bear baiting and bull baiting, popular since at least the 12th century, where crowds would gather to watch a dog try to take down one of the larger beasts. Hundreds of generations of dogs were biologically fine-tuned to be as aggressive, dangerous, and lethal as possible. Then they show a bunch of the stories from this past week. At the end of the day, I see a lot of people, mostly women, who are willing to defend pit bulls day in and day out. Their logic is something like this. Pit bull attack data versus the one cute pic you found of a pit bull.
Yep.
And this is what I always run into. And you're right. It usually is white women that I run into this problem with. Is I'll sit there and quote chapter and verse statistics. And they'll go, but look at my pit bull wearing a flower hat. Okay, cool. You found one. You know what? Not all serial killers are murdering people all the time, every single second of the day, too. A lot of people have serial killer neighbors who they go, oh, he was perfectly fine. Yeah, obviously he wasn't.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for being a non-observant piece of shit. But yes, look at all these other chunks in the pie chart of 12-year U.S. dog bite fatality chart, meaning when the dog attacks, it kills.
Or when it's literally Pac-Man eating the rest of the breeds.
Here's the pit bull. All the other breeds right in line with each other. Rottweiler a little bit extra, but not enough extra for you to go, oh, there seems to be something off about these Rottweilers a little bit. I don't care how cute a dangerous animal looks. I only care about protecting human life, and the stats do not lie. The fact that you've only seen well-mannered pit bulls in your life does not negate the fact that these dogs were designed to kill and successfully do so more than any other dog breed. 100% true. One person tweeted, despite making up less than 6% of the dog population. Easy. Take it easy. Calm down. We don't need percentages. Pit bulls are responsible for 80% of dog-related human fatalities in the United States. Pit bulls account for 91% of all reported fatal attacks on other animals, including cats and other dogs.
Well, the numbers don't lie.
Dude, it's almost always them. It's almost always them. A pit bull bit part of my ex's lip off. I mean, very sad for the dog to do that, but they picked the right person. Am I right? All right.
What's their screen name? Lip Ripper?
Is that Lip Ripper who said that?
I don't know. I'm just kidding.
I hope that was Lip Ripper. That would have been perfect. Yeah. Sandy Squatch says, guess what? I get to have the pit bull at my house put down. Yesterday afternoon, it decided to attack a little dog and tear its ear off. Yep, kill it. It's got to go. White women blame the kid that gets bitten. Exactly. You'll hear these fucking dumb white broads who go, it's not the breed, it's the owner. Is it really? When it's 91% of attacks against other pets? Are just 91% of, are they all just shitty owners? Is that it? Because I know pit bull owners who are the picture of responsibility, and they are amazing, incredible people, and they do a great job trying to save these fucking monsters. And it still ends up attacking a kid, attacking a pet. mutilating and mauling. And you almost like aren't mad at the pit bull because you go, that's kind of what you're here to do.
Yeah.
We're trying to counter-program you.
You were bred to do this.
Yeah. JJ says, just on Wednesday, 2 pit bulls mauled 2 children to death and severely hurt their mom who tried to protect them in Tennessee. Right. JR's Gam says, I had 2 growing up, no issues, but I can understand the statistics. John Satera says, Chihuahuas are little assholes too. Yeah, but you know what you can't do to a pit bull? All right, knock it off, you little shit.
Yeah.
There, a Chihuahua.
Yeah.
No, actually, you know, I don't even need this one. Here's what you can do with a Chihuahua when they act like assholes. Scoop. All right, you're done.
Yeah.
And it goes, and then it starts shaking. It just goes like this.
Yeah.
The minute you put a hand on it when it's being an asshole, you go.
They have the biggest Napoleon complex of all dogs.
They're little pussies.
Yes.
Chevrolet JB says, and everyone wants one to prove it wrong. Yeah, they just keep getting them.
There you go. Well, then you can be liable for a lawsuit when it attacks some kids. So
people are going after the 6%, 12%, 80%. They're throwing the percentage joke out there. Very funny. Somebody says Chihuahuas are assholes, but you can field goal kick them. Yes. Tell me, this is the second one I've owned. You honestly can just grab the fucking thing and go like that, and it's done. It's over.
No.
I could sit here and let my Chihuahua gnaw on my hand the entire length of the show.
Yeah.
And I could pull my hand back, and it would have drool on it, but it would look exactly the same as it did at the beginning of the show.
Would have zero damage. You just want to wash your hands.
Max says Aaron Cumia over here with the Pitbull comments. Easy. JJ says, I would rather have my neighbors own a gun than own a Pitbull. I would rather have my neighbors own a gun and miss their meds than own a Pitbull. Oh.
Your odds are better.
And do you think we can make a mistake? Let's make a mistake when we're getting rid of all the pit bulls and throw the wrapper in there and call it a clerical error.
Fair.
Worldwide. Oh, base take on white girl dog moms. Fuck white girl dog moms. Honestly, right in the ass to death. It's just, they're so beautiful. Mine wouldn't hurt anybody. Oh, yeah? Let's go ahead and feed you to your pooches and see how loyal a hungry dog really is. I keep saying white women are responsible for all the ills of society. Just another example. Yeah. I agree with black women in Black Lives Matter on this. I do believe white women should sit down, shut the fuck up, and let black women talk.
Amen.
I agree with that one. Gray Idol says it's 100% the breed. It's like owning a saltwater crocodile. Right. You can't say, oh, come on, it's just the way that crocodile was raised that he's eating that deer. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure that's what he's been put here to do. It's the way the dog is raised. P.A. Cheddar, it is not the way the dog is raised. It is not. You can't. You're fighting God at that point. Honestly, if you own a pit bull and you say it never attacked anybody, it just never had a good enough opportunity, or you didn't put it in front of things that it wants to attack, smaller animals, little children. Basically, you got lucky. Here, not all pit bulls attack and kill your other pets and children, but almost everything that attacks and kills your smaller pets and children is a pit bull.
91%.
Sorry, guys. Trucker 18-wheeler, I try telling people about pit bulls are dangerous, and they argue. And really, it's something that really drives you nuts, because you're trying to pound sense into people, and they just go, because mine is one of... And you just walk away. Like I even said, we don't even do the pit bull stories anymore, like the ones that have been in the news, because you just get into this argument with people, and you go, you know what, fuck it. What am I... it's my fault for even bringing this up.
Yeah.
It's my fault for even mentioning it to you. Buddy says the same way hair gel identifies assholes from far away. Right, hold on, let me read his comment here. Pit bulls identify shit people from far away. Yeah, fuck people who put hair gel in their hair to make it stay. Those people are gay, bro. I agree with you. Michael White says you can raise a pit bull with all the love in the world, put a 2-year-old next to them eating, and see what happens. Right?
Yep.
John Satera says, my tiger isn't vicious. You were just fucking with him, and that's why you're dead. Right, exactly. Goddamn tiger owners. Shane F. says, yeah, really, I was raised to respect 13% of the population and 1,005 of the women. I think he means 100% of the women. Piffy Puff says, my sister's neighbor's pit bull might be mentally retarded. It doesn't even bark or growl. A lobotomized pit bull is a winning pit bull. Derek says, we had a pit bull running loose behind the store, and while it seemed nice and friendly as I was able to pet it, I still had this slight feeling that it wanted a reason to rip my throat out. I know if you've ever pet or played with a pit bull before, and first of all, I've never played with them. I'll always just pet them. You know, if I'm around one.
I don't think I've ever even pet one.
If I'm around one, I'll pet it. I'll be like, good boy. But you always have that feeling of, like, I've almost got, like, as I'm petting him with one hand, I have another hand cocked.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if I have to, I've thought of this before. Like, when I have friends who have pit bulls, I'm like, okay, if he ever does anything to me, like, do I throw hands? Do I try to, like, flurry him? Do I punch him in the face?
No,
like,
you pretty much have to have a pistol in your other hand.
I gotta,
You're not going to do you much good.
Grab, like, a fucking candelabra and bash his head in. Like, what do you do?
Yeah, you need a blunt object handy.
Because I've also heard with pit bulls, like, you can bash the shit out of them, and they will not let go. They will not, it won't phase them.
I've watched a lot of ones where basically you just have to shoot them for thinking to stop attacking.
Oh, shit. Mr. Unknown for Real says, had a friend in middle school who had a pit bull, was always tied up, and if you tried to pet it, like, it would always try to jump and bite you. Never once seemed calm, almost like it was raised mean. It's just, it was bred mean. The breed exists for meanness. It's like living with a poisonous snake. It's not if it's going to bite you, it's when. Oh, yeah, there you go.
I forgot if there's this video on YouTube that this kid was getting attacked. I don't know if it was by pit bull, but this little kid, dog came up and started biting the leg. The cat came out and chased the dog away.
Jesus.
The cat saved his life.
Declan Dillon says, a pit bull saved me from a mastiff, but I still agree with you, Aaron. Well, thanks, buddy. Thumb up their ass, says Gray Duckling. Just jam that thumb right in a pit bull's asshole.
I don't know if that's going to even...
Yeah, what if that doesn't do anything? What if it just shoots cum all over you and then eats you still?
What if it's gay?
Like, now you just got pit bull cum on you as it kills you. What a horrible way to die. Chevrolet JB says, I was told you put your arm as far down their throat. If you get far enough, the teeth cannot get you. Well, that's a terrifying thought. I'll get my arm down his throat. I'll rip his fucking heart out. How's that? That's what I'll try for. Cerberus says, I'm going to go get another one for shiggles. Thanks, pal. Thank you for the $5. Rex says, I mean, they have competitive fights with other pit bulls, so not much you can do with a punch or kick. That, you know what? That's true. Your drum says, try to stop the bite from going near your legs, face, and neck. Don't attempt to pull your arm out. I know from someone who's worked with animals, they said they actually train you at a rescue how to deal with pit bulls, and that if they lunge at you, this is their fucking training they have to do. If you don't think pit bulls are treated differently in the animal professional world than other dogs, they train you specifically how to handle pit bulls, where if they jump, they always go for your throat. So they train you to put your arm across your jugular, like your throat, like this.
Forget it.
So the dog will latch onto your arm. It's like you basically have to sacrifice your arm so the dog doesn't rip your fucking throat out. Oh, my God. A slow pit bull is the best pit bull. No, I disagree. I think one that's not moving is the best kind. All right, well, that's enough of that goddamn pit bull talk, huh? Let's leave those savage beasts in the past. But yeah, Michael Knowles got some shit for saying that we obviously need to get rid of them.
Well,
I don't know if he's
right.
Yeah. 38 double tap subdues a pit bull every time.
Yep.
Says Ryan the Garbage Man. Stevie J says someone send him these shark flipping videos. Forearm in the back of the jaw with force, says James J. Weed. Just a pop just like that.
No.
Lip Ripper says, you know what you use on a pit bull to stop him from attacking?
What's that?
Arm bar. That's the way you got to do it.
There we go.
Oh, guys, I've got some coverage of our vice president today. You excited about this?
Sure.
So our president just pardoned a bunch of people for nonviolent drug offenses.
Just, what was it? Just X amount of time after Hunter's deal?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A couple days after they said, yeah, you guys can charge Hunter if you want. It sounds like he's done some bad things.
This is weird. Another weird coincidence.
Well, I agree that these people should be pardoned. They're nonviolent drug offenders. They should not be in prison. But Joe Biden pardoned them. And some people were saying he did it to try and get those people to vote for him in the midterms. Now, I don't know. I think it amounts to like 60,000 people, which I don't know if that's really going to
How many of them do you think are actually qualified to vote?
Well, I think now they are because they're pardoned. They don't have the crime on their record.
Right.
I don't know. You might be right. Gray Idol says Bill Burr loved his pit bull until he had a child. Got rid of that motherfucker straight away. Yeah, exactly. So Kamala Harris just commented on Joe Biden pardoning all these people for weed.
Right.
Now, remember, when she was a district attorney or an attorney in California, when she was a prosecutor, she's famous for throwing shitloads of people in jail for nonviolent drug offenses.
Okay.
I mean, she was princess jail sentence when it came to nonviolent weed offenses.
Oh, I didn't know that. She was really against it back in the day.
Oh,
Okay.
God, that's the number one thing. Like, her whole presidential campaign fell apart in 2020 because Tulsi Gabbard called her out on that.
So she must be against the illegal marijuana prescriptions and stuff.
Well, let's see how she feels about Joe Biden pardoning all these weed smokers. Miss, I threw them all in jail. By the way, starting oddly, if you guys take a look, starting to look like trans Javier Bardem.
Oh, wow.
There's like in this face right now, I'm seeing some Anton Chigurh in Kamala Harris.
And speaking of the system of justice, we are also changing, y'all might have heard that this week, the federal government's approach to marijuana.
All right, we get it. You like to get high.
Because the bottom line there is nobody should have to go to jail for smoking weed.
You fucking piece of work. Nobody should go to jail for smoking weed, except the people that I put away to keep my conviction rate up when I was a prosecutor in
it doesn't
California.
matter anymore because she's not in that position anymore.
Dude, these people just have no souls. Wow. They just are soulless computers. They're
And you
just
see how
machines.
she tried to be hip with the whole thing, too, for smoking weed.
Smoking weed, y'all. I mean, it really is just... It's beyond a flip-flop. It's just ignoring you ever had that position.
Yep.
It's just ignoring that you ever locked up people and ruined their lives and ruined their families over weed. And while she was smoking it herself, she talked about how she smoked weed in college. And meanwhile, she's locking up all these people.
But she never inhaled.
Oh, no, she inhaled. She's one of those people who inhaled. Yeah, she did this thing where she's like, oh, yeah, when I was in college, I would smoke weed and listen to Tupac. She went to college in the 80s. Tupac was like in elementary school.
Okay.
When she's just a fucking liar. Wow. These people really are just robots, because to be able to just lie like that, to be able to pretend you never did the things you did and just move forward and who cares, you've got to be some sort of like machine. You can't be a human.
We got to remember Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a crew of bad boys. How about Kamala Harris? What's her name? God damn it, we just played a thing of her. Tulsi Gabbard. Here's the clip that ruined her campaign. Tulsi Gabbard goes after the party, tangles with Kamala Harris.
You have criticized Hillary Clinton as the, quote, personification of the rot that has sickened the Democratic Party. What is the rot you see in the Democratic Party?
Oh, and by the way, Hillary Clinton responded to her saying that by saying, she's a Russian agent. Thank God. The paranoia runs deep.
That our Democratic Party, unfortunately, is not the party that is of, by, and for the people. It is a party that has been and continues to be influenced by the foreign policy establishment in Washington, represented by Hillary Clinton and others' foreign policy, by the military-industrial complex and other greedy corporate interests. I'm running for president to be the Democratic nominee that rebuilds our Democratic Party, takes it out of their hands, and truly...
And all the people on that stage are going, shut the fuck up. We're running to be in charge of it. They're giving us a lot. We're taking money from all these people, you bitch. What are you doing? Go back to surfing in Hawaii or something. You ruin it for everybody.
puts it in the hands of the people of this country, a party that actually hears the voices of Americans who are struggling all across this country, and puts it in the hands of veterans and fellow Americans who are calling for an end to this ongoing Bush-Clinton-Trump foreign policy doctrine of and instead invest our hard-earned taxpayer dollars actually into serving the needs of the American.
All right, so now we go into the Kamala Harris part where she hammers her over the drug thing. And by the way, Kamala Harris was not doing terrible in the polls until this point. And then the country watched this debate and went, oh, fuck, she's got mutilated. I mean, this is watching someone's career die live on television.
Oh, wow. American people
Thank you,
right here at home.
Senator Harris, any response?
Oh, sure. I think that it's unfortunate that we have someone on the stage who is attempting to be the Democratic nominee for President of the United States, who during the Obama administration spent 4 years full-time on Fox News criticizing President Obama.
That's
who
ridiculous,
has spent full-time,
That's
who has spent full-time criticizing people on this stage.
Yeah, that's right. You can't be a member of a political party and criticize those people when you think they're not doing a good job. That's terrible. If you're part of the party, you have to just blindly follow it. Why were you going on another network and saying that we weren't doing everything right? This is like why I hate this. This is why I just get mad when I watch anything politics related. It's like they're talking about being a zombie like it's a good thing.
Yeah. Well,
they're like, are we going to listen to this woman who said that we weren't always right? It's like, actually, I would like to vote for a Republican or a Democrat who criticized their own party. That would be nice. It would be better than what we see now, which is just you guys all saying the thing we know you're going to say 5 minutes before you say it.
As affiliated with the Democratic Party, when Donald Trump was elected, not even sworn in, buddied up to Steve Bannon to get a meeting with Donald Trump in the Trump Tower.
Yeah, how dare you, Democrat, try to go meet with a Republican who's going to be president to maybe get some kind of influence. What a piece of shit.
Fails to call a war criminal by what he is as a war criminal, and then spends full time during the course of this campaign, again, criticizing the Democratic Party. What we need on the stage in November is someone who has the ability to win. And by that, we need someone on that stage who has the ability to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, and someone who has the ability to rebuild the Obama coalition and bring the party and the nation.
In other words, she's trying to say, get a lot of black people to come out and vote for us to rebuild the Obama coalition. We need someone who's going to knock out 96% of the black vote.
Together, I believe I am that candidate.
Thank you, Senator. Congresswoman Gabbard, I'll give you a chance to respond.
What Senator Harris is doing is unfortunately continuing to traffic in lies and smears and innuendos because she cannot challenge the substance of the argument that I'm making, the leadership and the change that I'm seeking to bring in our foreign policy, which only makes me guess that she will, as president, continue the status quo, continue the Bush-Clinton-Trump foreign policy of regime change wars, which is deeply destructive. This is personal to me because I served in Iraq. I left my seat in the state legislature in Hawaii, volunteered to deploy to Iraq, where I served in a medical unit where every single day I saw the terribly high human cost of war. I take very seriously the responsibility that the president has to serve as commander-in-chief.
So now she's defended herself. Now get ready for... Oh, and by the way, let's talk about this bitch for a minute.
To lead our armed forces and to make sure always, no, I'm not going to put party interests first. I will put the interests of the American people
Thank you, Congresswoman. I want to
else.
briefly give Senator Harris a final second to respond.
Oh, fuck that. This isn't even one where she went after her on the drugs. God damn it, I wasted everybody's time.
Oh, no.
No. That's not the one. Where's the fucking...
That sucks.
Where's the thing? Tulsi Gabbard calls out Kamala Harris.
In the latest debate, Biden...
Like one of us has...
Before the start of the debate, Biden asked...
Here we go.
Proud of her record. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record
as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record.
Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard did
fuck you, the media sucks.
not hold back at last night's debate, taking aim at Senator Kamala Harris's record as California's Attorney General. But we wanted to know, were Gabbard's claims true?
She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
Oh, boy.
Did Harris put 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations? Well, as Attorney General, she would not have personally prosecuted drug cases. That 1,500 number was reported by the Washington Free Beacon. They claim that based on numbers from the Department of Corrections, at least 1,560 people were sent to state prisons for marijuana-related offenses between 2011 and 2016.
I love how they're like, oh, she didn't personally walk him into the jail as Attorney General. It's like, yeah, but you're in charge for setting the legal prosecution standards for the state. That's like if, you're the Attorney General, 1,500 people go to jail for weed. That means you're okay with it. You endorse it.
Yeah.
Because you're like the top
something
legal
you believe in
person, right? They're like, oh, we fact checked that and we found that Kamala Harris didn't personally grab these people by the shirt collar and throw them into a jail cell. So that's actually not true. God damn you guys.
That's when Harris was the Attorney General. And did Harris laugh about her own marijuana use? Well, here's a radio interview from February of this year.
Have you ever smoked?
I have.
Okay. Like
I inhale. I did inhale.
Okay. There goes the Clinton joke.
I mean, that was her laughing about her marijuana use, so she didn't lie about either of those two things. She was Attorney General when 1,600 people got locked up for weed, and she laughed about smoking it. There you go.
Same kind of laugh she gets when she gets asked tough questions.
Yeah.
Seemed to refer to the case of death row inmate Kevin Cooper.
She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so.
It is true that as Attorney General, Harris refused to allow advanced DNA testing that could free Cooper. He's on death row for murdering a family in 1983. Governor Gavin Newsom ordered a full DNA testing earlier this year, but we don't know the results yet, so we can't say Cooper is an innocent man.
Oh, no. So they're trying to, they were trying to protect her so much. So, yes, everything Tulsi Gabbard said was true technically, but not literally. She didn't literally physically block a door from, oh, God. They will. You can always tell when the media's got their guy or their gal or they've got someone picked because they will lie down in front of train tracks
till the very end.
The Mad Hatter renewing his membership for 6 months says, "Does this count for a dad joke?" Yeehaw. No, unfortunately, the rule is anything over $5 gets a dad joke. But thank you very much for becoming a member. I do appreciate it. Yeah, hot sauce in the purse and weed and Tupac. Is the pandering working yet? Do I need to add some chitlins too? The hot sauce in the purse was Hillary Clinton on the Breakfast Club. Yeah, where she's like, I carry hot sauce in my purse. And then they go, are you just saying that because you pander into black folks? And she goes, is it working?
I do remember that.
Oh, man. I saw this article. Oh, God, we're almost into overtime. All right. The guy who created The Watchmen, Alan Moore, slammed those of us who may have enjoyed a superhero movie or two in our day. Said that it's a precursor to fascism, that we're all going to become little Nazis if we keep watching these superhero movies. Watchmen creator Alan Moore, adults loving superhero movies is infantile and can be a precursor to fascism.
Well, that's good to know.
Shit. Watchmen creator Alan Moore's hatred for superhero movies is well known, as he once called them a blight to cinema and also to culture to a degree. But he dragged them even more during a recent interview with The Guardian. Moore described adults' continued love of superhero movies and infantilization that can act as a precursor to fascism. So holy shit, one day you're goo-goo gaga over Batman. The next day you're, I guess, starting the Fourth Reich, I suppose.
Yeah.
Jesus, Alan, you're kind of ruining my fun here. He said, quote, I said around 2011 that I thought it had serious and worrying implications for the future if millions of adults were lining up to see Batman movies, he said, because that kind of infantilization, that urge towards simpler times, simpler realities, can very often be a precursor to fascism. Holy shit, I just thought the Batman movies looked good and I wanted to watch them.
Well, there's a lot more to it now.
I guess. I just thought that maybe it would be fun to watch a movie and that the Batman one looked decent. That's all. I mean, I get the infantilization part where he says, like, look, you're taking shit from when you were a kid and you're still watching it as an adult. Like, I understand that part. But the precursor to fascism? Bro, pump the brakes. Who watches The Watchmen? Moore expressed worry with the notion that hundreds of thousands of adults are now lining up to see characters and situations that had been created to entertain the 12-year-old boys, and it was always boys, of 50 years ago. He says, I didn't really think that superhero movies were adult fare, Moore said. I think that this was a misunderstanding born of what happened in the 80s, to which I must put my hand up to a considerable share of the blame, though it was not intentional. When things like Watchmen were first appearing, there were an awful lot of headlines saying comics have grown up. Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard for him to shit on adults for wanting to watch comic book movies when he's one of the first guys who started writing comics for adults. Like, they started writing graphic novels and they had more cursing, more violence, all this other stuff in it. I mean, is it really that much different than liking an action movie? Like, is watching a Batman movie that much different than watching a Rambo movie?
No, I really don't think so.
I mean, it's all the same. It's action, it's fighting, it's
fiction.
Yeah, it's, the hero triumph. I think Alan Moore is just he's got a little bit of Nazi flu right now.
Wound up a little too tight on this one.
Moore continued, I tend to think that no comics hadn't grown up. There were a few titles that were more adult than people were used to, but the majority of comics were pretty much the same as they'd ever been. It wasn't comics growing up. I think it was more comics meeting the emotional age of the audience coming the other way. So he's saying comics weren't going like this. The adults were going like this. I don't know. If you watch like a 1950, or if you read a 1940s or 50s DC Batman comic book, and then you watch one from like the Grant Morrison era, it's not the audience coming down. This shit got darker over time. So I don't know. Moore revealed that he had not seen a superhero movie since Tim Burton's original Batman in 1989, saying, I don't watch any of them. All of these characters have been stolen from their original creators, all of them. If you try to make them for the adult world, I think it becomes kind of grotesque. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put Alan Moore in the column that is no big fan of comic book movies.
You picking up on that?
Starting to think that maybe old Alan might not like it very much.
I'm catching hints.
Yeah. And he thinks you're going to become a Nazi if you watch too much of it.
Yeah, that part was a little extreme.
Yeah. Joker is the Jordan Peterson of superhero villains, says Bumbaclo. Yeah, he just slowly turned him over time. Watchmen is comics for adults. He says no. He says you guys are all being little babies and that they're the same. P.H. Header says comics turn to graphic novels. Yeah. C.O. Gold says how out of touch is Alan Moore? It's really something to watch like a guy who made his living in something then go and start shitting on that deal. That's just always awkward to me. Superhero movies are very formulaic. Adults should be bored with them. I do agree. Like once they wrapped up the whole Marvel universe with the Thanos stuff, I was done. I haven't watched anything since then. I watched the new Batman movie because I like Batman, but like the Marvel stuff, I don't care. She-Hulk, miss me. The new Captain America where he's doing Black Lives Matter rants in the middle of episodes. Nah, I'm cool.
You know what's one coming up that looks like it's going to be good in the making? It's Deadpool with Wolverine.
They're going to set it before the
It might be pretty good.
Yeah, they're going to set
Hugh
it.
Jackman's awesome, so.
Yeah, they're setting it before the Logan movie where, spoiler alert, he died.
Oh, no.
And Hugh Jackman is Wolverine. He's going to be in the new Deadpool.
It might be something.
Way to show them you're not a fucking child. Way to prove Alan Moore right.
Yeah.
Dude, it's going to be so cool. They're bringing fucking Wolverine in. It's going to be awesome. And Alan Moore's like, see, I told you, these fucking man-children.
Non-fascist.
Yeah. P.H. Header says, yeah, Logan was 2029. It was based there, so it does work. Superheroes are unrealistic. Bet you have heard of these space wizards in a galaxy far, far away. Have you heard? Yeah. See, it like biting the hand that feeds you, or like that idea that you can go in there and make these movies or these comics that Alan Moore made and then turn around and shit on what they've become when you helped make it that way. I don't know. It just seems like a guy trying to be too cool for the room. I noticed yesterday, I didn't even know that yesterday was Columbus Day or Indigenous Peoples Day, depending on what piece of shit you are.
I just know this now.
Yeah, I didn't know until yesterday. I saw a bunch of people, like when I would check my phone at night, Happy Columbus Day, Happy Columbus Day, and then people getting mad at them for saying Happy Columbus Day.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Columbus is a piece of shit, and he wiped out tribes. And I'm like, yeah, like tribes wiped each other out before he got there and all that stuff. I mean, I think he was just kind of a continuation of what was already happening. But then the people were... Every time someone would wish a happy Columbus Day, people go, do you mean happy Indigenous Peoples Day? And then you watch the internet have just the most retarded fight with each other as they fight about Columbus Day versus Indigenous People Day. Motherfucker, I had a large Casey's breakfast pizza and a medium Casey's breakfast pizza sent to the house yesterday. I wasn't in any kind of mood. I was hungover from the Vikings game. I wasn't in a mood to fight about Columbus Day or Indigenous Peoples Day. I'm sitting here trying to eat a beer cheese breakfast pizza.
There you go.
And watch some Better Call Saul. I ain't trying to fight about Columbus. Yeah, I think Stevie J nails it. Everyone was horrible in the past. You can't go back to colonization times and find a civilization where everyone wasn't just a big bag of shit to each other. Nobody trusted each other. You know, it was like the Hateful Eight, basically. They're all just sitting there like, when am I going to have to kill this motherfucker? Gray Idol said superhero movies are a good escape from the political garbage we live in. Not anymore. I mean, now, like, go watch the comic book movies now since they defeated Thanos, and they're shoehorning all that shit in there. They're just trying to make sure they get it all in. By the way, Salzer did tell me in regards to this lawsuit that we're going to go over in a couple of minutes here. Salzer from Old Capitol did tell me they're sending out a press release today.
Oh, boy.
On this lawsuit. So that should be very interesting also. I want to thank everybody. We had a new VIP today.
Yes.
Was it? Oh, God damn it. I cannot fuck this up. Was it Rick? Was it Robert? Was it? God damn it, Oz. You better know this. Don't worry. I'm going into the thing.
All right.
I'm going in. All activity here. Archived. Mark. Thank you to Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Mark brought you today's show, becoming a VIP today and helping us knock out our goal, I think, in the first hour today. We knocked out our goal. So everyone thank Mark. Incredible. And thank you to the rest of you who helped support today's show. Honestly, before Mark became a VIP, we were still making unbelievable pace in today's show. But you guys have us $35 ahead of tomorrow morning's show as well.
Awesome.
So thank you so much. Let's do this Jon Stewart thing real quick. You know, as much as I think Jon Stewart is nuts for this take he had on his show about doctors giving gender treatment to kids, you know, the gender-affirming treatment to kids.
I hope this is not going where it's going.
I think it's fucking insanity that we're doing that to children.
Yes.
But Jon Stewart has this weird thing where he seems to be able to make everybody mad all the time. Because, like, he'll have a take where liberals are mad at him, like the Wuhan lab. Like, he's like, dude, it's total bullshit that we haven't confirmed that this was made in a lab, this disease. And all the lefties were pissed at him. And the right's like, oh, fucking base Jon Stewart, he rules. Now Jon Stewart is going full like, hey, if the kid feels like a boy, why shouldn't we give them gender-affirming treatment in hospitals?
He is. He's supporting it.
Yeah, so Jon Stewart kind of going, he's jumping across the line each way. Let's watch this clip. I like Jon Stewart, by the way. I mean, I can disagree with Jon Stewart and not, think he's a giant piece of shit.
Why would the state of Arkansas step in to override parents, physicians, psychiatrists, endocrinologists who have developed guidelines? Why would you override those guidelines?
Because they're not going to all of those specialists before this shit starts. It's not as clean as Jon Stewart's presenting it. And I understand what he's saying, but I think it also boils down to common sense in that, first of all, you can't run a test that shows me a brain mutation or a genetic mutation that shows you're trans. So, first of all, we can't find any physical evidence of it. Second of all, we're also talking about the common sense angle of, should we allow an 8-year-old to make permanent life-changing decisions on their body before they even know what the hell's going on?
We caught Jimmy playing with a Barbie doll. Chop his dick off.
Right? Yeah, no.
Hormones.
Well, I think it's important that all of those physicians.
Oh, wow. He's interviewing the Attorney General from Arkansas who supports their ban on child transition treatment. So this should be interesting.
And all of those experts, for every single one of them, there's an expert that says we don't need to allow children to be able to take those medications. That there are many instances where.
But that's not true. You know it's not for everyone. There's one. These are the established.
Well, I don't know that's not true. I don't know that.
Then why would you pass a law then if you don't know that that's true? Wouldn't you?
Well, I know that there are doctors, and that we had plenty of people come and testify before our legislature who said that we have 98% of the young people who have gender dysphoria that they are able to move past that, and once they have the help that they need, no longer suffer from gender dysphoria. 98% without that medical treatment.
That's an incredibly made up figure.
See, I gotta say, he's being a cunt because he's doing what a lot of us do. He's hearing stuff that he disagrees with, and he's hearing stuff he doesn't like, and he's just going, oh, well, that's bullshit. It's like, well, no, she's saying they had people testify at their hearings, doctors testify and say, if you just mentally counseled these people and gave them, different kinds of help rather than mutilating their bodies, they actually either grew out of this or it became something else. Like, I wonder with a lot of kids with gender dysphoria and then the parents start aiding and abetting it, I'm like, are you sure you don't just have a gay kid? Like, maybe your kid's just gay.
That doesn't comport with any of the studies or documentation that exists from these medical organizations. What medical association are you talking about of these doctors?
Well, we have all of that in our legislative history, and we'll be glad to provide that to you. I don't have the name of that off the top of my head. I know it's something that...
You don't have the name of the organization that you're getting that
off the top of my head.
Oh, okay.
But yes, we have all of that cited in all of our briefs.
You're suggesting that protecting children...
This woman is a fucking lawyer who's a good enough lawyer that she's in charge of the law in Arkansas. Like, of course they have examples and people who have testified and they have all this. Like, Jon Stewart's trying to make her look like an idiot. It's like, John, this woman probably is smarter than both of us. Like, she's clearly one of the top 50 lawyers in the country if she's the attorney general of one of the states. So she's one of the best lawyers in the country. She probably knows more about citing information and gathering evidence than you and I do. Yeah. John's like, I read a study that I agreed with once. What do you have? And she's like, I don't know, evidence gathering because I'm a fucking lawyer.
Means overriding the recommendations of the American Medical Association, the American Association of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society.
We don't have enough data. We don't have enough to show that these drugs are effective and that these children are better off and that we should encourage these.
That's a good point. Like, we've only been doing this for 10, 15 years? You don't have a long enough time span yet to know if what we're doing is the right thing.
Not to gain enough data.
Yeah. We're experimenting at this point.
Or it's not enough for you. Let me try and flip it a different way and see if maybe this can help. In Arkansas, if you have pediatric cancer, and obviously we all want to protect children, I think we established that earlier.
No, John.
Whose guidelines do you follow for pediatric cancer?
Cancer is a thing I can screen for, and I can physically see the cancer in the kid. I can see what it's doing while it's in there. That is such a bullshit cop-out. No offense to John, because again, I like John. And I still like him even after this because I'm not somebody who just disagrees with someone one time, then fuck him.
Right.
But, he's being a smug twat here. He's being a very smug dick.
Well, I think if my child, who is 4, if I was faced with that terrible decision, then I would be speaking to my doctor. And if my doctor recommended something that I disagreed with, then I would get a second opinion. And that's what I believe that these parents need to make sure that they're encouraged to get numerous opinions when they're talking about an irreversible step.
You're not letting them. The state's not saying get another opinion. What they're saying is you can't. What you're actually saying is the opposite.
No, that's actually not at all what the state said. The state simply said that you cannot perform these procedures. And so parents should get another opinion and children should want to have another opinion.
But that's not.
Because again, these are 9, 10, 11, 12
So if your child is suffering from pediatric cancer and the state comes in and says to you, they recommend chemotherapy, but we're not going to let you do that.
Okay, we have been doing chemotherapy for generations now. We've shown that it works. We've shown that it helps. You're talking about irreversible genital mutilation of children on a lark because they're going through a tough time with gender identity. I don't know, man. That seems a little too permanent to me.
Yeah.
You know, lopping off your tits because they're rotted with cancer, that's fine. Absolutely. You should do that or you're going to die. But, I mean, what you're talking about is not exactly pediatric cancer here, Johnny boy.
You can't. We think you should get a different opinion, and here's the organization we think you should get the opinion from. They're not the mainstream, but they're an organization. So that's who you have to be treated by. Does that sound like something you would accept?
I think that's a very extreme example. That's not at all in line with what we're talking about. We're not saying that at some point, because when you have cancer, it literally is, and particularly pediatric cancer, and having friends that have lost children to pediatric cancer, having a 4-year-old, I'm sure.
I've got some bad news for you.
Oh, here we go.
Parents with children who have gender dysphoria have lost children to suicide.
Yeah. Post-op. Post-transition, John. I love how they're trying to own that suicide figure now.
And the number is super scary high. Is it like,
it's like
50?
40 or 50% attempted.
Yes.
Yeah. And they do this thing where they're trying to own that number now because it makes their argument look bad. But the trend is not that. At first they tried to say, well, it's because of bullying. And then that didn't wash. So then they said, oh, no, it's because they're not getting treatment. And then they're showing that the people who get treatment are having regrets and all this other shit. So that didn't wash. And now they're just trying to lean in and own the stat. And it's fucking horseshit.
And depression.
They absolutely.
How about people with gender dysphoria tend to be mentally ill, and mentally ill people tend to kill themselves? So maybe this is a psychiatric thing we need to be talking about, and not just oh, you're feeling sad about your gender. Why don't we cut off your dick and see what that does?
Yeah.
Because it's acute.
You know what's really good for mentally ill people who are experiencing an imbalance? Throw their hormones out of whack. That's what you should do.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
And so these mainstream medical organizations have developed guidelines through peer-reviewed data and studies. And through those guidelines, they've improved mental health outcomes. So I'm confused why you follow AMA guidelines and AAAP guidelines for all other health issues in Arkansas, because we checked, but not for this.
It's simply saying, let those young people who are facing gender confusion and dysphoria, allow them to become adults and to make that decision. Allow a child to be a child.
So here's where we have our crossroads. You've made the determination that protecting these children means not giving them access to the guidelines and care that have been designed by medical and mental health professionals for children expressing gender dysphoria. And I'm asking
because they're
you
children.
Again, what are your qualifications to step in and say, no, keeping you from that care is protecting you. You've made that determination.
Well, these are.
I will tell you this. I understand the point John is making, that if the medical organizations say this stuff and you follow all the medical organizations on everything else, but you don't allow people, because what Arkansas is doing is banning anybody from even choosing that as an option. So what he's saying is, why aren't you allowing that as an option when it's recommended by all these different groups, but yet you do the shit with these other groups, you allow all this other stuff with cancer and all that. I get the cancer comparison as apple and oranges, but it's unfortunate. Like, when you live in a free country, you should have the option to get something done, even if it's a mistake, even if it's that's the problem. When it's kids, it's a little tougher because you're like, okay, does someone have to step in? There's been numerous times where we've had to step in to save kids from shit. So do you have to do that here? And also, after 2 years of hearing, like Scruffy D says, trust the experts, trust the science, and watching daily now as that news is being, completely reversed. It's a tough one, but when you're talking about purposeful, like, altering of children's hormones and body parts, like, I feel like this is one that does deserve a different conversation than, like he said, pediatric cancer. I don't think we should be putting those in the same league. No. Blur says he argues against the mainstream for the lab leak and argues for the mainstream on this issue. I understand where Jon Stewart is coming from on this one. I just don't agree with him. That's what it boils down to. I also do think that Arkansas banning those procedures from being done and banning that kind of care is a little... I don't know if I want to get into a place where the government's banning medical procedures, because I don't trust the government at all, so that kind of scares the shit out of me. But I don't know. Jon Stewart, sometimes the way he makes his arguments is a little dishonest. And I think this is one of those times. All right, let's look into that Old Capitol lawsuit, shall we? Are you interested in this?
Yes.
So our buddies at Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, had a little issue about a little under a year ago where their general manager told the staff that the company was taking tips from them and pocketing them, just stealing them. So he organized a walkout with all the staff and took them with him. And it shut down the restaurant for over a month while they had to train new staff.
Wow.
Well, what the ownership was doing is what every restaurant in America does, and they were doing a tip sharing program where they take a percent. I had to do this when I was a server. You take a percentage of your tips, you put it in a fund, and then at the end of the month, they crack that open for the back of the house staff.
Okay.
And the cooks and the dishwashers all get a little tip out. It's like, I don't know, when I was working, it was like $100, $200, something like that.
Okay.
It's a nice little chunk of change to have. Well, then we dig deeper into this and we find out that this manager has been being a complete piece of shit, according to this lawsuit.
All right.
Let me read the state of Minnesota, county of Benton, Aaron Salzer and North Benton Investments, Incorporated, as well as Old Capitol Tavern versus Mitchell Eichhoff, the defendant. Now, Mitchell was the general manager. And the charges that are being brought against him in this lawsuit are, count one is breach of fiduciary duty, which is if you're a general manager, you are a representative of the company. You are an officer, basically, of that company. So you have a fiduciary responsibility, a financial responsibility to that business and to act in its best interests. And oh boy, was there some shit going down at Old Capitol. Here is the factual background of the case. On July 13th, 2020, so this whole thing happened in a span of about a year and a half. Eichhoff was hired to be the general manager of the tavern. Eichhoff's duties as a general manager included managing staff, managing labor cost, managing and ordering inventory, communicating with suppliers, adhering to and enforcing written employee policies and standards, training staff, acting as the face of the company at the restaurant and in public settings, managing social media and direct customer communications, and providing Salzer on updates on the status of tavern should any issues arise. This position carried significant authority over day-to-day operations of the tavern and its employees. So basically what Salzer was doing, like, he was the last partner to be at this restaurant every day. And he was starting to get to that spot that every business owner wants to get to, where they can hire someone they can trust, and they can take a little more time away from the business and maybe a little more for the family. Well, upon information and belief, through the course of his employment for Tavern, Eichhoff would frequently allow employees to consume alcohol before, during, and after their working hours without charge. That's theft.
Yep.
That is the same as at the end of your shift, opening up the till and grabbing money out of it. There is no difference. Only instead of money, you grab booze. You grab their product. That is theirs until they sell it. In addition to allowing employees to take products from Tavern home with them without charge in blatant disregard for Tavern policy.
Oh, so we want a bottle? Just grab one.
Just grab one. Oh. So basically what we're learning allegedly here about Mitch is that he wanted to be the cool dad. He wanted to be the cool boss. He wanted to be the boss that the employees liked, and he ended up using that against the company. Another thing that's been alleged, and this is not something you put in a lawsuit, but they would have slow nights, but in order to get the staff on his side and make them like him and think he was a cool manager, Mitch would put like 3 servers on a dead night so they could make money, which again, stealing from the company.
Yeah.
Completely. To the point where Sulzer's partners said, you got to get rid of this guy. He's costing us a fortune. Tens of thousands of dollars, they said. And Sulzer, he will admit, his biggest mistake was he was going, guys, let's hold on to him through the holiday season so we don't have to train new people during the holiday rush. Well, that would come back to bite him in the ass because then they started talking to people about the GM position. Their GM found out about it, and then the wheels start coming off.
Okay.
His theft of goods was in the amount of several thousands of dollars, according to this lawsuit. In late 2021, Eichhoff became disgruntled with his employment due to some personal conflicts with Sulzer. Upon information and belief, in late 2021, Eichhoff began falsely telling other employees that Sulzer was artificially docking employees' hours post facto and withholding tips from employees. Essentially, Eichhoff was spreading rumors alleging that plaintiffs were stealing from the employees. Now, none of this was happening, and he had no evidence of it. It was a tip-out program, which every restaurant has. Sulzer was not engaged in the above-described behavior. On or about December 22nd, 2021, this is after he found out that they were talking to other people about his job, Eichhoff filed a complaint with the Minnesota Department of Labor falsely alleging that plaintiffs were stealing from the employees as described above and otherwise engaging in illegal business practices. Now, this is a guy who'd been there for a year and a half. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a year and a half in, this bar that's been there for 10 years decided to start stealing from their employees. Magically.
Okay. Yeah.
It wasn't that Mitch was pissed off at his fucking owner and decided to try and get him. Well, as a result of Eichhoff's complaint, the Department of Labor began an investigation into the plaintiffs. On or about December 29th, 1 week later, the Department of Labor opened the investigation and sent a letter to Tavern's principal place of business. Now, what do you think happened to that letter?
Rippy rip?
It never found its way to the ownership as it was intercepted by the general manager, the guy who made the claim. Eichhoff, in his role as general manager, would frequently open Tavern in the morning and receive and open mail that arrived. Upon information and belief, Eichhoff prevented plaintiffs from receiving any letters from the Department of Labor between December 29th and January 13th of 2022. By intercepting such mail and intentionally hiding or discarding mailing address to Sulzer and or Tavern related to the
Isn't that
investigation.
a federal offense?
That's where this thing gets really murky.
All right.
In an effort to cause plaintiffs to miss deadlines and incur substantial penalties. The way this may not be a federal offense is that he was the general manager, so he did have a level of authority. Upon information and belief, during the investigation, Eichhoff answered several phone calls to the plaintiffs from the Department of Labor that were received at the Tavern. Now, remember, he's the one who made the Department of Labor complaint.
Right.
So he's answering the calls. Did not tell the plaintiffs that he received the phone calls, and upon information and belief, encouraged other employees to withhold information regarding the same in furtherance of his above-described attempts to cause plaintiffs to miss deadlines related to the investigation and incur substantial penalties. If you don't respond to the Department of Labor and you pass deadlines, they find the shit out of you.
I would imagine.
Yeah. The way, by the way, and I've known about all of this for a long time. I had to keep my mouth shut until the lawsuit came out. They've got vendors, they've got employees, they've got a bunch of people like in the lawsuit that are like, yeah, this is 1000% what happened. The Department of Labor, everybody just backing this thing up. Upon information and belief, during the investigation, Eichhoff contacted suppliers and business partners of plaintiffs, informing them of the investigation. So he called their fucking booze suppliers, business partners, people who worked with Old Capitol Tavern and started cocking off about the fucking Department of Labor shit. And then told them, don't tell any of the partners. They already know, it's understood.
Oh boy. It's getting deep.
falsely accusing plaintiffs of stealing from their employees. He, again, told the suppliers and business partners this. Falsely alleging IRS involvement and investigation, which never happened. And advising them to discontinue their business dealings with Old Capitol Tavern. So your fucking general manager is calling your suppliers and partners and saying, you should just stop supplying. You should stop selling to us. Like basically trying to shut down the fucking business.
Weird.
It's mental illness for sure, in my opinion. Other than the existence of the investigation, which was initiated pursuant to Eichhoff's false accusations, none of these statements were truthful. On or about January 13th, 2022, plaintiffs received notice of the investigation by overhearing a different employee mentioning it. They had to overhear a conversation happening about the Department of Labor little conspiracy that the general manager was doing. And if they hadn't stumbled upon that conversation, never would have known. Upon information and belief, initial deadlines to respond to the Department of Labor expired on January 10th. Upon information and belief, Eichhoff answered a phone call intended for the plaintiffs after January 10th, informing him that plaintiffs would receive fines if no response was received by January 14th. Eichhoff did not inform plaintiffs of this phone call. Upon information and belief, Eichhoff utilized his defamatory statements about plaintiffs to organize an employee walkout scheduled for January 14th, 2022. Upon information and belief, the employee walkout was intentionally scheduled during a time when Sulzer had planned to be out of the state for vacation. Sulzer found out about the scheduled walkout because one of the workers tipped him off, and canceled his trip, incurring substantial costs in changing his planned accommodations and travel. Following the walkout, the tavern was forced to close its doors for over a month while hiring and training new staff, incurring significant losses. They did not resume full and normal business activities until June of 2022. So they got him with 3 counts, 2 defamation counts against the tavern, or account against him. Let me try this again. Count 1 is breach of fiduciary duty, meaning he didn't do his fucking job.
Right.
Which, if this evidence is true, that's to say the least. He was in breach. Count 2, defamation by Eichhoff against Sulzer. Count 3, defamation by Eichhoff against the tavern. They're asking for $150,000 and any other penalties the court sees fit. So $150,000 plus sometimes in these lawsuits, the courts will just go, oh, also for pain and suffering and this and that, we're going to give you this much. So somebody was fucking lying here. And based on the amount of evidence they've gathered, it sounds like it was that piece of shit Mitch, who I tell you this, all I've known the guy, he's always looked like a miserable fuck. He's never been shitty to me, but I've always just kind of been like, there's something off about this guy. He just kind of looks like a schmuck. And it turns out, if these allegations are true, he's 1,000% a fucking schmuck. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Atomic Citizen says for sure this guy was put there to tank the business, right? Carlos says he nearly got them shut down. This guy is fucked. Mr. Approachable says, so you're saying we're pretty sure we know who complained about the patio and the dumpster, allegedly. Yeah, I'm saying we pretty much maybe know who might have a hand in that whole thing.
Wow.
And now he's bussing tables or something, or like being a shift manager at a fucking bistro. So that'll be interesting. He's been served with this lawsuit now. It's public record, and I believe a press release is coming out a little bit later today. So what do you think about that?
Wow. I didn't see that coming. I just didn't.
Could you imagine, like, you're the guy, you call in a complaint to the Department of Labor.
Yeah.
And then because you take all the phone calls and get all the mail, you hide all the Department of Labor shit from them.
It's not going to end well.
Because you're planning to walk out when the guy goes on vacation. What a piece of shit. If this is all true, this guy had better call a lawyer right now and say, how much can I settle this for?
Yep.
Like, how long will I be paying this guy if this is all true? Oh, my God. Chris says Stuttering John should start a GoFundMe for them. Yeah, all the PayPals will go there. Carlos says, well, if this bistro finds out, goodbye job. He just needs to never work in food again. Well, what's funny is like he organized like a social media campaign too for people to just shit on him and the old employees to shit on the business based on what Mitch had told them. And of course, the guy who gave you free booze all the time and gave you shifts on slow nights, you're going to go with that guy.
Yep.
I mean, I will say this about Mitch. It sounds like if these allegations are true, he's a fucking mastermind.
Yeah, because you know how to manipulate.
To work it that way where you get all these employees on your side. And I think he knew he was doing a shitty job. I think he knew he was in over his head. And then when he found out that they were trying to replace him, he put the screws to him. Whew. Ooh, that is rough. I would like to see what happens with that bistro job. And for the last year, by the way, all these people have been shitting on Old Capitol Tavern, all these old employees and shit. And so I've been talking to Salzer. He's like, when this fucking lawsuit comes out, I can finally fight back. He's like, I'm not going to go on social media and cry like a bitch and get into some social media gay high school drama with these guys. But he's like, I can finally fight back with the facts. I can finally tell people what happened. So yeah, guys, Pizza Roll says, now I want Old Capitol for lunch. Go support those guys. Tell them you're riding with them. It's a great menu anyway, and have a couple of drinks.
Yeah.
It's a great place. But, that guy is in for a world of hurt with this lawsuit. And look, man, if this is all true, I don't feel bad for the fucking prick if he loses his job and he ends up destitute. Like, you play a game like that, if this is all true, you deserve every single piece of it. I mean, I don't know if your life didn't turn out the way you wanted it to and you just turned miserable or what it was, but you don't do that to people. Atomic Citizen says, everyone learned the lesson here. If you have a lawyer, your case can be heard in a year. Yeah, isn't that something? Like, you got to work on, you got to take all this shit that's being thrown at you and you got to spend a year getting your case heard?
Nope.
It's bananas. I think the guy works. Yeah, I think he pulls shifts there too. But are you going to want to be associated with that fucking guy? I don't think so. Curly Adams says, I can't get free booze anymore. Why would I go there for lunch? yeah, I was an employee. They used to give me free drinks. I heard numbers. I don't know what I'm allowed to say.
Yeah.
But I heard numbers like in terms of the booze given away and the product given away and everything else. I may or may not have heard numbers in the 5 figures for how much was just straight up given away. Not to mention, this is a time where the economy's going to shit, so people are probably going out to eat a lot less than they used to.
He should have Taffert come in there to put one of those port control systems on there.
Right? Yeah, he should. Well, it's too late for that now.
But they would have got more accurate count.
Yeah. Gordy says, that means Pud Pounder owes an apology. He was in here the other day saying that they have been reheating food in the microwave 3 days after it was originally made. Yeah, there's a defamation lawsuit for you, Pud Pounder. Derek says, this is the type of person I don't want to deal with either because they will work you over as a customer as well. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, Chris in the chat, shut it down! If John Taffert would have come in, Mitch really does sound like the stereotypical bar rescue manager that Taffert ends up busting. You're overpouring, and that's the same as stealing.
Yeah, and the same kind of manager too that they would like disagree with everything, and then hates when they redo the bar, he hates it.
Yeah. Exactly. Hooters Girl says, is that why they ended up not taking over Cabin Fever? No, the Cabin Fever thing was long before this. That was just COVID shut it down. And they had they bought that place like a year ago. And you don't have a lot of capital built up. If you just bought a bar a year ago, you don't have enough money to get yourself through something like a COVID shutdown. So they just had to sell that and let it go.
That was bad timing with COVID too.
Yeah, really bad timing. Pizza Roll says, what a shitty person. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's just... I'm interested to see where that lawsuit goes. I mean, honestly, if you're Mitch, you'd better have a fucking portfolio of counter evidence to make this all look bad or like a lie. But, I mean, if they've got the suppliers and the Department of Labor confirming all this, then how can you say they're lying? Because, like, the supply... Again, what I've heard in the privileged position I'm in is that the suppliers are like, yeah, we'll totally back you on this. We'll tell you what happened.
Okay.
Department of Labor knows who filed the complaint. They'll have to show that. So, I don't know. I think if old Mitchie boy is talking to a lawyer today, if that lawyer's any good, he's going to go, let's see. Why don't you give Salzer your car and your house, and we'll settle this thing as quick as we can. Boy. It's a real shitheel move, man. Oh, we'll keep you updated on this, by the way, because I think the press release is coming out this afternoon. No way. Josh Denny says, coincidentally, Adrian Washington is doing openers at the bistro. No, he's not. They can't do comedy shows at that fucking bistro, Josh Denny. But if you want to get booked there, I can get you there. Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Yeah, No Morio says, hard pass on defending him. Somebody says he works at a bistro. He ain't got no money.
You're going to need Johnny Cochran is what he's going to need.
You're going to need, something good, or just go in there with your hat in your hand and going, please, sir, what will you settle for?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Oz, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great show. Lots of fun. Hope you guys had a great time. We're already done. Overtime's over.
Done
already. So thank you guys very much. Josh Denny, thank you for the generosity. You'll hire me as a writer. I could just use the side gig. I really appreciate it. Make sure you hit the like button on this video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and check out our clips, if you will. We've got the Adriana Chechik breaking her tailbone thing from yesterday and Hassan Piker going nuts on people for asking him about Sam Hyde. Both of those clips are up now. We will talk to you again tonight at 7 o'clock Central Time for the evening show. Talk to you.